content in this new version. For more information about Classic Mode updates, please follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
In the new Dino Ground, how do you tame a Velociraptor? Well, first we have to go to a primal zone. The Velociraptors here will automatically attack when approached. Having some basic armor and a firearm is a must. Typically, Velociraptors rush at you to attack. Although each swipe won't do too much damage on its own, any loss in health is bad for survivability. The risk of getting sandwiched between a Velociraptor and another player is high. So, you can try battling with Velociraptors in a more roundabout way. Simply put, wait for the Velociraptor to commit to an attack, observe the direction it will rush towards, and dodge to the side as soon as you can. Once you've gotten out of the way, open fire to attack. If you're quick on your feet, you can even circle around to attack the Velociraptor from behind to deal damage to some rather tender spots. A defeated Velociraptor will change from green to brown. And approaching it will give you the option to tame it. This means that you'll be able to ride it now. Although only one player can ride a Velociraptor at a time, it has a truly impressive jumping ability. Basic obstacles can be leapt over with ease, making it really easy for one player to safely traverse the map. It's also the ability that lets Velociraptors reach high up platforms. In the fringes of the Primal Zone, there are crates located on high platforms. Jump up with a Velociraptor, which can quickly get you combat ready when running low on supplies. For those who wish to unleash the power of aerial hoops, you can't miss out on this guide. You'll get to soar through the sky on these new pterosaurs. We know the pterosaurs mainly gather in the primal zone. As soon as someone invades the space, they will start attacking the intruder. Dealing with pterosaurs is quite simple. When a pterosaur is in the air, focus fire on it. When it attacks and flies towards you, be sure to dodge to either side. After dodging the pterosaur's throws, it will swoop down and attack you with its claws. Although it may be a fast attack, once we avoid its attack, we can make use of this moment to counterattack. Approach the defeated pterosaur to start taming it. Once tamed, you can ride it as a mount. Control the pterosaur when flying to have a smooth journey regardless of the terrain. When riding the pterosaur in the sky, you have a wider field of view, which is suitable for scouting enemies. If you get ambushed by enemies on the ground, you can easily escape by flying up into the sky. Don't worry if a teammate is with you, as the pterosaur can grab a teammate to fly away together. Woohoo! This skill can also be used on an enemy. Whoa. But they can also break free and trigger their parachute to avoid taking fall damage. Hence, it can't be used to directly attack enemies. After taming a pterosaur, don't just travel across the map aimlessly. You can search for hovering hoops in the primal zone. Ride a pterosaur to participate in the Hoops Challenge to earn points, which can be used to redeem dino treasure. Once you have enough supplies, you can fly toward the final play zone without any worries.
PUBG Mobile version 2.6 will be available soon. Let's check out the new updates in Classic Mode. In this update, we'll be introducing a new full auto mod attachment, which can be used with the M16A4 and MK47. Equip it to get a full auto firing mode. In terms of firearm adjustments, we've also updated the SMG. Now, you retain full movement speed when an SMG is equipped, which allows it to be even more dynamic and flexible in battle. What's more, melee weapons have been unified to just the machete. You're automatically equipped with a machete upon entering a match or respawning. You can also automatically switch to your melee weapon when putting away your firearm. This feature can be enabled or disabled in the settings. Movement speed with a melee weapon will be the same as when unarmed. In the new version, we've made loads of adjustments to vehicle spawns and maps. The monster truck has been added to Erangel, while the UAZ has been added to Sanuk and Myanmar. The Murado open top has also been added to Erangel, Sanuk, and Nusa. Furthermore, when driving a Murado open top, you can now use the button to open and close the roof to enjoy the experience of driving a luxury vehicle. Gather your friends and take it out for a spin. You can now purchase the QBZ from supply shops in Livik. At the same time, the AKM has been removed from supply shops. The companion spectating system debuts in the new version. After getting eliminated, you'll enter a spectating mode where you can transform into your companion to spectate your teammates. You can run, jump, swim, and even perform companion emotes to make spectating even more enjoyable. Naturally, when spectating as your companion, you're unable to see enemies nor supplies. If you don't have a companion, or if your companion doesn't support spectating mode, you'll transform into Ray by default to spectate the match. Hurry and give it a try. This time, we've improved the chicken dinner animation. After placing the statue, you and your teammates can celebrate your victory with a victory dance. If a teammate leaves a match on Spawn Island, the team's remaining players can also leave the match without receiving a point or merit penalty, as long as it's before jumping from the plane. After eliminating training bots in the training grounds, you can see the effects of upgraded firearms, such as their elimination broadcasts. We've also added a shooting distance display below the damage display to stationary targets. In this update, vehicles are now supported in creation mode, where it has its own photo and video templates. When using your video templates, you can now configure a list of companion emotes to play. When the camera's rolling, your companion will perform its emotes in the order of the list. When using creation mode in Erangel, during the day or dusk, you can use the new day-night cycle feature. You can control the day and night cycle to freely switch between day, dusk, and night. That's it for the main updates in Classic mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone. Let's check out the Metro Royale updates in this new version. In this new version, we've added 2 new attachments. The first is the gun shield, which is compatible with the DP28 and the M249. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when you lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. The other is the full auto mod, which is compatible with the M16A4 and MK47. Once equipped, you can get a full auto firing mode that increases your rate of fire. These attachments can be obtained during the match or purchased from the black market. Try it out yourself. In this update, you'll encounter 2 new types of PvE enemies in Misty Port's basic and advanced maps, Velociraptors and Pterosaurs. They're both fast and strong. Are you ready to challenge them? In the Metro Royale lobby, you can now see your companion. You can interact with it and have it perform companion emotes. That's a wrap for the main updates in Metro Royale. For more details, be sure to follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
I've heard that the T-Rex is the strongest vehicle in the new version. How so? First, when it comes to traversing the map, the T-Rex is pretty fast. Together with the special dash skill, the T-Rex gets a speed boost and higher top speed. When it runs at full speed, the T-Rex can hit a peak of 120 kilometers per hour. If you encounter a massive obstacle, you can cancel it at any time. Apart from dashing on the ground, the T-Rex can easily cross rivers. It's able to easily traverse different kinds of environments and help the team enter the final play zone. Second, the T-Rex also has an attack skill. It can use Roar on enemies, which causes damage and screen shake to enemies in the vicinity. In a split second, players on the receiving end are knocked down, and your teammates only need to finish them off. If the T-Rex gets attacked during its roar, you can tap the skill button to cancel it before repositioning yourself. When riding a T-Rex, your line of sight is elevated, which increases your chances of finding enemies. Not only that, it's also harder for enemies to shoot at you. How can I get this powerful vehicle? At the start of the match, a T-Rex will randomly spawn in a dino settlement. All you need to do is make your way over and destroy the fossil keepsake before the countdown ends to save the T-Rex. However, there'll be tons of enemies who want the T-Rex, so a battle is inevitable. Make use of cover in the settlement to reposition yourself and launch your attacks. Otherwise, you can find the right time to take the driver's seat on the T-Rex and use Roar on the enemies to swiftly take control of the battle. The T-Rex is a mount with 1 rider and 3 passengers, thus supporting an entire squad. So hop on a T-Rex with your teammates and enter the final play zone together. What's the most popular vehicle in the game? The new T-Rex is here. Everyone, make way for it. To obtain this formidable T-Rex, you must keep an eye out for the Dino Settlement icon in Air Angle and Livic. This is the only place you can get your hands on a T-Rex. Take Air Angle as an example. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, a large T-Rex that can be ridden with teammates will spawn randomly in one of the settlements. Not only can the T-Rex help you reach higher places and easily obtain specific supplies, but it can also cross rivers and make it easier for you to enter the play zone. Most importantly, its roar can intimidate and damage enemies. And it becomes unstoppable when cooperating with teammates. If you wish to rescue the T-Rex, all you need to do is destroy the fossil keep's gate of the settlement where the T-Rex spawns. There are loads of supplies piled up in every corner of the dino settlement. When searching, don't overlook the small tents. Furthermore, you should look out for small packages hanging on the shelves. You'll find weapons and supplies inside after destroying them. However, you should keep in mind that there will certainly be enemies who will come forth to compete for the T-Rex. With defenses all around the settlement, it's easy to get ambushed. Make use of the surrounding cover to counterattack. It's alright if you somehow get eliminated. When you enter the settlement, a respawn card will automatically appear in your backpack. Thus, everyone gets a free chance to return to the battleground. Upon clinching a successful victory, you can ride the T-Rex with your teammates and enjoy the thrill of a whole new perspective. In the vastness of Air Angle, there are many primal zones scattered across the map. These are the protected habitats of velociraptors and pterosaurs. Tame them to ride them as mounts. Sounds enticing, huh? But primal zones aren't a great landing spot. Wild velociraptors and pterosaurs will indiscriminately attack all players. So when you don't have any gear, this makes for a very difficult situation. If by bad luck you end up encountering an enemy, it's very possible that you'll be caught between a ferocious dinosaur and enemy attack. So, the best way to get to a primal zone is to first search for basic weapons and armor in nearby buildings, and then head over when you're fit for battle. If you manage to defeat a velociraptor or pterosaur, you'll be able to tame them. After taming, you'll have access to a brand new mount. Velociraptors have really fast movement speed and are unhindered by many obstacles, meaning they're great for getting around the map. However, only one player can ride a velociraptor at a time, so they're not as ideal for teams. Pterosaurs, on the other hand, can take to the skies. They can also grab a teammate to bring them along. Do keep in mind that, even though enemies can also be grabbed, they'll still parachute safely to the ground if you drop them from high up, so you can't directly damage them in this way. Aside from using them to travel and attack, taming these two dinosaurs also lets you play some mini-games. You can play pterosaur hoops and velociraptor jumping. The more points you score, the better the crate supplies will be. What's more, the Primal Zone is home to cute baby raptors. Players can get close and feed them. But keep your distance from adult velociraptors, or you just might get hurt.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile's Dino Ground. I'm the Dino Explorer who'll be leading you on this adventure. Here, you and your teammates will go on a survival adventure together. Naturally, exhilarating challenges await in this unknown battleground. Let's remain vigilant and open-minded as we embark on our prehistoric exploration. The first stop is the Primal Zone. These protected areas are located all over Erangel and Livik, and are the primary habitats of velociraptors and pterosaurs. But fear not, they won't hurt you. Approach cautiously to tame them, and they'll become your most loyal battle companion. You can also ride them to participate in various challenges and become a Dino Ranger. Unleash your imagination to discover more interesting gameplay. Shh, keep it down. You don't want to scare the baby dinosaurs. Besides large adult dinosaurs, there are also some adorable ones in the dino hatchery on the map. Be friendly, and who knows, your loving care might bring unexpected surprises. Next, we have the most perilous and exhilarating Dino Settlement. This is where the T-Rex with extraordinary destructive power is detained, making it a popular area for players to compete for. Be sure to protect yourself. While eliminating enemies, destroy the gate to rescue the T-Rex and make it an exclusive mount for you and your teammates. Use the T-Rex special skills to cooperate with your teammates to force your way out and enter the final play zone. Alright, I believe you now have a good grasp of all the prehistoric survival guide tips. So what are you waiting for? Come and show off your skills in the new PUBG mobile version.
What's fun about prehistoric battles? Experience the new Dino Ground in Erangel and Livik. There are large dino settlements on the map. And a T-Rex can spawn here. Not only are they full of supplies, but the T-Rex is also a rideable mount. Getting hold of a T-Rex mount is equivalent to having the best weapon and vehicle on the whole map. Not only does it have amazing offense and defense, but it can also cross rivers and scale mountains with ease. There are also speedy velociraptors and flying pterosaurs. Players must first defeat these dinosaurs in order to tame them. Velociraptors have fantastic jumping prowess, and their ground speed is extremely fast. They can easily bound over obstacles to quickly traverse the map. As for pterosaurs, they can freely navigate the skies to attack enemies and rescue teammates at critical moments. With these two dino mounts, you can even ride them to the Primal Zone to play fun mini-games and earn extra supplies. So, moving on. The recently released World of Wonder has also gotten some hefty updates. The new PUBG Go template gives players even more options to build fun and interesting things. There are also lots of new objects, like the launcher, swinging hammer, conveyor belt, and more. Players will be able to make even more imaginative creations. Of course, Classic Mode has also been updated, most notably with the addition of the full auto mod attachment. Equip it on a compatible weapon to give it a full auto firing mode. The new version also adds a companion spectating feature. After getting eliminated, players can now transform into their companions and run around to spectate their teammates. Of course, you can't see enemies while spectating as a companion. The Murado Open Top also gets a retractable roof feature. Feel the wind in your hair no matter where you race. Get the new version and try the new gameplay now.
PUBG Mobile version 2.6 is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. Welcome to the Dinogram. Velociraptor, Pterosaur, T-Rex. The 3 prehistoric legends have arrived at the battleground. Let's see where they can be found. Primal zones are scattered throughout the map. We can find velociraptors and pterosaurs there, tame them, and become their friend and companion. Velociraptors and pterosaurs are loyal companions, but they can only carry one player on an adventure. Besides that, they have different strengths. Velociraptors are adept at jumping. They can easily jump onto a higher platform or roof, allowing for quick traversal and exploration. Pterosaurs are great at flying. They can dash a certain distance to quickly reposition. They can also grab teammates or enemies on the ground to help the team or disrupt enemies. There are loads of other interesting things in Primal Zones as well, such as the Pterosaur Hoops minigame, dino hatcheries, and more. Let's explore together. The Dino Settlement has quality supplies and a formidable T-Rex that needs rescuing. Once rescued, you can fight alongside it. The T-Rex can carry 4 players and traverse through river terrain. It also has 2 powerful skills, Roar and Dash. The T-Rex's roars can cause damage and screen shake, while its dash gives it a speed boost. For every match, a T-Rex will randomly spawn in a dino settlement. Fancy becoming the coolest team on the battleground? Then you've got to find it. In the latest version of World of Wonder, you can experience new gameplay devices, including the teleportation device, dinosaur spawn device, UAZ spawn device, and more. At the same time, we've also added new objects, such as the trampoline, launcher, conveyor belt, and boost belt, among others. You can get your creative juices flowing. At the same time, we'll also be introducing a new parkour gameplay type. You'll begin at a starting line, and go through various levels as you skillfully cross moving platforms and avoid large swinging hammers. The one who reaches the finish line first will be the winner. In World of Wonder, we've added a featured tab and simplified the process of using templates in order for you to create and discover new possibilities more easily than ever. You can now find a match for multiple creations at the same time to get playing as quickly as possible. In the new version, Classic Mode will be undergoing loads of updates. We've added a full auto mod attachment that gives some firearms a full auto firing mode. It's compatible with the M16A4 and the MK47. Not only that, but we've also tweaked some firearm specs and adjusted the locations of vehicle spawns and more. Furthermore, the new Cycle 4 Season 12 is coming soon. Please look forward to the new season rewards. There are some updates to the Metro Royale gameplay. Gather your friends and give it a try now. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. For more information about Classic Mode updates, please follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Day 1 showed us a very interesting day here at the PMPL SEA Wildcard Fall 2023, where we're seeing back-to-back chicken dinners as well as the rise of some of the teams that we did not expect to see, at least on day number 1. Tash Buddy here alongside Chuchu, and we are your casters for today.
Now, speaking of yesterday, we definitely have double chicken. Got ourselves, I think the highest elimination is going to be 13 so far, still holding the record coming up. No, it's actually 15 coming up from APG. And double chicken back-to-back Bison. But I'm looking forward for today's performance because we haven't seen a lot coming up from, example, FOD. We haven't seen too much coming up from West Point Mamba. They have been very quiet, but they are still consistently up there. But you did mention about APG a lot yesterday, right?
Yeah.
None of us actually predicted them to be this good. What are your thoughts about it?
APG is definitely changing up the way they play, honestly, by the way of their aggressive plays. It's very different to what we saw from them, at least from last season and last year, in fact. With their, I would say their roster with 0 in it, they were a little bit more passive in terms of how they played. They like to go into an area, hold it, maybe come into the circle a little bit late, and most of the time, even when they were attacked, they would like to do a more wait and see attitude, not very proactive, which results them in being stuck and then just losing out to other teams. But now with this more proactive approach, in how exactly they approach the game, given the fact that Exit is not only outflanking but also scouting around, and having Shroud playing the back line instead of the usual front line puts a lot of responsibility off his shoulders for the carry and provides a nice cover as well as a set play for him to execute with his teammates.
Yeah, I agree, especially with Marcus and Exit coming into APG, bringing the roster in a different level entirely. It feels like a revamp for the entirety of APG. Even though I'm a big fan of SKR in the last season, which both of them come out from SKR, and I'm so sad that both, how do I say it? They're split into 2-2 for the side of SKR. HWG taking Yahiko and Mewtwo, while the other two Marcos and Exit going to APG. Because as a whole team, all 4 players are very aggressive, and they were in SKR, they were super aggressive, and I love their gameplay. But speaking of what we love, definitely we do love a lot of cosmetics coming out exclusively during the PMPL season.
Out there getting your chicken dinners. Speaking of chicken dinners, I think like yesterday as well, we saw a few cosmetics on the players themselves, but we didn't see this one. And I'm curious to know how exactly it's going to look like in game. So I'm really hoping today there will be at least a player or two that'll be running this particular one.
I just wish we get to see some animations, because usually when it comes to the kill fit, some cosmetics or some skins do have exclusive kill fit animation as well. But I love the Dino Park sort of speaking of Dino Park, that makes me remember Vikendi. I wish we still have Vikendi, because they do have the Dino Park in there. We did have a big T-Rex in the very small Dino Park, and we don't have that much Dino Park in any other map. So this is definitely an exclusive update there. I think everybody will have fun to enjoy with your friends, even your family who start playing PUBG Mobile, like why not? It's more than just about competition. It's about having fun.
Yeah, but we also have the Ducatis. Having fun is great, but what about style? This is Ducati, and I think Chuchu mentioned that she's seen this particular build of motorcycle before. We didn't see it yesterday. I was a little bit upset, but I'm really hoping today this would be the case, because I think we saw a lot of players running the motorcycles yesterday, and for good reason. The motorcycles are a lot faster, but with the higher risk of getting headshotted. I mean, if you're gonna be, racing through and just running away from bullets, you might as well do it in style.
Yeah, in a very flashy way with that very red color of Ducati. I'm like, why not? We haven't seen it so far. So, like you mentioned, we've seen the Gold Emirado before, but hey, also the all-new RPA series, the Royal Pass A series available for you guys. If you want to be one of the Power Rangers up there, like why not? They have a variety of colors for it. There's more than that. There's going to be cosmetic for your arsenals and also the rifles. There's also new backpack, a bit pinkish, not my taste, but hey, back towards the Dino Crown. I mean, like you saw the trailer before. I'm thinking, how many shots do you need to actually take a T-Rex down?
I have no clue, but it looks like for the smaller ones you can solo, but what I'm guessing is for the bigger ones you might need friends. Regardless whether or not you decide to, to take it down or, have it as a best friend, it's going to be a very interesting way to enjoy the game. Because as you said before, when it's all about competition, you sometimes need to chill out and just have some fun. But let's talk about the overview of this tournament first. Now, for you guys who just came in today, starting from yesterday all the way till June number 4, we're having 5 matches per day from yesterday, in fact, until this Sunday, where we have 20 teams that will be randomly put into groups A, B, C, D, and E, and we're going to be having 4 groups per match. Now for June 7 to 11 will be week 2, where we'll be also seeing 5 matches today from Wednesday till Sunday, and we're going to be reshuffling these groups, and finally on week number 3 from Friday to Sunday, where we're going to have 6 matches per day. The top 16 teams will be going to the finals.
And there's only one slot for each region coming out from PMPL Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, and also the World Cup later on, where they will place themselves in the next stage of PMSL 4. which is going to be the PUBG Mobile Super League, not the Shotgun League. But this is going to be super important for these guys, especially coming up from GE. This is their game for redemption because of why they made it before in PMSL, but they didn't have the result they wish or they expected to when it comes to last season. So this is where they want to make a comeback. But when it comes to the bonus point, every single time with this, I think it was like what 2-3 seasons that we're having this kind of patch and also this kind of format where we do have weekly bonus based on their overall ranking points later on, where the first place taking 20 points away, the last place will take only 1 point. And both week 1 and week 2 will bonus will be add up, and then it will be tracking to the grand finals as your initial bonus points.
Regardless, if you guys weren't watching yesterday, these are the groups for this week that'll be happening. Now, Chuchu said that Group D is the group of death, and I'm gonna have to agree. We have GE, who has found a nice balance between aggression and survivability. FOD, I think FOD is still finding their footing, but we all know that FOD is one of the most consistent teams we've seen last season. For WPM, still consistent, not necessarily a team that will come up there for a chicken dinner, but very clean plays. And last but not least, Enigma, who thrives on aggression.
I love this comparison between Smile and Exit because these are the two names being popping off quite a number of times when it comes to those kill feeds and also when it comes to their performance. If you compare head to head, you do know for a fact Exit is a different level of player entirely. You can look at their face and it sparked intimidation. It sparked the fear in you because of how you see the average elimination is 3.2 compared to Smile, more about team play. But when it comes to taking those bold moves, those courageous up front, pushing forward, you have to give it to Exit. Even though he's solo, most of the time he's actually just outflank the rest of the other teams out there and making his own decision and taking care for himself without any support at back. Even the throws used is pretty much similar. All the other stats are pretty much very close. But Small and Master Ichi, they work more towards like a team play. While Exit, yeah, you know what, he's breaking his back carrying yesterday, but you still have to give credit for the supports given out by the rest of APG.
I think it's more about how they execute in this situation. Isn't necessarily, about the stats. I mean, I think if you want to talk about stats, I think for GE, every single player has been, I would say, hitting their shots, getting enough kills, and putting those elimination in terms of numbers in their pocket. It isn't just Smile. Just so it happens that Smile would be, I think, the front rusher or the more aggressive player in the team. But for APG, the idea has been to put APG, as in the idea is Exit, go kill is the way to go for him. And I think that you do notice at one time there will be Marcus that will be there for the follow-up, but I think all eyes should honestly be on Exit as well as Shroud, in my opinion, because the two plays in a very nice set play sort of duo. I like the fact that Shroud is playing in the backside, providing not only support but cleaning up house. So if say Exit wasn't able to secure those picks, he's able to just spray from the long range side. And on top of that, when they play so separately but yet in a way that they are aware of each other's surroundings, they're able to not only watch each other's backs but also go for a more aggressive set play. At the same time, it also allows them to be sneaky. Like we saw yesterday how Shroud was making up so much noise to the point that no one noticed that Exit had breached the compound.
Yeah, it's a very different role that have to be played by the side of Shroud since Exit and Marcus added into APG for this season. Back then, Shroud's always the one who take the front liner, who's the one who be the main fragger or the entry fragger for the team. But this time, I think that this role kind of more suitable for him right now, and it gels so well with APG as a whole. And it just translates into results. But I'm not sure how much longer. Do they have the consistency? Can they keep this going? Or do they start to drain themselves of exhaustion? Because when it comes to League Tash, it's always about how long can you keep up?
Yeah, I'm just worried that this team might be microscoped at one point. I'm really hoping that they have different ways and different approaches to play the game. But if you look at how yesterday was played, I mean, we saw GE and Sin were the two teams to look out for. Now, these are two teams with two varying play styles, where GE is a little bit more aggressive in how they play. They see a team, they will definitely attack. Whoever's in their way or they pass through, they will go for these eliminations. They have a nice idea on how exactly they want to push eliminations, how fast they want to start going for those kills and playing more aggressively. And this is the GE that I prefer watching because they have an idea from this minute to this minute, what do you want to do? From this minute to this minute, what do you want to do? It's so calculated. But for Sin, the idea for them has been about survivability. I mean, to the point that even when there's only 2 players left, 1 player's left, they can still manage to get a chicken dinner at the end. I think the idea for them has been a lot of a wait and see attitude, where they would say, okay, hold your fire first. Don't be a little bit too trigger happy. Wait for your golden opportunity, and they're very aware on when exactly to be doing these executes, and it works so good for them. But in terms of eliminations, GE definitely far ahead of Sin.
But at the same time, the problem with GE, they are quite remarkable when it comes to the sprint, when it comes to the grand finals, but when it comes to consistency, sometimes they are hot and cold. But for today's matches, we're going to starting off as per usual, Sunhawk, Double Wrangle and Murama. But here comes our week 1 ranking. This is the standard 4-star of the day. So Sin got themselves 48 points, which can be 2 points shy from GE. That's very small gap in between, with APG also at a tie with GE for now, even the same amount of chicken dinner, just one difference of elimination points. But for this season and the season before, it's gonna be, we'll be prioritizing over the rank point than the eliminations when it comes to a tie, and then we're only gonna hop onto the chickens, then only we can see the elimination. So the elimination we put as last if there happens to be a tie. But for PBE, I worry for them because we have seen the best for them with this new roster for Avi, and this is entirely like a brand new revamped team as well. They were not in last season, but they were in the previous few seasons. And we do have Ravenwood, Hyena Ravenwood coming in as a new team, and 3 female players with 1 male. I mean, we want to root for this team, but at the same time, they have been very hesitant.
Passive. Very passive.
I won't say it's passive. It's more about them doubting their own decision making, that they have no info, or maybe just a bit of miscom issue between the team, what they want to decide in the next step.
I was actually talking with a few viewers last night for the game, and a lot of them were from Singapore and asking about what I thought about the Singaporean players. And honestly, at this point, we just haven't seen anything for them quite yet. I mean, for FV, I think for FV, what's really exciting about is the name players that they have. It's very exciting to think about how this team has some Malaysian players, some players from Singapore, and these are players who do have tournament experience. So for me, I'm just waiting for the time that the pressure cooker moment finally pops off for them and they start to go ham. I mean, we've seen this happen. I mean, we talk about from Indonesia, BTR back in the day, right? Raja Ngeprank, or what's it, Prank Master, where they would just randomly come back at the end of the season. So, I mean, in these situations, I'm not surprised. But for Ravenwood, what I'm worried about, as you said before, the hesitation coming through. And I also have to add the passiveness, because honestly, they're not really proactive in taking up space. They've been hiding a little bit more on the backside and trying to go for those long-range picks. And the thing is, they don't fully commit to a fight. When you are already shooting at a team and they rush at you, I'm already expecting you to be ready to take them in a fight. Do not run, because in a situation where you run, you're going to be shot from the back. What are you going to do if someone's going to be rushing toward you? Yes, I get that you want to go for those, I would say, those rotation picks, but what if they turn around? And I need them to be able to open up that playbook and say, this is what happens when this situation were to happen. And just feels like they don't have that idea on how exactly to approach these issues.
Speaking of playbook, we do have Playbook Esports, but apparently they're not taking a look over their playbook right now because things are not going so well for them. But hey, theories aside, we're going to put our prediction out, because right now, for today, I don't know what to expect, but I'm rooting for FV. One of the many reasons, because I personally love to see Magic to shine in this wildcard region.
I
because
agree.
He's one of the best players and very humble player as well. He's a very funny guy. I asked him, how do you get your name as Magic? He tried to do some magic card trick. Well, I think it's pretty lame, but it's
That
very
is
cute.
so cute.
Yeah, he's super
Oh, that is
adorable.
so cute.
But
Yeah.
it's so naively like, did you see I did a magic? I'm like, I can see your trick. It's not that, hidden. It's too obvious. But yeah, nice try. But coming from Magna, now this is the team that we both, I'm sorry, I think you have Magna as well, but I'm going to fix that. But coming up from the side of Magna, we do know for a fact that this is the team that we do know they have huge potential for them because of how they were so aggressive yesterday. It's all down to getting the adaptation. That's it. Making everyone on the same page, right? For Harami Bro, I'm a big fan for Pure Skills back in the PMCO days in season way back then. So Alaz and Few has been going into Harami Bro. But yeah, I mean, like, I want to see how they gel well with this new team.
I like the underdog story that you're doing here, but for me, I'm just going to go by trends. And for me, GE and APG have been very consistent throughout yesterday, so I'm going to be going with that at least for now until the tides change for tomorrow. But for MQN here, I'm going to have to agree with you. I love their early game aggressions, and I wish that more teams would do this. I know it's a very high risk play, and a lot of teams are going to agree with me and say, "Are you crazy? You would rather us risk getting knocked out early." But honestly, when you are so confident and quick enough and understand how exactly to do those early picks, it will be so good for you, because not only does it increase your your eliminations in terms of numbers, but also increases your confidence to just roll forward.
Speaking of roll, we have to keep it rolling because the game already started. We're gonna go straight into it. I mean, like, this is a surprise, but hey, welcome back. This is Sunhawk day number 2. I mean, we're straight into the game. We're having Koopa and Boyshon having a go. HWGM against PBE. At least I'm loving PBE going really aggressive for day number 2 here.
I think PBE is just trying to find a way to make up for yesterday, and finding HWG early is just something that they're like saying, okay, this is what we want to do. We have a team that's in front of us so early. Now what we're going to do is just try and get as many weapons as we can and go and play as aggressively. And it's working so well. They already got, what, 2 in the bag? All they have to do is just clean up house. The other 2 members of Here We Go Again is just forced to leave the compound. They barely was able to loot. And this situation is not the best case scenario. PBE not going to be following up with that, and I think it's actually valid, because at this point they are said, okay, we have a full compound for us to be looting, for us to find what we need, and looks like H2R will be the one to keep chasing. I take it back.
But on the side of Enigma, this is going to be a good news for them. They already secured 3 out of 4 players coming up from the side of KE, on top of Bootcamp as well. So all they need to do is find more 1 player. Same goes for HWJ, having a bit of a problem to survive, with PBE going for the rush. So I think they heard us yesterday, Tash. They definitely already step up their game here, rising up the occasion with going full all-out aggressive for day number 2. And well, we do see Yakai will be bleeding out, will not be saved by the side of Mewtwo. Well, Mewtwo, all he needs to do is just, you know, keep on being alive. But at the same time, things gonna be a bit difficult for him with not much utilities on his side.
Aggression. Spooky again. So quick to get that DBS, a jump shot. Clears out the entire side of the team. KE this time around. Today, KE, I mean, this match in particular is just not the best time for them. And meeting up against a team like Enigma, who loves playing aggressively early, I think there are 2 teams I would not want to meet early, and that's going to be Enigma and MQN. These 2 teams love playing so aggressive early. They see you, they loot as quickly as they can, and they try and put in that damage. And speaking of that, MQN, I'm not too sure if they were shooting or Austria was shooting, but for
Both
MQN...
Both are shooting,
Sorry?
I guess.
Both are shooting. Okay, fair enough here. They're going to be long-range fights. And I think for both teams, they are probably very looted up. I mean, if we saw from our trend yesterday, both if these teams are very quick when it comes to knowing where to get their loot very early. And in this situation, now that Austria has this whole compound to themselves, it was just basically a freebie at this point. I'm not sure how long MQN has been up there. I'm hoping that they have looted up. Because if the situation was good, they would be able to not only go inside, perhaps win a CQC, and get the whole area to themselves, on top of getting the supplies that were left by what's the team, Austria.
Speaking of, you know, Enigma, and also back to the side of Magna, they remind me of housewives who's going in a supermarket and got themselves some discount to fight over with. You know, it's like, yo, we gotta grab this fast. We see each other and we need to fight each other. But speaking of the other side of a team, GE taking on another team against a very long-range fight. So I don't think there's going to be an execution out of that. Yep, FOD is going to be the next one. Now, FOD, we're looking for this team so much. They have been very consistent in the last season. Get themselves almost in every single map top 5. Even on the grand finals, they got themselves in the top 3. But when it comes to this fall season, it doesn't seem like they were back in the days during their spring, even though it was this year.
Yeah. I'm not too sure about that because I haven't really been following them closely. But you know what I know?
Yeah. What do you know?
GE is doing really well. GE is doing really well. They always do well.
I mean, like, they are arguably one of the best teams in Wildcard right now due to the last performance. But sometimes, you know, they get a bit intimidated when things are a bit pressure. When it comes to PMSL, we can see they're a bit hesitant to make the call when it comes to the first few days of the league, even the first few weeks, until the very last minute, where there's nothing else to lose. That's where they go really crazy, like they're being unleashed. I wish they start to have that kind of mindset since the start of this wildcard, and maybe even the PMSL if they get it in the future. But yeah, if only they don't have those kind of pressures mounting up to them, they're gonna be fine.
I think dealing with pressure should be part of something that players need to be able to handle, because it is part of the job. We can only hope that they learn from PMSL. It is a new season, a new start for them. And, you know, and I have to say that teams who fail a lot are going to be the teams who learn a lot. And in this situation, I mean, going all the way to PMSL, there has to be a moment where they said, okay, this situation did not work well for us. How can we remedy this issue to make it work in our favor? And
But
speaking of sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I agree with that, because APG is doing that as the exact moment that we're looking over this season, but not so much coming from YG. We talked about this yesterday. They have been, they are legends. They are one of the team that is pretty much pioneer for their own respective region when it comes to PUBG Mobile itself. But for YG side, even though they're not playing it today, they haven't got that sort of revamp that how APG willing to take the risk, taking two new players, even though they are not in the same regions. Or a different country of players, but you know, they're welcoming this new
New blood.
perspective into the game. So I'm looking for more mix and match for all the other teams out there, especially Singaporean teams. We don't see them too much as well. So I'm looking for FV to actually bring that game up.
I think for FV, it's a very interesting situation for them, because they're not necessarily newer players. They are players with this competitive experience. And again, I said about, like, you know, that slow cooker or pressure cooker moment to just pop off for them. But my question is, how long will it take for you to get there, right? I mean, coming into, I think, this past few years, you can see that the leagues are getting shorter and shorter, which builds up that pressure a lot higher. It's not necessarily the worst thing in the world. I mean, given the format as well, it doesn't necessarily allow you to have a lot of time to, you know, to really figure things out. You have to be on your toes. It really, you can really tell which team is a lot more prepared and a lot more adaptable, and which teams are just still stuck in a rut. And I did talk to a lot of I think previous or former pro teams, players rather, who said that they're just not able to keep up with the new metas, with the new changes, with the new paces. And that's where the issue is for a lot of these players. If you're not able to adapt, if you're not able to still play, you know, to play the same performance that you are, even when circumstances change, like it or not, you have to think of a different way to approach the game. And speaking of approaching, it's going to be GE approaching Joseph, FOD. 1 nade, 2 nades actually is all they needed to just send him back to the lobby. There's no mercy from this team, no baiting, just straight up taking them down. Alls just zigzagging across the compound, gets flashed, can't see anything brighter than my future. But playing very safely on the outside of the area. I think what he's trying to do here is play off sound cues. That's why he wasn't really too aggressive, just ready to pop with that DBS. Another nade out. See if it actually hit someone. I don't think so.
They're trying to flush them out with those nades, but the thing is, nobody got it over the backside, so they have an exit out for FOD. So GE will be a bit devastated, knowing for the fact the team is nowhere near be found at this rate. But they are definitely persistently trying to chase the hack for them. On the side of FOD, on the other hand, from the pan to the fire, it seems, because Bro is waiting on the other end, they are taking Painan. Now, this is going to be a march towards the side of Painan. Now, I think the circle more towards on the southern part of the map, based on this kind of circle. Barely you get to see the edge of a circle on top of Painan right now. For the side of GE, well, I just hope they don't waste resources too much, because that's what happened yesterday, right? Because they've been trying to take out one player by putting too much resources, but when they actually needed to use those resources, it went out dry.
Yeah, that's what happens when you just take way too many fights. I mean, there are some teams who love to do that. Then as soon as you hit circle number 3, you want to go aggressive, you're out of bullets, you're out of throwables, you're out of, you know, health kits. MQN this time around will be in the blue zone still. I'm not a big fan of slow rotates in this particular map, because number 1, blue zone hurts a lot more than before. And number 2, gatekeepers. And you see a lot of teams playing the gatekeepers in this map. You don't necessarily have to be close to the side of the circle either. So long as you have a high ground and know where exactly to watch, you can land those nice shots because it is not necessarily the biggest maps. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to go for the longest picks at the same time. WPM this time will be running into G-Lab. Migs so very low. A nade comes out. It's gonna be Shroud that throws it. I have no clue what's going on here. I think it's a four-way one. Another one comes through. Amas, he wants to try and go for that pickup. Not quite happening yet. As the circle is pulling, he has to figure out a way to save his teammate and be able to get those picks or be able to get out alive. But I don't think it's going to be the issue because if you saw how the other player, G-Lab, is just right beside them, all he has to do is just jump shot and just pick them out. But I think for G-Lab, they're just going to say, okay, I don't think I want to take this fight anymore because the best thing for us to do is just get out of here because the circle is going to move a lot faster than usual. We do not want to get caught on the side of the circle when other teams are rotating inside, not this early.
No, the thing is, that was a very long shot. If you look at the map just now, APG was across the street on a different hill entirely. That was like 300 meters apart. And there's so many structures in between. They still managed to knock on one. But that's also the reason why they cannot close up the deal just now. Even though they got that one knock, they cannot possibly march into West Point because it's more than one team. But happen to be a very soon-to-be clashes, inevitable clashes. Maybe possibly the moment the rest of APG start to move singles for the side of West Pomamba. Exit once more, finding his victims while he's on the run. Talking about Exit, kind of being stretched from stretch apart from the rest of the roster and take his own initiative to find any frags by himself.
Yeah, I just really have to give it to him. How just very ballsy he has been in this tournament. He's not afraid to rotate alone.
There's
and
nobody
honestly,
here.
I want to say he's getting support from his teammates, but not really because the way that he has positioned himself does not allow for that support to happen. His teammates are all the way inside one compound. If you look at MQN just now, we just said that we wanted to see more, at least from teams from Singapore, and right now, MQN on a rampage. They're in a blue zone. They managed to get some picks. FV as well. These two Singaporean teams are starting off really hot today.
Yep, coming up, Magic's managed to secure those kills and those knocks. Side of APG, they're still on top of Sami for now. A bit separated for Exit, but hey, it's Exit. He can take care for himself, right? He doesn't need that much support. You know what he's doing for the rest of the team, giving so much intel for the rest of the roster as well. But West Point Mamba, on the other hand, ball move, jumping on top of the rooftop and giving away his positions to those actually on the high grounds. This is a very dangerous game they are playing for West Point Mamba. But on the side of Ozja, things are not doing so great on the other end. They got one knockdown, but at least they still can recuperate themselves with this distance kind of a shot being called by the side of West Point Mamba. PBE H2R taking on GE. You mentioned about GE being very wise about the decision making at the rotation, but right now they're being caught off guard. Two of them being knocked, and we talked about Shroud early before, and now Shroud is taking the baton as a fragger.
Oh man. Dangerous situations, but Shroud does actually trade out. In this situation, Exit does find another member. Is going to be cool. Circle pulling up toward Nakhan as well as Tambang, and this is where it gets kind of complicated. APG has that, I would say, the pressure on the area of Northern Sami. So, like it or not, PBE has to take this fight. And PBE yesterday did not have a good day. And meeting up with APG at Sami northern side while they're inside of the blue zone, not the best way to be. Because how they're playing is that you have one very aggressive Exit inside of the blue zone near the compound. He can play the sheep herder, just herding them toward his team, or they can face the wrath of his bullets while he's just running out in the blue zone. Regardless, they're not going to be crossing the area, not while APG is holding. And speaking of holding, Scotty not being able to hold on to real life to his vehicle, goes down. Sky as well goes down because MQN has something to say about it and says that today is Firepower Day and I'm taking you down.
G-Lab was rotating blindly with two teams already waiting at the other end, but on the side of the guys of Asians, TGOA, KH is having a bit of a problem to just survive with the blue zone closing in, but the DBS make wonderful work. He still secure one. At least he didn't go empty-handed by himself.
Spoogle all alone here, not too sure as other teammates out there are around, but they do hit the nade onto Dale. He also took some damage from that molly at the same time, rushing away. This BRO, they have a nice little area they're holding. It's a bigger terrain. But the blue zone will be pushing in. And speaking of pushing, it's going to be Spooky. What a range hit onto range himself. Dale as well, taking up more damage. Not the best way to be as MM goes down eventually. I'm not sure how's going there, but Exit now out of the game. We were just talking about him a lot. I think a lot of people have started to mark him. By coming back to the game here as V Vipers, they do have a compound, but this compound is not inside of the circle. They can still play around it, at least until the circle pushes. They can just slowly walk into the circle while gatekeeping BRO in that area. Deja eating a lot of damage from Dale, but Dale, I'm not too sure how aggressive he's gonna go here. I would rather see him rush toward range. He's running out of time. Deja does get taken out by Spooky as well. Not the best situation. Enigma being a lot, or rather a pester. Stopping everyone or just third-partying everyone and anything they can see outside of the circle.
So many things that we don't know that's happening on top of the map just now. Camera's a bit funky today, but good job, observers. We are rooting for you still. But back to us, the other teams. APG still fighting against the blue zone. Same goes for the side of PBE. While they were running away from blue zone, they still got eliminated anyways. But Osja nearby to his Nakam. His green Nakam circle is West Point Mamba. Park in the center already, and Enigma can just gatekeep on the northern side. While MQ and they try to play the gatekeep game, but it didn't work out so well for them. Right now they're being left with only one last play, if I'm not mistaken, 2 of them remaining. And they have to fight against the entirety of APG who have the full confidence when it comes to the Sanhok map.
APG this time around losing their main firepower, but it doesn't matter because we do still have Marcus and Shroud. Sonic as well has been pretty decent and giving his team a lot of pressure and space. Just I spit that Marcus goes down immediately, 2 down for APG. But for them to survive this long, all they have to do is just get the top 10. They're already pretty much in, or the top 5 will be better for them, honestly, if they're able to survive. But Konzi does find speed. In this situation, MQN 2 versus 2 right now. Not too sure where the other members are. Shroud and Sonic playing side by side. They're making sure they're not putting too much space between them. A trade potential, if you may, is something that they so desperately need. Speaking of desperate, both teams desperate to get or take space in the circle. And like enough, they want to move out of the area. They have to get this pick. They have to win this fight. As Toki, playing very quietly prone behind this rock, trying to get some information. They are looking the wrong way. They have a general idea where APG is, but they also are trying to be wary that third parties would be happening. As we just said that it's going to be GE that's stealing MQN away, and now Yura all alone.
Time is not on their side. They like it or not, they have to make a budge. Both MQN and APG walk themselves in a trap. The moment they are playing with the time, the clock's ticking, and the blue zone is not that forgiving. We're talking about the 6th stage of the blue zone. Will hurt them like hell. APG will force to take the fight. DBS on both players. Never mind changing rifle. Going for the sprays. DBS didn't clip. That's going to be the loss of MQN. They triumph their victory for now for APG, but they don't have that much time to celebrate just yet because they need to march forward. GE left with only Master Smile. APG will try to take them down, but Enigma, if they spot out Smart, it's going to be 1 bonus point. And never mind Spooky, spot out Smart, the rest of the team just molding over. Now APG left with 2. They need to just cut through into the circle before letting Enigma chasing the heck out of them. For Ulja and West Pomamba, at least they're still having a bit of a truce, not trying to fight each other. We're going to have a bit of a peaceful time before we start to fight for our top 3. Because right now they are in the center. They got themselves the circle.
Surprised that Mewtwo is still able to hold on this long. He's gonna try and rush into Circle Magics. I think he has already heard the footsteps. Check your corners! Not gonna be happening! Magics are just so sneaky with that. And now we are down to our top 5 with FV outside the circle. They do have a compound. They're gonna have to try and find a way to move in. And I think the ideal way for them to play is to not only just take up space, but move in together. Enigma also outside the circle. This is a problem. Why this is happening is because a lot of teams want to have that cover. They don't want to go inside because it's a very, very open area. And on top of that, they want to be the teams that makes sure that no team is able to get inside. I'm curious to see how many teams are there in terms of where they're positioned, so I can really figure out how exactly this team is going to go. WPM has a compound to themselves as well, and APG is still so far out into the blue. Osja, if I remember correctly, had a nice little compound as well as a full control of the southern side of the circle. Look at how they've positioned themselves on this terrain. It allows for a crossfire, it allows themselves to go for those, I would say, long-range picks. And on top of that, if any team were to have some fights, they will try and third party to get those, I would say, those picks and just steal as many points as they can.
APG, this is going to be the toughest circle they have to fight against. Hoping the circle will end up on top of them. If not, they have to cross that street. It's an open field, open plain. You'll be exposed. But lucky enough, they still got themselves a UAZ, a cover top at that. For Enigma, they start to move because they know for a fact that the blue zone is not... the circle's not in their favor. They have to just push forward. But the problem is not much covers for the moment they get out from this compound. APG is right across them, still comprised inside of a circle. But for Enigma, on the other hand, all they need to do is just march tiny bit forward. There's a couple of small houses right across that street. But to get out from here, they at least got themselves a couple of smokes. They're being shot from afar. It's going to be Avi start fighting. Same case for West Point Mamba. West Point Mamba, they have a huge chance of winning this. While Enigma bleeding out in the middle of the street. The only one that managed to flee and get safely into the circle is going to be Spooky with almost full HP. Cooper, so low of might getting knocked down very soon. But APG finally being eliminated due to their position. It's just so difficult for them to actually cross the street in the first place. But the one have high chance winning this is going to be West Point Mamba and Oja. It's down to these two teams to fight it out in the last battle. But for Avi, Juggy just going to play for the healing game for now. Just trying to survive and wait out for Oja versus West Point Mamba here.
And both teams are not getting the mercy of the circle right now. But the one team that's more proactive is going to be Austria. Full control, 3-1 sort of play, and they have the high ground. But WPM, they have the advantage in terms of terrain as well as the buildings. So let's see how exactly it's going to go. The team with the opening pick, it's going to be Austria, quickly finding Gerald and immediately almost going down. You know what? Gotta go down. Eventually, Skynet is not letting it slide. They want to take and whittle down this team in terms of numbers. It was a 4v4, now down to a 3v4. Already one more. Amas goes down. Puffbot rushing up forward, playing so closely with his teammates as Ranzer rushing in to flank on for the other side. They spray inside the compound. Federalis with the bomb. Does find Astro eventually. A nice shot to the face. Federalis a bit too close, and Ranzer finds someone, and Austria gets our first chicken dinner of the day.
It was not an easy chicken dinner. Provided that West Point Mamba actually do have the compound, they are the one that actually have the walls to be to take covers from. But Oja, they pushed themselves into it, knowing for the fact if they don't take action now, they will never land themselves this chicken. I'm loving the fact they really fight their way, brute force in to get this chicken, and is well deserving. Congratulations for Oja Esports making a very good start for the day. Yesterday have been super quiet for them, but today they're coming in super strong.
Man, Austria. I think that this map was honestly really good for them because not only were they proactive in taking up space, but they also got prime condition in terms of their positioning. And this is what I talked about in terms of coming into the circle early, getting predicting where the circle might go can give you a lot of value, and Austria has been doing just yet. Yesterday was a little bit of a down day for them, at least in the beginning of the day, but we saw them starting to really heat up toward the end of the day, and I'm really liking the fact that they learned a lot, they adjusted a lot, and because they ended the day in such a, I would say, quite a high note, they were able to, I would say, snowball this into today as well. They understood how exactly they wanted to take this game. They control all the momentum because of their high ground positioning, and this allowing WPM to reposition themselves gave them a lot of space and a lot of aggression to work with. And I absolutely knew as soon as Gerald went down, you saw them just immediately turn the volume out to 100.
But this time, you know, this is going to be your favorite player to get the MVP. This time it's going to be Skynin. We do know this veteran like the back of our hand. He's been here forever, and he definitely got the guts to actually push forward. He definitely translates a lot of damage output when it comes to compare with those eliminations. It not really tally up, but it's more than enough damage output to get those 4 eliminations. But as a whole, we didn't actually keep in account how many eliminations they actually secured for the side of Oja or just Esports.
For Austria, I think that for Skynin, this is where I would say where his experience really showed. I just now in that particular game, you saw Skynin sort of like taking the lead role in leading this charge for the team. I don't know why, but it really translated into how the team moved around, how they took that fight as well. Because as soon as you saw Gerald go down, yes, his teammate wasn't able to knock them out, but immediately you saw a very proactive move from Skynin to go and take up space, to nearly eliminate Gerald and then rush forward. Because they knew that inside of the building is where WPM will be hold, and all they have to do is just play on the outside, kind of choke them and then slowly breach into. Regardless, teams to watch right now will be Austria, Enigma, WPM, and FB. And honestly, at this point, Austria, we saw the chicken dinner. Enigma, we saw how aggressive they were and how great they were at getting those, I would say, long-range picks. And it was honestly really fun because you were like, where the heck did QB steal that pick from? Because they weren't even close to the other teams. And it was just so fun to see this different approach of aggression from Enigma.
I have to say, this is one of the most fastest Sunhawk we witnessed today because, I mean, like, they have been shooting non-stop since the first stage where we saw, even though we got themselves played yesterday's Sunhawk, maybe because of different group playing here today, they definitely have a lot of clashes as a start. And not just that, within just less than a minute, we have so many teams fighting over and over again. So many teams that not expected. Some teams, including, I think, who was it that run straight? Was it Bro or Magna? They're running straight into, sorry, was it FOD? We're running straight into two teams at a time without any information before they start to migrate into the circle. So that's going to be a lot of questionable moments that we didn't get to witness the entirety of it. But hey, at least Austria Esports, they got themselves 9 eliminations. But when you compare with the Enigma, we've talked about so many times, Enigma and Magna, they love early fights so much. And they scored 12. They don't care for their rank points because they do know for a fact all that matters right now, they're going to aim for those eliminations. You know, if we survive or not is a bonus. But at least we got double digit this time.
I like that mindset. I like the mindset of going into the game and knowing what you want. I mean, we saw GE do that. It really translated to gameplay. We saw WPM do that in terms of how they want to play into survivability and aggression. And today, Austria joins those ranks. Enigma as well has done very, very well in terms of eliminations. I think today in this map, it really favors their style of play. It's not as aggressive as what we saw yesterday when they were a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more, I would say, active in terms of rotating and taking up, I would say, space and compounds, but it doesn't really translate to their gameplay. So they took a step back and said, okay, how can we play aggressively but also survive? Third party, stealing kills, watching around and making sure that we know where each fight is happening and just steal whatever we can. Regardless, APG just taking back the first place spot, getting themselves 54 points today, and GE, since they weren't able to go really far, especially in this map, they take second place with 51, only a 3-point deficit at this point. Now Sin, the team with 2 chicken dinners, dropping down to 4th place. We haven't seen them play quite yet, but I think for today, since they're not playing Sanhok, it might be a whole different story because we didn't really see them shine until the maps that were Myanmar as well as Erangel.
But what surprises me is going to be a second page of a team. We do see quite a number of eliminations coming up from PBE and Harame Bro with 12 eliminations. That's quite a high number still if you compare with all the teams up there, including Vipers. Vipers can pretty much try to balance out both. But CFU, Magna will be the team to watch out for when it comes to second page because they can just rise up the occasion anytime since they are one of the teams that's super aggressive, even though they are kind of a rookie team, not really a rookie player, but as an org and as an entire team of a roster, they are definitely a rookie for this season. But coming up from Bro, PBE, and also Ravenwood, Hyena Ravenwood, they need to do something about this because they cannot be stagnant at the bottom page of very bottom for the longest time because it's been 2 days in a row now and haven't got themselves a bit of a bump to make a comeback.
TGOA is definitely an interesting team for me because you do see their names come up in the kill feed. It always happens. But it doesn't seem like they are finishing their food. They're not securing their kills. And because of that, they get third-partied a lot. They're not very aware. They need to take time to really figure out who's going to be the one watching their backs when they're going in for that 4v4s. And what's going to be happening in the situation that, yes, they get those picks. They should really focus on securing those picks instead of like, I don't know, I think they're not able to because they all die at the same time. They're down to one person and then just getting eliminated. I would love to see a change in how exactly they approach these sort of executes. Regardless, Erangel performance, we can see Sin, WPM, YG, and GE. I think these are the usual suspects that we can see on this particular map. Sin in particular has gotten chicken dinners on this. They're great at survivability, not the highest in terms of eliminations, but so far they're doing well. Same goes for West Point Mamba. There was a little bit of a miscommunication in their play yesterday, but I think that for West Point Mamba, they are definitely a team that learns pretty quick. So I'm quite just curious to see how exactly yesterday's mistake can be translated into their gameplay today. YG is an interesting one to me because it shows like we didn't really see them go a little bit too aggressive or just really shine until the end of the day. So I'm wondering if that heat can be brought forward into match 2.
Match 2 is definitely the most important one. Same goes for match number 3 because we do know Rango will be super important for these teams. It's going to be the most map we played by any sort of tournament. If you're not mastering it now, is this the time for you to learn and adapt with all the other teams as well? But speaking of the next map, we do have A, B, C, D playing, which is going to be Group E, just sitting out for now, which could be APG Esports, Vipers Clan, TJOA, and G Lab. These are the teams that will not be playing. And APG, they just barely make it to number 1 spot. Now have to have a break for a bit, which I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but at least they get to play the whole day after this to make up their loss in case they need to, revise some sort of mistake they did early on. But the teams that won't be playing for the last game of the day, which can be Group B, Magna Esport, Falcon Esport, KE, and Team Harami Bro. This is where they want to push all cylinders out, because if they don't try to gain as much point as possible with these 3 maps left for them, there's no way for them to actually make up for day number 2 here.
Yeah. I think that for APG, not playing this first map can be a good thing, but for predictions for me, Sin, GE, Austria, this speaks for itself. My prediction speaks for itself, but what about yours, Juju?
I want to see something new. We did actually witness FV kind of very aggressive, trying to, bring something new to the table instead of trying to play it as just normal standard yesterday. Today, they are trying to, meet up more expectations when it compared to yesterday. Magna, on the other hand, I love this team. I love how bold they can get, how they're willing to take the risk, even though it's something that they are unsure of. It's always a 50-50 when you go in for the rush, when you go in for the fights, right? But they're willing to take it. And if they keep this going, they might actually find a final formula to actually make things work. So all they need to do is just that tiny bit of push. For me, Bro is another team that have huge potential. Very veteran players. You're talking about Alas and also who was the other one? Alas and one more guy who coming out from Pure Skills. They used to be playing Alas and Few, sorry. Even Alas used to play for Blacklist International back in the days, but it didn't work out as a team right now since they're separated. But for Few, he played on a different team after they done with Pure Skills back in 2019 when it comes to their game, and now they're back together again. So I don't know how much they learned when they're being separated between these 2 players back in the days, and now they're coming back as a whole team. So I want to see if they can make something extraordinary. Like if you want to say, okay, Wildcard don't have that much exposure compared to all the teams like MYTH, Thailand or Vietnam, right? I would like to disagree on that, because they pretty much starting off the same as all the other teams. Now this make me asking them, pretty much have this big question in my head right now. Why is it so hard for them to actually catch up with all the other regions? Because you do know for a fact that Wildcard barely make it out for PMSL, right? There's only 1 place and 1 spot for them, which happen to be GE. But the thing is, if you compare their experience, pretty much on the same level, the timeline is the same. But what make it so different for this guy? Is it really the exposure? Is it really difference of mindset, or is it just the perspective? Because if you're being left out like here, and you're not joining up the rest of the other regions in South Asia, then you will never be up there. That's a big concern for this guy. So I want to see if they're willing to take a step forward to do something they're very uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's always really, I think that one thing that I really want to see from these players is sometimes you want to see a big change in how exactly they approach these matches, these games, and I think APG proves that change can happen. While it did take a while for it to come here, it does show in a roster shuffle, in a change of how exactly they play their dynamics. And sometimes, there are moments where I've seen some players, like, they've been playing a rusher for years. They played the front line for years and suddenly moved into a support. And a lot of, I think, people or the audience would question, why on earth is this a thing? He was a star player. He was the rusher. Why did you move him back? But now you see, like Shroud, right? Taking up a backstab. Why is it so great for him? Because he doesn't have to worry about staying alive anymore. He can focus more on things that he's good at, like landing his shots. And I think that this is something that a lot of teams can learn and I think translate into their gameplay as well. Now, when you talk about like mindset, perspective, perspective shift, I'm gonna have to agree with you. Some of these teams, I understand that region has been a big issue when it comes to scrimming with players from another country. I have seen teams actually, like some organizations actually fly their players out of their country to another region just to scrim and get more information or learn how to play better. Because at the end of the day, you are in one small pond, and you might be a big fish in this pond, but as soon as you move into a bigger pond like PMSL, this is where you start to struggle, because there are teams who are a little bit more adept in understanding different region styles of play, and these understandings can really change how you approach a game, how you can kind of handle your aggression. Like, some regions play like very, very aggressively, just press the front button and just like, just push forward and just like play as aggressively as they can and hope that it can translate into every single match. But then you do have teams that understand how exactly to counter strat this outstrat or counter strat this sort of plays. And this is why it's very important to play or scrim with players or teams from other countries. But I don't know what happens behind the scenes in terms of these discussions. Perhaps it might be, I would say, a comfort issue, how the players are more comfortable playing aggressive. So in that situation, you have to think about like, okay, how can I play as aggressively as I want, but still being able to survive when we're outstratted or we're counter-stratted. And I think that, looking at Enigma today, they're still playing aggressive, but they stayed a little back. That was a nice change in pace. Not the biggest change in pace, but it was still an adjustment.
But I love the fact that, Enigma, yeah, they've always been like that. I mean, like, they have been always aggressive, but it's just sometimes they're a bit too reckless. That's the thing. It's okay to be aggressive, but sometimes you have to have information first before you start to make a move. That's happened multiple times, but sometimes you just miscalculated the timings of it as well, because there'll be a lot of team migrating, and you didn't actually, when you tell your vision on a certain fight, you didn't actually keep track with the time that you actually spent in those battles. So you might actually drag it way too long, and that will be the same time the other teams are actually marching in. Now, you did mention before you're not a big fan when it comes to leg rotation and playing in the places, right? For me, I hate to break it, but it is what it is. These days, the meta itself, it's a lot of 1-3 formation. It's going to be one lurker or one flanker or one scout going out trying to find infos, or in this case, APG acts as pretty much the lone wolf fragger.
Lone wolf,
doing a lot of job by himself. It's going to be 1-3 all the time. But because of the DBS plays, there's one thing. So you don't want to be in the center because it's going to be a huge AoE you have to deal with.
Yeah, it's hard
yourself.
To hold on to the center of the circle if you're there so very early. Yeah, I have to agree with you on that.
And also at the same time, because of a lot of third-party plays these days, it forces the player to have this insecurity inside of them. You know what? It's best for us to play along with the blue zone instead. So we do know for a fact there's nobody else marching up from our backs. So it's not really a bad thing, but if everybody start to play that way, then you're gonna see a lot of times that the center of the circle is quite vacant. So many times you see the circle ended up in no man's land, or maybe the max teams that actually get into the circle is just like, what, 2 teams? That's it.
Sorry, not too sure what happened. I think Chuchu's mic cut out there, but it's all right. Sorry, you can go ahead. I think your mic's back.
No, it's okay. I mean, I'm done with my point, because we're gonna head into a wrangle. And so far we have yesterday's a lot of shooting range, right? We don't see a lot of SMB, we don't see a lot of general circle in the center of the main peninsula, but I don't know, I feel like today is going to be different, not on the northern side so much, but if it actually ended up on the northern side, I'm just gonna keep quiet for the entire day, because I don't want to see the northern circle anymore.
Yeah, I think we saw a lot of that yesterday. We did see quite a nice circle before a game remake yesterday, which was toward Very Pure, Pre-Mosque, and a bit of SMB. I thought that was a very interesting circle, and I was looking forward to that circle. I mean, while some people say that we're hoping for, a standard circle so we can see the full range of gameplay, I prefer these, I would say, strange circles, because I want to see how players can adapt to these situations. And I think that's what makes it so fun about a battle royale, because you want to see how players adapt in a lot of situations, in situations where you don't expect. And I think that's, we talked about this before, right? 30% of a battle royale has always been RNG. What weapon you're going to get first, the flight path, as well as the circle, where is it going to go? And it's always very fun when you have to see a circle sort of like kind of hover between SMB as well as mainland. And on top of that, it's not the closer side of the island, it's like the big side, where you have to really figure out, do I want to hold Ferry Pier, or do I want to be on the very left side of SMB? Regardless, I think that for yesterday, for SMB, a lot of teams were were very great at handling rotations. We started to see, the set plays to come through. I think for GE especially, it really showed in how they played, how they were able to get eliminations. They were very aggressive, but not over aggressive to the point that they lose their members. They have an idea on how exactly to survive, on how exactly, if say one member goes down, how is that play gonna go? Immediately one player rotates forward, putting in the pressure to the enemy team so they're not able to trade out or take that pick, and the teammate goes to for that revive. But at the same time, Sin is also playing it very smart. They're really good at surviving. They lose 2, 3 so very early, and they're still able to survive till the end. And I think that the idea of not playing aggressive and surviving and allowing those kills or picks to come to you toward the end of the circle can also work very well, because it actually translates into Sin's number of eliminations for Erangel.
Now I know it's a bit confusing for you guys watching right now because we saw the timer back then, but I definitely heard there's an queue regarding a remake, so I'm just going to reconfirm that with the production side. But for now, I think there will be a bit of a remake with that map, so I mean, like, it's going to be interesting circle if it happens to be this one. But we're gonna have to wait and see. Take it away for a bit for me, Tash. Thanks.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no worries. Okay, so I think that another team that I really want to see come up today, I mean, like I was talking a bit about Singaporean teams. I think as Singaporeans, as Singapore joins the wildcard, it is definitely a whole new world for them, because previously we saw Singapore was playing with MY, SG, and PH. And now they have joined here. And I think like what's really interesting about this is the fact that for Singapore, it's gonna be they have to be understanding on how exactly they want to be playing or just taking up this space in terms of the game as well. They have to figure out how exactly to play with teams like APG, who are very aggressive, Enigma as well at the same time. And at the same time as well, there are also going to be teams or players that are super passive. I think that what really what biggest difference that Singapore is going to face is like changing the way they playing with Malaysian players. If you know that PMPL MYSGPH is primarily dominated by Malaysian players, and you can tell that most of their gameplay has been very aggressive. You can expect very bold pushes onto a compound and immediately just like 4 vehicles rushing toward a compound and immediately rushing inside, or a long range pick, one player goes down immediately rushing forward. That has always been, I would say, the classic play or the classic way that they want to approach a game. Now when you enter a new region where you have some teams who are a little bit more passive, some teams who are really quick on the rotation, some teams who are a little bit more passive on the rotations, it makes it really hard to figure out what exactly is the type of play that we are going to be expecting, and how exactly are we going to be counter-structing that. I'm wondering if this is the problem that's being faced by FV as well as Ravenwood and MQN. I think MQN has had a pretty good, I would say, run in trying to figure out how exactly they want to approach this. I love their aggression. They brought that gameplay or that game style from the Singapore region, the Malaysia region. They brought it into this game, but understanding that twist, that survivability they need to have in terms of playing as a team. I think it's very similar to what we expect from Enigma, although I think Enigma, they thrive because they have a lot more experience in this particular region. But I think given time, MQN can really go far, and I'm really keeping my eye on them.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, we want to see the story of the underdogs, right? It would be great. And I want someone or some team to actually start the ripple effect, knowing for the fact the other teams, they cannot be complacent. Even though you are veteran teams, you have been in PUBG Mobile for the longest time. And I really wish, and it's my dream to see Wildcard region to get #1 in PMSL, honestly speaking, because I want to make all the other teams out there that used to be the ties to Vietnam, example, even MY region, have been Indonesia even, have been very comfortable knowing for the fact they're always are taking the trim for themselves. They're always on the podium spot, right? It will be a big surprise for them, a slap in the face with a slipper even, if the World Cup finally...
Slipper.
The Wildcard get themselves the podium spot. They got the championship, and that just hit them. Reality hits that, you know what, we're being left behind. We need to do something now because the Wildcard is catching up to us. They might actually play even better than us in the future. But for now, I wish that will happen. But all they need to do is have a bit of confidence. That's the thing I feel like it's a bit lacking coming up from the side of Wildcard. It's because when it comes to Sea League, that's where we start to see they're a bit. They start to, I don't know. It feels like they've been shook to the core due to the pressure itself. Yes, having a bit of pressure with that adrenaline rush helps, but too much of it will be very counterproductive.
I think that for me personally, I would love to see more than one slot for this particular region for wildcard. I think that because it's such a melting pot of this region of so many different countries and game styles and gameplay. I would love to see two representatives, hopefully from two different countries, to really meet up with the other players from the more dominant regions. And I think that this would really help in terms of, you know, not only making the viewers of the wildcard a little bit more, I would say, hyped to see more teams to be able to go forward, but also to be able to have a little bit more hope that we're going to be seeing our country to come through. Because I understand the fact that, you know, for a lot of teams, you know, under just seeing that one slot can be very daunting, and just making it there and knowing and playing with I think regions that they've never played before can be very, very, you know, difficult at the same time. Again, I would like to remind like these teams that, you know, pressure is something that they need to deal with. I remember there was an esports team, I can't remember whether it was APG or YG, that had an esports psychologist. I had a conversation with him last year during my interview, during analysis, and we were talking about the mental health of players. And I think that this is not talked about a lot in terms of how exactly each player or each team, I would say, approaches this, because it's not just about like depression and all that kind of stuff. It's more about like how exactly they handle this pressure. How do we keep a calm mind in situations where there's only 2 members left? How do we keep a calm mind when we're not being able to get into the circle? When things get very desperate, how do we just try to keep a straight head and making sure that we're able to create a solid game plan as we try to find a way into the circle? Like, I think in this region itself,
I thought there was a Thai team, because I remember that was
it Thai
Coach
team?
Tanny who actually mentioned that, if I'm not mistaken.
I cannot
Coming
remember
from the
already.
Bacon Boys, I think. I think it's
Was
one of those
Bacon?
teams. Yeah.
Was it Bacon time?
Oh, I think it was Bacon time, possibly, because
But
I
I was-
remember
yeah.
he's one of the guys that's super friendly, right, Coach Tanny, and he's super fun.
Oh,
to
that
interview
wasn't
with.
that wasn't him that I
That wasn't
interviewed.
him.
It was
I try to
it was
remember. I
Wildcard.
remembered that as well. That
Yeah.
some of team do have their own therapists, so the players
Yeah.
won't have to, you know, bottle in every single thing they have to endure, because it's not an easy thing to be a pro player. Like, you know what, we're just gonna do a bit of PSA reminder for you guys. Be nice, keep supporting your favorite team, because these guys have been investing their entire youth and life to get here in the first place, and the grind was not easy. We're talking about they've been, how do I put it in words? It feels like, you know, when you're in prison but you have to do a lot of work every day, that kind of grind, just to make sure you get out one day and you be the champ. And there's only
Yeah.
one spot for that, and that's worse, because if you're in prison, you can get out freely after you've done your time. Like, these guys, there's only one spot for them, and everybody willing to invest their life for that reason only, and it's not easy. And you have to compete against thousands, maybe even millions of players who can be better than you at that point as well. So you have to have that kind of confidence, and it's so hard to build that confidence for themselves, because, you know, there'll be a lot of doubt, especially when you're IGL. You keep questioning, did I make the right call? Did I make the right decision to go here and there? Did I make the right call to split my teams into 2 sides or put this formation for this kind of fight? Because it is so easy to blame and point finger, but the one who actually has the shoes on have to deal with it way more than the rest of the other players, because it's not easy to make a call shot, especially when you are in a critical place where you're being ambushed by 2 teams at a time, and you have to deal with what's happening to you, but you also have to take care of your teammates as well at the back. It's like you're a dad and a mom at the same time.
Wow. Wow, a dad and a mom. Yeah, I think that when it comes to a lot of teams, I mean, yeah, I was interviewing some players. Some of them were talking about how, you know, it's not the IGL that makes the decisions. Sometimes it's the players themselves, and it's up to the IGL to accept or reject the decision. Regardless, after that, Wade really loved the fact that we talked about mental health for a bit, especially for these players, because as we know, as fans, it's easy to get very passionate, but I think some kindness is definitely needed in this game. Regardless, as we go into the first Erangel map of the day, guys, why don't you tell us in the chat which team you guys want to see coming up on top? What's your prediction? Because you've heard Choo and I's today. What about yours? And tell us why you think they deserve to happen. Whether it be Ozja, if it's Tainin that's the best in the game, or whether it's going to be GE, because GE's style is just so very aggressive. 10 seconds to go now. Get ready, buckle up your seatbelts, because here we go. The first Erangel of the day is about to happen. Let's go.
the irony of the start of a day, Tash, when we are taken by surprise to start the game in a swift manner at first. And then the second game is a very long pause indeed, but there's some tactics here at the back, and we solved that issue already. And we're happy to bring you the first Erangel map of the day, coming up from SMB. Seveni splitting the map into two sides, but favoring more towards the right end of map itself. But it's always about the circle. I just wish you don't have shooting range anymore, but I think there's going to be only one team dropping around Northka military base so far. It's going to be OJAS Esports or OJAS. I'm not sure if there's going to be another team occupying SMB for now, but HWG love to drop around Jungle Pool at the southern part or around Hospital. Some of the team will take away Primos. If I'm not mistaken, there's going to be only one team taking Primos. That's going to be CFU Gaming, but the rest of them, it depends. PBE always love to drop around Milta, so far it's untouched. Back towards the side of Pochinki, I want to see. Yesterday we had like 3 teams, if I'm not mistaken, on top of Pochinki.
Yeah, honestly, I was quite surprised at how many teams dropped there because, as far as I remember, a lot of teams, they kind of you do this sort of gamble, right, and just avoid Pochinki, and then the team that is a little bit more ballsy that drops there picks it on top. But I think for today, as teams start marking where each team has dropped, we're gonna start seeing a change in the drop spot, and not necessarily the circle that we saw yesterday, but still the same one that was before that remake. Now, 2 teams. Actually, 3 teams dropping on SMB, and this is very interesting because there is one player from FV there. Not sure, I think the other players of FV are dropping a little bit toward the north side. So this definitely makes things a little bit more interesting, but definitely a very high-risk play because not only is he having to look away or just try to survive, Austria there, they have to cross by CFU, who's on toward the northern side of the western bridge of SMB. Regardless, now for WPM, I think this is a very interesting situation for them on the previous map because just now they were on second place. They were a 4v4 against Austria Esports, and I think that in their situation, I think they did the best that they could given the fact that they weren't very lucky when it comes to taking up space. They didn't have the best of positioning. I'm wondering what's the takeaway here for them because, again, if you remember that Austria, if you wanted to take that space from them, you have to go all out and fight them. And I think that for WPM, the idea was a bit too early for us to take this fight. Let's try to survive and see if we can take them out later. It was just unlucky that the circle pulled toward the area of Austria. At least Austria getting the high ground was a bit of a, I think, something that they couldn't take away. Sorry, go ahead.
Just to remember what happened yesterday, KE versus Harami, bro. I think this is going to be round 3 different map. It happened in Miramar, now it happened in Pochinki. It feels like these 2 teams really have sort of... I don't call this deja vu anymore. It's the 3rd strike here, maybe even the 4th at this point. But I feel like KE and Bro really want to fight this one out. It feels like they are the arch nemesis of the other. And so far, we keep track. I think KE has been winning more than compared to Harame Bro when it comes to Miramar. But I'm not so much sure when it comes to Pochinki in Erangel. But so far for KE side, they're more than aware there will be one more team that's sharing the compound with them. They definitely want to take the fight with DBS and even Mini 14 already prepared by the players in their hands, and a lot of them are taking those DBS to work, and some of them even have M416 as a start. It's a good gun to start with, but not too much of utilities and throwables. They do have that one-hand grenade for the top. And knowing the top, he's always been the entry figure for the team. Devon, the IGL, going to stay a bit further than the rest of them just to check at the back end if there's anybody else coming from the back line. But Orange and Few, they're just going to separate themselves. Rage and Few will actually separate themselves. It's a 1-2-1 formation, leaving MM and also Dale in the center. Alas is not playing just yet. We haven't seen Alas since yesterday. But so far, it has been the same roster by Harami Bro.
Every time you say harami, bro, I keep on thinking of harami beef, the one I eat at K barbecue. Never mind, let's put that aside.
Yeah,
Smoke's
hungry.
out. Wondering how exactly the start is going to be for this fight, because it feels like they're in this Mexican standoff. They are aware where each other's are. They have this like gentleman's agreement that, okay, we are all gonna go and loot. I'm not gonna attack you if you don't attack me. And now that treaty has been broken with that nade thrown out toward Dale, thankfully none of the damage actually translated into him. But I don't think that KE is done quite yet, because if you remember in the previous map, KE was knocked out so very early And it wasn't the situation that they wanted to be in. Another nade just to give them a little bit more space. Or actually smokes rather. They threw it inside. Gives them a little bit of space to move into the compound as Davan finally making it here to play with their teammates. Now, with all the 4 players together, we might be seeing a high chance that this fight will be a little bit more interesting. If you remember that Davan is I would say the highest fragger of the team. Now Few is inside the compound with Davan as Sean eats up a nade. No movement yet from Bro. Not sure if they know where Orange is, but Davan immediately finds Few, and it was a perfect start for him as he had to play in a different compound. Now shots out here, Kaya with that double barrel shotgun. Not getting his shots quite yet. It's a warning shot rather, or rather pre-fire to make sure that if anyone were to cross out, they would just get one. But the top blows himself out by accident. Not the best situation to be in. Davan finds range eventually as well. Davan doing a lot of work. AFCON crossing by. Not too sure if they're going to join in the fight. Dale picks up space. He sprays out. He finds Kaya. But I'm not sure if he knows where exactly Kaya is. You can see a movement forward here as Dale immediately finds Boy Sean. And without Boy Sean, this might be trouble. He has been the one player to put in a lot of damage to the team. Davan is just so very low. The top is trying to go to Davan for the pickup. But it's not going to be happening. And just like that, Harame eliminates KE, and this is not the best way as they weren't able to survive long in the previous map.
To get himself a good head start to get into those fights, and Bros were taken off guard just now, but it's not done yet as Falcon rushing in, taking the advantage, being the third party coming in to sweep the floor clean. Here comes the housekeeping team trying to finish off the rest of Bros after they try very small, not really small victory. They secured 4 out of all teams, out of all players coming out from KE just now. But Say Cloud with the DBS. DBS is everywhere. There goes. Easy kill and easy finishing coming up from the side of Falcon. But they're not done yet. They're still trying to find the rest of the teammates. Coming up from Bro left with 2 players here. PBE chugging into the blue zone right now. While we're looking at Bro barely make it alive with a man with a micro Uzi and also a shotgun. That's it. He got nothing else to work with. Same goes for Few with AKM and the rifles in his hand, M416. But he doesn't have enough throwables. He got 1 smoke and 1 hand grenade, and that's it. He needs to find an exit out. They're both separated right now for both players coming out from Bro, because they know for the fact they just need to survive. You know what? It's not worth investing that much anymore. They don't have enough resources to just keep on defending this place. They have to give it to Falcon, and Falcon just take it away from their hands, even though they got themselves a bit of a victory. But Few managed to flee out of the scene. But Imam, on the other hand, can he get out from here? Slowly creeping out and just trying to make sure he won't be discovered. You guys can't see me. I'm not here. I'm just a worm trying to get out from the sun. I'm not being spotted out yet, but Chanlone definitely nearby.
Chanlone. Definitely like his name, if you notice, he's been playing alone as well. Not really the closest with his team. He's always been very proactive in taking up space. Regardless for AFCON, this is the best situation for them. They already got 2 picks. It's enough points for them. They don't necessarily have to hang out too aggressively, but this is a 50% water circle with a tiny bit on the SMB, but I think...
High chance it's going to be Fairy Pier. This feels
I
like
know,
a Fairy
but,
Pier sort of circle.
But what if it just pulls toward the very bottom of Primosc?
Oh, that would be good. Super interesting.
That would be fun,
That's going to
right?
be super rare kind of circle. But
yeah, I know.
The circle kind of, I don't know you. You're a stranger, Primos. I prefer Fairy Pier because I always, been in Fairy Pier for the longest time. But if that happens, I'm like, yeah, why not? But on the side of GE, West Point, Mumbai, and Navi, this is not what they expect to happen across the Gulf field. They have so many teams passing by and they just exchange a greeting for a bit, and that's it. Nothing more than that. GE, they follow the footsteps of West being the scout in the front. The rest of the team will follow pursuit. But the thing is, will they just try to pull over and fight the other teams? West Point Mumbai managed to knock 1 down, running over the player of FV from their vehicles, using their vehicles, but they're not done. GE make a U-turn, taking the challenge straight in the face of West Point Mamba.
FV has a lot to think about for this map. Losing Magix so early, and if you remember, Magix has been the main, I would say, firepower for this team. And without Magix, I'm just really curious to see how exactly the way they will be playing or approaching these fights. But putting that aside, I'm going to have a look at WPM as Mix so much damage taken. And it's gonna be by GE. And honestly, it's actually so interesting how much GE and WPM meet, whether it'll be early in the map or toward the end. They happen to meet so much, but hold that thought, because Holy Lanju will be the one knocked out first here by Federalis. Federalis has been honestly so quick on the ball when it comes to this, because I thought that they would be really microing on GE, since GE had been putting a lot of pressure on them and very, very close by. But I think with Federalis playing the 3-1 formation, it allows him to really open up the map for the team and look over to the other side. He's able to third party, he's able to long range pick, he can rotate if he needs to be. And Austria as well is close by. I think Astro has their eyes on them. You hear the sounds of the shots coming through. Here's probably Jarrell trying to give some space to Migs, but not too sure if anything is gonna come through, because for WPM, I'm not too sure where the other member is.
They're right next to each other. They're very close, but in a very parallel line so far, having their eyes to the side of Osja Esports. But the one that actually opened fire just now was YG and Magna. I'm not sure if they actually managed to secure one. Yes, they managed to secure 1 point out of that. But we're not sure exactly where Magna is right now. But West Point Mamba Mix definitely have a couple of taps to the side of Sin players. Zavi and the rest of Sin don't have that much covers. They're right on top of Primos. You might actually get that kind of circle, but barely make it in. But it's going to be right on top of Quarry for now. It's going to be multi-level of terrains there. It's really difficult. We ended up right on top of Quarry, and at least YG is right on top of everything. But they will heavily guard it towards the northern side, which could be Falcon and Ravenwood, or Hyena Ravenwood come out from that way. FOD on the other hand having a very clear path getting into the circle, while FV will have to fight against Enigma, who's quite busy right now with HWG having exchange of fires, but they might actually take this into their pockets as advantage, being the third party if they want to for FOD.
It's a very interesting circle, because if you see Quarry, it has a lot of traits. It's very complicated to deal with as Caps runs forward, chasing the final members of HWG. Good night, Yakihiko, and sweet dreams. Your teammate has decided to abandon you. Does he actually take him out? I think he's still looking for more picks. The Enigma has been... Oh no, actually Alpha is close by. But Yahiko does go down. I think for HWG, not being able to breach this area is the biggest problem. Because breaching this area near Primosque, one of the biggest and most annoying things are these tiny little houses. You have no clue where Enigma is going to be at. And you have no clue where Moy would be, nearly taking down Arimon there.
Hey, but at least Moy did it yesterday with the DBS with 2 different angles by himself.
He did.
Like, why not do it one more time, right? But
I think that this is definitely his signature move at this point. But hold that thought as Ozja rushing forward here, taking the spot of Umas. Umas all alone, but Federalis is there to give some firepower. And I think you saw that the sprays coming from Umas as well as Federalis actually hit 2 players already. But Skynin is ready in the warehouse, cooking up that nade. Throws it out. Is it gonna actually kill anyone? No, it's not. Umas able to get out alive thanks to the smokes thrown out by his teammate, but he's still very much out there in the open.
Astroact decided to move alongside with his teammate. He got himself the compound to work with.
What happened to Caps?
On the side of Enigma, a bit of a blunder to the side of HWG, but Enigma, at least they got this warehouse to hold on to, with HWG having a hard time to push them out. Olja, on the other hand, will have to face the wrath of West Point Mamba, a bit of trading, but that trade will not be a trade yet if they cannot execute the point. They still got Ranger, finish off a must, left with only 3 players of West Point Mamba. They are trying to spread as wide as possible to deal with Olja, but Renzo knows where this is going. He keep on giving the pressure with the throwables. Here HWG plays 15. We still have a lot of teams, by the way, in a very small circle, but Migs managed to find those awkward angles and finish them off. A knock on the ground, bleeding out. Puffa will try to revive by a Ranzer, but Skyn have to hold the line for them to buy them space and time. But can they do it? He still managed to shut down on Federalis on his knees, but different angle. He couldn't do the swing. Mix managed to find his silhouette within those smoke and find another, and that's the end for Osja Esports. What an unfortunate blunder. They have to face again one of the strongest team out there, West Point Mamba, winning them over.
Yeah, and on that chaos, we also saw a blunder coming in from Enigma as well. We saw Caps go down, and then suddenly Caps was able to get picked up. They nearly died, by the way, if you remember properly. And then suddenly you saw I don't know. I saw that HWG starting to get run over. But enough about that, because it's nice spray from MM. Maybe they want to take one member of MQN forward. Does he realize that someone close by? You didn't check it out! He tried to prone away. But because of the tiny moment of opportunity, he went down. Q is close by. He wants to trade. Putting in the pressure toward that compound. Boy coming in from the long rotate from the other side. Waiting for the right time. Smokes out. Babo as well. Made out just to really flush them out of the area. Not able to heal just yet, but he does have quite a number of health kits coming forward. Another nade. Does it hit is the question. MM goes down. Not quite. He's out there in the open. Boy, watch your angles as we move to another fight. Here's gonna be the Ravenwood going up against GE. And this is not the team you want to meet. But they do knock down Owls. Clean your plate is what you want to do here as Smile able to find one more. Put it in the back. Baby all alone, baby. Bit too much goes down. And Ravenwood goes down with 0 eliminations.
Outside of GE, they still can revive in the one knockdown for now. Enigma, on the other hand, on fire. They are rampaging monster right now with 5 eliminations. Same goes for West Point Mamba. Secured themselves 6 eliminations. By far, that's going to be the highest across the chart. But few left alone in this house. Being cornered left, right, center. The windows is just too big. And that's easily not breaking his sweat. It's going to be Magna taking over the compound for now. Secure 3 eliminations by themselves, but they're barely making into the circle. It's going to be one more team they have to fight against. Well, Enigma, on the other hand, spreading out quite far apart from each other. I'm not sure how many players left. It's still going to be 4 players, but they definitely see all the other teams, including Sin, right across them. Well, Enigma spreading out as a 4-1-1-1-1, they call it, for their formation. But look at the elimination. Each one of them is for themselves. Every man for themselves here. It's like, if you have to sacrifice yourself for the better, why not? But right now, they're just aiming for those frags. Now, Avi Raul, this is going to be the last play, if I'm not mistaken. Never mind. 3 players still coming out from Avi. They're playing it quietly. QB knows exactly where he stands, but if Raul's smart enough and use and abuse that rock, we've seen very good rock plays yesterday, so definitely we're gonna have to wait to see if there's gonna be it's gonna be something like that happening again here today. Avi on the other hand have very different angles got it by all 3 players. A bit dangerous game they are playing right now, but well worth the risk if they can secure those frags.
I want to see if he's able to take advantage of this situation. Ball is in his court. QB can only check and check and check. It is, look at how the FV players have positioned themselves. And even if Raul does go for, even if QB does go for and find him, Juggy, I think he is in a position to trade, but not too sure what happened here. As you see, West Point Mamba on a rampage. They are quickly chasing. Mix comes through. 2 players down. A nice need to come forward. His teammate didn't even have to rush out. Regardless, best case scenario for them, they've already eliminated 9 teams, and Federales has 4, Mix with 3. Zen does find Boy. You saw that MQN was stuck a little while ago, and I'm still wondering if they're still stuck in the same area or they have moved and met up with CFU. But in this Mexican standoff, well, rather, Raul playing cat and mouse with QB, you can see the nades coming through. He is aware that he's close by, but he has no direct idea where he is. And QB doesn't want to overextend. And as the circle pushes through, the best he can do is just reposition as Kupa rushes forward, gives a little bit of space for his teammates. Juggy is just the distraction at this point, keeping Raul alive.
I think that Raul is the unshakable rock just now.
Literally a rock.
Yeah, he got 1 rock and he's unshakable. Even though no matter how much pressure you actually toss in the throwables, he's not movable at that point. But on the side of West Point Mama, this is very smart, ingenious even coming out from them. They know how to play the coastline, even though there's not many barricades or covers for them. But they know for a fact the terrain is not even. It's a bit of a curved coast, so they can take covers from those sands area. But on the side of GE, they're struggling to make sure they can make it in and guarding over this side. There's 2 teams coming back to back towards their side here and forcing them out from this area. MQN trying to climb up those small hills, but YG come out from behind at the same time. Now all they need is just keep tossing those throwables as much as they can. But do they have enough? That's the bigger question, because if they don't, there's going to be more than 2 teams coming over this side, because CFU just arrived. And more than that, we have 2 more teams on their left side as well. But at least Small managed to secure with the help of Zai and West at the same time. And CFU now taking the fight towards YG, who's been tunneling vision towards the side of GE before this. And now GE, this is a huge advantage for them. If they being the third party here, they can. And CFU being eliminated by YG try to recuperate themselves, but do they have enough time and space? Because GE will want to take advantage on that. Roll, on the other hand, the one guy that has been a rock before, finally down after a long time surviving by himself.
FOD, a very interesting team, honestly, because we talk about FOD a lot in terms of their performance, but we haven't really seen that yesterday. Now for YG, they were in trouble. Mernat out of the game. We do still have another 2 players still left alive. Andrew was able to go for the reset for his teammate. Nice time for them to get a nice little breathing room for that, I would say, the reset. FCON is close by, but you can tell that FCON doesn't want to commit just yet. You can see 2 players inside of the vehicle. They jump out as soon as YG opens fire. And I think this is a good thing because they're understanding that if both of them were in the vehicle at the same time, they both go out. Regardless, FV this time around has another adversary to worry about. It's going to be FOD. Juggy's all alone and DD inside, or at least behind this compound. There's only 2 of them. It's going to be a little bit more dangerous. Juggy, unmovable, just like you said about Raul. Behind his vehicle, not a lot of space to work with, and he goes down, and he's just slowly eating up the damage and bleeding to death. And eventually, Smile will be the one to chase him out of the way because of the hesitation coming in from Joseph. Now, since Diddy is all alone, I'm not too sure why FOD hasn't rushed into the compound quite yet. Perhaps they don't have the information that Didi is alone inside, which is why they don't have a clue whether or not they actually want to come down and take this area away from FV.
For Avi, they're resorting to just to survive. But for Juggy, really, there's no way out for him. Coming up from the back line, there's going to be another team. If you go to the front, there's going to be an entire roster of another team fighting against you, one person.
Wait,
it's
hold
going to
up.
be difficult. But West Point Mamba, Enigma trying to bait them out from this shack. But they're not taking the bait easily. On the side of Enigma, they want to force it with those Trovers being tossed around the small window as well. Federales trying to just stay down as much as he can. Waited out with no doors. QB managed to knock down Federales. Here comes the rush. Mix barely make it even, but never mind. West Point Mamba eliminated next with Enigma having a big win. We're left with 6 teams with GE taking a YG at the back line. YG, they want to go for recuperation, but there's no time for it. They're leaving with only 2 men, and GE still have a 4. They want to go in and try to finish off the rest of YG now.
Honestly, I'm shocked at how fast that ended. Because you saw how aggressive QB was, jump shotting through the windows. Honestly, if I were West Point Mamba, I would be crying in that situation. It's such a small area to work with, and with 3 people swarming, it's really hard for you to even get a pick at that point. Really, just honestly, kudos for Enigma. When they play as aggressive as that together, they're knowing that the trade potential is a lot higher. So if one gets knocked down, they're not able to get isolated, and they can eventually win. But hold that thought one more time, because FCON is trying to take away this area from GE. Now GE, not necessarily the most aggressive, but they can be if they want to. And because they know that they don't have the advantage of the high terrain, they're trying to play a little bit more together. If someone were to push up, anyone pops their head up this terrain, they're gonna pop it. Als opens up, Konzi goes down. Goblin does trade it out at least, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. Goblin is so very low, and Chan low and rushing forward inside of his vehicle, inside of his smoke. Ichi finds Goblin before he's able to move. Master Ichi all alone, but he rushes out forward, and just like that, they eliminate the entire FCON. What can they do when you're up against a team like GE, who's just so
FOD.
very aggressive? And now we're on the top 5.
FOD here marching in. They heard those gunshots before, and now they want to take advantage again. But West is more than aware it's going to be them coming over to take this time, but never mind.
Wow.
GE, they got themselves the victory for a bit, but FOD swiftly take action into their unfortunate moments, and they just got themselves a couple of eliminations up there. Enigma on the other hand, one of the top high fraggers in this map, alongside with YG. Surprisingly, GE didn't finish them early on, and that cost a lot for GE. They've been compressed both ways because they couldn't deal with YG early and didn't wrap up the fight as fast as they can. And the moment FOD marching in is a bit too late for now. And the side of YG, because of FOD have no intel on the other side of the hill, they have the space and time to reset themselves, but Enigma start to march in on the other end. Now Enigma, right now, they are on a rampage. When we're talking about them getting 7 eliminations by far, they can secure the chicken. They got the most number. It's all down to the patience game. Whoever open fire first will be the first one to go down.
An interesting situation for FOD. We were questioning what on earth do they have to give to us, and today they are proving that they're not too aggressive. They have 6, and all of them have been coming into these last few circles, and understanding when exactly to strike and when exactly to go aggressive has been doing great for them. It honestly reminds me of SIN, but a little bit more aggressive. Regardless, they want to try and just mark this area which is near the airdrop, and I think it's really good for them because they want all the advantage they can get. YG moving forward here, Andrew down on the ground as the other two rushing it upwards. Loki playing the drive-by shots here. Thankfully none of the shots gonna be hitting. QB playing with the terrain, going prone. Both of them very, very low. A molly out just to really move him away, and QB has the same similar idea. Both of them on fire. No, QB didn't throw it out, but Loki a bit low right now. But Romeo is on the other side for the trade, but his nade is just a little bit better. Regardless, John able to trade out. He knows exactly where the other members of YG are. A great reposition from FOD. They're trying to play a little bit more on the passive side, and look at how much space they have to work with. A full area on the top side of the circle, and on top of that, with smokes and some trees for cover. But for FV, this compound on the low ground is not the best area, honestly, because it wasn't this the place that we can expect them to immediately go down because they don't have an advantage in terms of the high ground. But hold it thought, because Loki goes down, Joseph, a great nade coming forward as Joseph just immediately finds Loki, whittling on the numbers, giving them the advantage. This is exactly what they need.
At least it's a good sign for FV. None of this team is actually nearby for him can survive a bit longer. As long as another team will be knocked down early on, he can actually get the placement points more than anybody else. DD will not be discovered just yet, but Joseph trying to bait out with his vehicle to see if there's anybody trying to challenge him. But you know for a fact, nobody wants to stand up here the moment they heard the vehicles trying to run around the corner and try to scout them out. Well, YG have only trees in between to take covers, while Caps, I'm not sure if Caps can see DD, but if DD starts to step out from that compound, he can easily just shut down on Caps and get one more freebie, 1 point, before he just being discovered by the rest of the teams that's still fighting right now. 1-2 for the side of Enigma, spreading out. Same goes for FOD. Everybody wants to outflank the other, but Romeo, Boy, and Andrew just keeping it silent as much as possible. It's down to whoever gets chipped off by the blue zone first will have to go and move. YG not having that much option, not much space either. They have to climb out and push forward. But Joseph keep the pressure on, knows exactly where the fire is coming out, that angle, but cannot precisely pinpoint their position. Now Joseph once more trying to hop onto those vehicles and bait them out, but Roman will be spotted out by Enigma. They're fishing up from the sidelines here, while Andrew, the last remaining member for YG, tried to be as quiet as possible, waiting for Enigma and FOD to have a go first.
Andrew is online. Luzo pushing, but it's gonna be Enigma. Spooky that spots it out first. Enigma, this is one of their best runs, honestly. Very aggressive run, but yet enough to keep them on the top 3. Now, silence from all 3 teams, at least for a little while, waiting for a reposition, waiting for the circle to push through. But all angles, game sense heightened. Caps starts to move, and immediately you can see shots coming through, and it's gonna come down from FV. FV trying to see if he can actually play with any nasty angle, and Nong X, he has taken note of that, so he's gonna rush forward to the middle side of the area, and this can work really well for them if he's able to just jump up and just spray down Caps. If you remember, Spooky and Caps have been very, very aggressive in this team, especially at least without QB around. They are coming up on the mantle. They are very aggressive, not afraid to take very risky plays, and they're playing this 1-1 trade situation where they are at least in each other's peripherals. If say someone were to shoot them, they're able to trade back. It allows them this sort of triangular sort of I would say vision, where they're able to see from 2 different points and areas. But now as the final circle comes, 2 minutes to go, with Enigma on the lower ground, this might not bode well for them. All they can do is just hope for a situation, that golden opportunity. Maybe a pick would be the best, and that's exactly what they got, but not to the team they want to take down. Is going to be DD. So 1 more point for them, 10 eliminations. Even on second place, I think they're going to be happy with that, but they want the chicken dinner. They want the glory. And in this situation with a team as passive as FOD, what are you gonna do? You have to be the one to start that fight, and because of that, Spooky goes down. The blue zone so very merciless right now, and a quick reposition from FOD. seeing the numbers dwindle down, and now suddenly it's an open invitation to fight because it's a 2 versus 2. More nades to come through. Nang throwing it out. Does it actually hit is the question. A spray toward Caps, and his teammate goes down. And now there's still one more Enigma member to worry about. Koopa, where exactly is he? But it's a 1v2. He's so far away. FOD rushing forward. Spooky died already. Koopa still hiding in the shadows. They don't notice him quite yet. They actually just drive by him. He goes for the reposition. Now the question is if he's able to go for the isolate, but now they're playing together. A molly to ice and runs him over just like that. The end of the day, FOD takes it with style. Their first chicken dinner of the night.
Of the entire week even. I'm loving FOD bringing the game up this time, but there was a really close one against Enigma who close enough can secure that chicken, but because of FV player DD left and they need to shut him out, but because of overextend and overuse of resources just to shut down on DD, Cat's been discovered and finished off by the play zone, and that gives away so much information for FOD and DU. They put it up to good use as FOD managed to secure those chickens thanks to the blue zone, plus also their diligence when it comes to with those vehicles, so trying to bait those people out. But FOD, this is what we've been waiting for. Finally, they're showing us their true colors in a wrangle, and we do know this is one of the teams in Wildcard region that everyone should watch out for, because last time they were on the top 5, top 3, but feels like this season they want to come out as number 1, want to be undefeated, and this is a great start from them with this sort of aggressive play since the start. I'm not sure how much they eliminated, but if you compare with Enigma, I think slightly elimination will be towards the side of Enigma.
Man, I think for Enigma, it wasn't just that they had to deal with FV, it's just terrain at that point. Because every time you saw Koopa or even Caps just even pop out their head, because of the low ground disadvantage they have, you saw immediately the team start to react, just pop their heads. And I think that for FOD, understanding that passive doesn't necessarily mean the worst thing in the world, I think that they are understanding what they have in terms of their advantage. I mean, we've seen so many situations where a team had all the winning advantage, perhaps a compound, perhaps a high ground advantage, and playing too aggressively ended up, just really just skewing all the opportunity they had. So them making sure that they're able to secure that chicken dinner coming forward is honestly the best way to go, especially because yesterday they weren't necessarily the team that really had the best situations in hand. Regardless, Nang X is the player to look out for, and I'm not surprised because he's been pretty consistent from the 30-second sequence all the way till now. I'm really liking his way of play.
But when it comes to grenades, definitely have to give it to Enigma. They have been flushing a lot of teams and run and gun all the way here today. And YG, definitely one of the teams that when it comes to Wrangle, they are a bit more comfortable compared to Miramar and even Sano. We don't see a lot of YG back in Miramar and Sano even. So I guess they focus more towards the side of the Wrangle so far, because we haven't seen them that much on the other maps. GE has been very consistent for almost every single map that is. So I'm not surprised if they still stay at the top 3 sort of a stance. But on the side of FOD, I don't know where they stand right now. Same goes for Enigma. They haven't been really an easy game for them. And as per usual, we're looking back at the highlights. Now this is Pro versus Harame Pro versus KE. I don't know what is going on between these two teams, but it feels like in every single map, this two team are always the first few to actually break the silence. And on the side of Osja and West Point Mamba have a really good run just now. They were literally obliterating every single team there is, but because I have to break it down, I feel like they are a bit slow when it comes to leaving the coastline and back towards the mainland, and that caught themselves in a trap there and snapped themselves in a very small compound, not much places to play, and kind of being cornered into a very small shack in the last minute until, who was it that pushed them down? I think it was Enigma Kibi who actually jumped up and down around the small windows, right?
I like that today a lot of teams are a little bit more aggressive. GE, we saw Osja play aggressive. We saw Ravenwood. I'm not sure if Ravenwood was the one to run into GE or if it was the other way around. But I would love to see more aggression for them. Now coming back here, I was actually quite surprised that GE was the one to go down first. I was kind of banking on them to make it at least a little bit longer to the top 3. But this change of pace and this survivability by FB has made me so very happy. I think for a lot of Singaporeans, them really proving themselves in this wildcard, I would say, region does mean a lot. And FB changing the way they approach fights and surviving has done pretty well for them. Regardless, as we look at the rankings here, FOD with 19 points, 9 eliminations, not the highest, but I can tell that FOD's their mindset right now coming into this game was to survive and get the chicken dinner. And I think they knew exactly what they wanted. Enigma as well. I think for Enigma, despite they got 6 rank points, but 10 eliminations, the highest that we've seen today, at least for this match, is really good because it just shows that they have managed to adapt in terms of how to incorporate the aggressive game style to surviving toward the end. So 16 points for them, 3 points behind is going to be YG. And I think for YG as well, surviving a little bit more quiet early, but toward the end a little bit more aggressive. GE as well, 4th place, and WPM. I think that WPM's aggression was really good, but it was just so unfortunate they weren't able to survive till the end. And now we're going to see a change in the rank. GE, WPM coming up first and second spot.
Yep, and due to that consistency come up from GE, even though they didn't score that chicken, didn't have the most elimination, they still score themselves 9. And due to a lot of 9s, I think around 4 teams secured 9 elimination in the last game and the last map. It cost so much for the other teams, especially on the second page here. They didn't score anything. A lot of teams ended up with a 0. But we do have triple ties coming up from Sin 4th to 6th place respectively. Sin, Osja, Esports, and Enigma. They have to break the ties soon. We're talking about the next Rango moment to still be in there, but on Hyena Ravenwood, this is difficult to watch. They are the only team that didn't break any double digits so far. We have the TGOA, the guys of Asian, and PBE still feels like stagnant and kind of stuck in 19th place. They need to go back to the drawing board. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. At least Bro make a bit of a jump when it comes to a tiny bit of jump from 18 to 17, maybe around 18 to 17 place. But for HWG being pushed down from a first place, it must have felt so bad. But the gap is not too big as well. I'm talking about the 11th and 12th place, even down to the 15th, still catchable when it comes to, and doable when it comes to getting back on the first page even.
FV looking very good. I mean, we were talking about them being at the bottom, right? And now, like, they've started to really understand their game plan, and they hopped quite a number of places up. Because I remember they started the day, I believe, with 12 points alongside PBE and TGOA. So this is looking very good for them, at least a good start, because this is quite a long week after all. So this can work out very well in their favor. I think another team that has really jumped up as well as MQN. So these two Singaporean teams, I think that because they are a new region in this, I would say in this league, it is understandable that day one was a little bit hard for them. But look at their adaptation. I mean, for MQN from yesterday, it has been good, but I think that MQN was adapting faster. But FV needed a little bit of time, and I think if they can just survive a little bit more, maybe keep Magics alive, it might be a whole different story. Because just now, the biggest change for them was the fact that Magics was eliminated early. So I'm wondering, without Magics, was the idea of their gameplay to play a little bit more passive? Or was it to be a little bit more aggressive when Magics was around? Because honestly, when they take fights, it just feels like they weren't very aware with how exactly each team, where the members of the enemy team were going to be, and they weren't ready for an aggressive push. But today, it looks a lot better.
But you do know that we do have another wrangle. That's going to be the last wrangle for today. But before we're heading into that, which we do have one group not playing, so we're going to head into the break for a bit. See you guys after this.
What's fun about prehistoric battles? Experience the new Dino Ground in Erangel and Livik. There are large dino settlements on the map. And a T-Rex can spawn here. Not only are they full of supplies, but the T-Rex is also a rideable mount. Getting hold of a T-Rex mount is equivalent to having the best weapon and vehicle on the whole map. Not only does it have amazing offense and defense, but it can also cross rivers and scale mountains with ease. There are also speedy velociraptors and flying pterosaurs. Players must first defeat these dinosaurs in order to tame them. Velociraptors have fantastic jumping prowess, and their ground speed is extremely fast. They can easily bound over obstacles to quickly traverse the map. As for pterosaurs, they can freely navigate the skies to attack enemies and rescue teammates at critical moments. With these two dino mounts, you can even ride them to the primal zone to play fun mini-games and earn extra supplies. So, moving on. The recently released World of Wonder has also gotten some hefty updates. The new PUBG Go template gives players even more options to build fun and interesting things. There are also lots of new objects, like the launcher, swinging hammer, conveyor belt, and more. Players will be able to make even more imaginative creations. Of course, Classic Mode has also been updated, most notably with the addition of the full auto mod attachment. Equip it on a compatible weapon to give it a full auto firing mode. The new version also adds a companion spectating feature. After getting eliminated, players can now transform into their companions and run around to spectate their teammates. Of course, you can't see enemies while spectating as a companion. The Murado Open Top also gets a retractable roof feature. Feel the wind in your hair no matter where you race. Get the new version and try the new gameplay now.
A great start of the day for FOD. 5 of Danger, showing that they are indeed the Danger. Tash Bunny here alongside Chuchu, and this is the PMPL SEA Wildcard Fall 2023. Now, first day of Erangel taken away by FOD. I'm curious to know who exactly will be taking the second.
We've seen back-to-back but different map by scene before, but this time we don't have one group playing, which is going to be Group D. We don't have the group of Death.
The group of Danger.
And Death. But at the same time, without APG just now, we see that it's a bit of a different dynamic when it comes to the teams and players rotation. It's not as aggressive as when APG is playing. So I do hope we get to see more D and E group, which are going to be APG plus a group of Death playing more, because these are the teams, especially group of Death. We talked about West Point Mamba, we talked about Enigma, and we talked about FOD. All these teams got 9 to 10 elimination in the last map, but they will not be playing here. That this is going to be a huge advantage for teams like APG Esports, who love to go aggressive since the start. But at the same time, I want to see Magna, since we don't have Group D playing, will they actually try to take advantage of this situation as well? But before that, this is for you guys watching at home. We love you guys. We're going to give you more skins and more ultimate set, which is going to be coming up very soon. It's not released yet. The Crimson FELT Caesar's Victory set, and we haven't seen this skin, Tash, because it's not being released yet. It's coming soon. And you know what? Me and Cloud, we're still waiting for the Dragon Ball skin, or I don't know what is, because it was supposed to be like last year announced. It's supposed to be out this year, but so far no news yet.
I want it. It looks really nice. And speaking of what else is nice, it is the World of Wonder. And this update's coming soon, which I am guessing it allows you to be very creative in how exactly you want to explore the world of the maps here of PUBG Mobile. I like the fact if you can spawn dinosaurs, you can build houses, you can have different vehicles, you can have different game modes. And speaking of game modes, you know what? Why don't we have a new motorcycle? Chuchu knows about this one.
But I wonder, right? If you compare the T-Rex with the Ducati, who can go faster?
The T-Rex, because I like T-Rexes. I think they're really cute, and I have small hands just like a T-Rex. You see, so I have an affinity with them.
So it's not Tash Bunny anymore. It's Tash T-Rex now, I guess.
It's not Tash. It's Tash Rex. You know, T-Rex, Tash Rex. Yeah. It's very perfect. Speaking of what else is perfect is the all-new RPA series. And I think that I was just having a look at this. You know the Pixel Kitty backpack? It reminds me of the backpack I bring my cats to the vet. I think you know exactly the backpack I'm talking about.
Imagine if they actually do make a backpack that actually have a real cat in it, like in the game.
I mean, you already have companions, right?
Yeah, they're really cool. That'd be really cool.
Yeah.
The one that actually have sort of an astronaut, what we call it, the window for it. So there's a like round window for the cats to peek out, right? But hey,
that'd be cute.
We're talking about cats, but cats is not big as dinosaurs. So you guys just ride on the dino power. I mean, like casually, just right on top of T-Rex if you want to. But next one, we do have Irango back for our professional league here for no more Group D, which can be GE, FOD, Western Mamba, Enigma will not be playing. That's why I think one of the many reasons why the teams coming out from Group D in the previous map, they're going all out aggressive, knowing for the fact they will not be playing any more Erangel for today.
You know, playing on Erangel for me is the best way to get points because you are a lot more familiar with the map. I wouldn't say that the rotations are the hardest compared to Myanmar. I think that if I could get points for a full day, I would rather have 2 Erangels than 2 Miramars. Let's be real here. But here's my predictions here. Again, my predictions are just so mainstream at this point. You know exactly why I chose them.
If only you have FOD in between, it's going to be perfect. You're going to hit all the strikes here because I'm looking for APG in the next one. And we saw APG when it comes to the first map, even in Sanhok. Yeah, they didn't score the chicken, but they still scored quite a number of eliminations. And so far, I think the first week, the objective for APG feels like they're aiming for those kills. They're aiming for those frags instead of going for, position. And it's like that's going to be a bonus for them if they got themselves that chicken. But on the side of FV, we do see a bit of a struggle. In last map, didn't score any eliminations, but at least they survived long enough as DD being cornered up in one small house, which not been discovered by any teams because they were too busy fighting against each other. They know for a fact there's going to be one player there, but it's all down to the circle really. Monk, now we've seen a lot of aggressiveness and offensive plays coming out from them. Same goes for Bro, and I feel like we're going to see another round of Bro versus KE on top of Pachinki and Mirama, and maybe even tomorrow in this case.
Their name is Harami, but they have a BRO. So when you say bro, I'm like, are you broing me? But you're not. You're talking about
bro.
Harami.
I like that name. It's like very...
Me too.
Bro, very casual. Like bro. Yeah, we're bros.
Yo, what's up, bro?
Yeah.
You want to fight, bro?
Bros,
You want a 4v4, bro? It's so lame.
4v4.
Okay, but let's talk a little bit about Erangel. Just now, I wouldn't say that it was the easiest Erangel map, but it was still a little bit complicated when you talk about the rotations coming into the southern side. When you talk about rotations, I think for a lot of teams, they do drills, right? And they have possibly done so many scrims to see so many different types of circles to prepare them for so many situations. But I think that situations that are still the hardest to deal with will have to be bridge circles, will have to be water circles. And I think that just now, possibly not the worst circle they've seen. Regardless, as we go into this one, I don't know why, but I'm feeling an SMB circle today.
Maybe.
I mean, it's getting a little bit more common, but honestly, it's still fun to watch because I love seeing bridge fights. Because given the fact that now the bridge, I mean, this is old news, right? The bridge now has 2 tiers. It's a lot more, I would say, difficult for a lot of teams to just play the bridge troll. Regardless, now it's now the time for you to look at your screen, ladies and gentlemen, because the second map of Erangel is happening right about now.
Now we're gonna have to wait and see, can Tash score another for her prediction as APG starts into this map this time. They were not playing in the last one. This is the time for them to really push up their numbers because they're very close to getting that number 1 spot again. With GE not playing, a lot of teams are actually on the top 5 is actually coming out from Group D, who's actually sitting this one out. Now back towards the flight path, we do have SMB up to Stalber. We had very Pierce Circle before. The pattern and the pattern these days, it always been like 2 back-to-back Erangel gonna have very similar circle. Now if we do ended up on top of SMB, that would be great, and it's gonna be the game for I think Osja Esports as well as Pomumba. But the thing about West Pomumba, they landed themselves in SMB before, right around Nova Revnoye, but this time they not playing. So there's going to be APG dropping themselves around SMB this time. It's all down to the circle when it pops. Around PBE, it's going to be Milta Power as per usual. But I do want to see KE and Harami Bro. Where are they? Because are they both going to the side of Pochinki? Or this time, never mind, we do have another shooting range. Surprisingly, it's yesterday's circle again.
Interesting. I'm kind of hoping the circle will ping pong to the right. Stalber circles are pretty fun to watch, especially to see which teams will have the top point of Stalber. But for teams who are already in the circle, they don't have to worry too much about anyone just backstabbing them over toward the northern side. And in this situation, this time, I was sort of hoping for early fights like we saw in the previous map. But the thing is, the more we play this map, the more teams are understanding where each teams would go. So they can really kind of think like, okay, if I'm going to drop here, we can expect to see this team. And again, are you, what, 3rd time's the charm, huh? In this situation, not too sure. That's the opening there from U2 who ran over someone. But coming back to this game, look at how fast everyone's just getting whatever guns they can get. Immediately, Dale gets obliterated by Sean. And this is his revenge arc. As we see Mewtwo run over Cute Loki one more time. That's cold, bro. That's cold.
At least he got himself a point. Whatever that works, right? But on the side of MM, I saw he just got himself a pistol and phew. No, he just walked straight into the lair of KE with 3 of them already got their UMPs. Straight in the face around the stands. They got enough bullets to make sure they will survive a bit longer. No helmet, no problem. They still managed to secure another point. And this time, KE taking the fight and winning it over. And this has been happening since yesterday. I'm not surprised this dragged into even Mirama. And so far, KE have the upper hand against Harame Bro. But I don't know. I feel like tomorrow they realize, you know what, it's best not to challenge them again. But CFU support happen to be having no support one more time with Mewtwo and one of his partner, which is going to be Alpha, coming up both angles and making a 3rd person in. I mean, like, you need 3 person to take one down.
HWG, they came in, they ran over someone, they decided, like, you know what? Let's just run over more people. Regardless, BRO and KE this time around, I don't know. They should just, I don't know. Are they going to have a conversation? Should we drop the same place as Bro again today, or should we just leave them alone?
They're winning. If they want to challenge and they're winning, why not? It's going to be 3 points.
I mean, they lost earlier. The previous map, BRO won.
Out of 4 matches they fought against, including Mirama. Out of 4, 3 won over by KE. I mean, like, KE will not stand down from this anytime soon. But
KE was like, this is my spot, bro. It was a good win for them earlier, but KE was definitely a lot more aware or faster this time. I think that in this situation, when it happened so much, they were already pretty much prepped for the fight that was going to happen. I like how aggressive they were. They really take them out. And, you know, no fuse for him. There's nothing to save. And Spoogle, Check out Merne. You know what? I just talked about how we didn't see early fights, and now it's happening. As Merne found and then taken out, a 1-for-1 trade, tit for tat. You take my friend, I take your friend.
It's a fish eat fish world. It's like the moment you thought you're gonna survive fighting one person, and then there's gonna be another one person marching up without your knowledge, and that's the case for Vipers. At the same time, they cannot be complacent. Even though they won themselves in that fight just now, managed to pick one of the players, but they have to be diligent. They have to be alert and aware there might be another team passing by anytime soon. But for Vipers Clan, losing Spoogle, well, having that one trade, I think working as a tree is still okay. Unless if you're just leaving out with one player, that's going to be a big problem, which is going to be Harami Bro and YG leaving out with only 2, even though they are on top of Joggo Pool. They caught themselves off guard on the way to Joggo Pool before because of a flight path just now more towards the right side. So you have to go through so many teams just to be where they're at, and it cost them so much.
I don't know why, but here we go. Again's first start was definitely bombastic. I'm really hoping that it goes, oh man, here we go again. And I'm hoping for more road kills because that was very aggressive by Mewtwo. And if you look at the rankings, here we go again. While they weren't necessarily like, you know, on everyone's minds in terms of being the best and most bombastic teams, they've done a pretty good job at getting placement points, getting some elimination points here and there to survive on the top 10, at least top 8 at this point here on the 7th spot. They're doing pretty good, honestly. While we are starting to see a big gap between 3rd place and 4th place, look at Austria. Austria and YG about a 10-point, 11-point deficit away. And I'm surprised at how big this gap is. And look at how 4th and 5th is as well.
I'm just going to remind you, there's going to be one group not playing. I think
I
that's
know.
going to be
talking about
the group D is actually the one that being inserted after.
Yeah,
I feel like
surprised,
they're just next to it. So because
Yeah,
we
yeah,
had
I'm
3
surprised.
teams before at 50 points, and I feel like Group D are the group is actually their whole group, the one that will take away that number 1 spot anytime soon.
Yeah,
But it's really
exactly.
down to APG. We talked about their stamina, their exhaustions, and their adaptability. If they can actually make it an entire season, great, because that's going to be the best APG reform after such a long time. When we first started out as an OG, they were not this strong. But on the side of Falcon, spotted out TGOA, I mean, like, bit awkward now looking at the teams not fighting. But yeah, there's definitely a bit of scuffle there.
Yeah. AFCON. Great start
It's done.
for them, honestly. It's very quiet if you remember. But this time around, they have their eyes on TGOA. One knockdown already, and I think May W is just gonna have to walk away. Leaving one's teammate alone. I think Chanlone is definitely not leaving him alone. Nope. Just gonna say let's go and secure that pick just yet.
Fancy
Nice
call.
little move out, rush him over, goodbye, and good night, sweet prince.
At
No, not hitting.
least you.
Okay,
Oh, no, they
come
don't
out.
want to jump. They're
Yeah.
not willing to even have a tint on the car because the car is just a supercar right now. They're not willing to run him
beautiful.
over. You don't want to have the, you know, the splat of the players. on
It
top
makes
of
me
the beautiful car.
angry because today I rode my car with my friend and she banged the door on something.
No way.
Thankfully, it didn't crack. I mean, it didn't, you know, what's chala? Scratch.
Scratch.
Didn't scratch the car. I'm still
Is
mad.
it your
though.
car?
It was my car.
Oh, okay. No wonder you're being upset about that. I mean, like, if it's your
Yeah.
friend's car, who
I
gives?
don't care if it was my friend's car.
Yeah, who give a care if it's somebody else's car? But if it's your car, it's like your husband or your wife, right? It's next to
Yeah.
it, or even number
Yeah.
one wife or husband at that case. And it's a
No,
brand new
my
car as well for your
my
car, right?
It's my baby. My car is
It's
my
your new
baby.
car. I know you. The fact that you bought a new
Exactly.
car, but back towards the circle. I mean,
What is the
for a bit.
circle, man? Oh my
This-
god.
I feel like, you know what? I'm hoping Sin to actually take the trenches again because that's what happened yesterday.
They did it twice too.
And they got a
Did
chicken with
twice.
that. And I'm not sure if
Yeah.
they're there already waiting for the right time. If they did, if nobody discovered their plans one more time, you have to give it those people, those guys in Sin, definitely a genius, Einstein level, maybe even more.
Yeah. Yeah. I have to agree. Oh, what happened here, HWG? Ranzer surviving that. I don't know why, but if I saw HWGs like driving around me, I would be really terrified because they like just like really just drive around and around you. But this time around, Skynin rushing forward, gonna just meet up with his teammate. Astro is the one that has to be careful here. He's just in a buggy. A headshot is definitely possible. And honestly, one of the best things for me to see is when a player manages to get a nice little headshot onto the player, just knocking him off his vehicle as he moves really fast. That is just fun to see. That's just legit skill. At
I
that
love
point.
the sound of the headshot. The ding for the headshot
Yeah.
is just so real. It's so satisfying for the players. But we don't see that much often because of how so many players love to play with the DBS and their vehicles these days. You know, it's a new meta. Embrace it. You have to deal with the DBS. You have to deal with vehicles running you down. That's the most dangerous and fatal weapon these days. But back to Sin, I'm surprised they didn't take their usual spot because it will be perfect for them. Coming up from APG, they're being gunned down from afar. They are taking
That's
a
a
very
new
late
player.
rotation. They are in the blue zone, pressured by the teams that gatekeeping them. This does not bode so well for APG right now.
I just noticed Power Scott playing, and he wasn't playing earlier.
Yeah. He didn't play
So-
yesterday as well.
No, he didn't. So I'm just really curious as to why the roster change. FV this time is the one having a fight here with YG. I really wish I could see what happened there. We saw nades come through, but not happening here. Just look at Kia, and there we go. DD knocked down already. DD was their savior earlier, but here comes Romeo Boy. This time around, they want their win back. They got one more point in the back. Romeo Boy just a little bit better with those strafes. One more shot to the face, takes him out. Take two. Romeo Boy saying easy points in the bag.
Looks easy, but it's definitely not easy. Something
No,
that
it's
we-
not. But like the way he walked up was like he just rotates in like, hey, thanks, Andrew. I'm just gonna take this for you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, but on the side of YG, they have been surviving as a duo for the longest time. HWG, we mentioned before, like, what's the use of rifles if you can just run people down with your cars? On the side of HWG, they are running a lot with those vehicles, but finally pull over and finding themselves amongst APG players. Marcos on the ground bleeding out. That's leaving them only one player left, and the circle shrinks even further. PBE a bit separated. H2R a bit far from the rest of the team, while Ravenwood or Hyena Ravenwood coming very late. Same goes for HWG and Osja Esports. KE come out from the southern part, marching to the side of shooting range. Where is Sin? Are they being eliminated already? I think I don't see any Sin here.
Not sure. I mean, they're still there. 4 still left alive, but I think they might have been stopped to rotate inside. Not too sure what happened. Really wish we could follow the team. Regardless, you can start seeing that players are starting to find areas where they want to hold. There we go. Here's Sin, stuck inside of the shooting range. They don't have to go outside. This is a nice prime spot they're holding on to. No trenches for them this time, but it's gonna be KE that wants to take that fight. I saw that Bro is now in trouble. That was the final member of Harame just now. He wanted to try and survive, and this situation a little bit too soon, my friend.
Oh, well,
boy
they fought
Sean.
KE early on. They
Yeah,
took
they
up
did.
the
They lost
challenge.
3.
They decided to do that. But this is surprising coming out from Sin because they used to be
Whoa!
on the opposite side of a map.
APG just eliminated 14. What happened? I want to know!
And just things didn't bode so well for them. I think because of the late rotation as well. They were being pressured by the blue zone. Not just that. I think it's going to be more than one team heavily guarding them from advancing forward, being denied their entry towards the circle. That's one thing for sure. But back to what's happening to Sin. I'm surprised why they're taking shooting range because usually they love to take on the left, right of shooting range for the rotation. But this time they're right on top of it. And this is surprisingly a bit unusual for them. But definitely they know when and where exactly what they want to do and where do they stand. Started for Evil, this is quite an awkward position where you're quite in the open, but he got himself a couple of stairs to take covers. KE trying to find them, take them quite a long time to find the rest of the players of Sin. And we do have HWG playing at the edge. This is a very risky game they're playing. A great compound, yes, because it can use the edges and the ledges to play around with the terrain to cover yourself. But if you're being ambushed at the edge of it, you don't have any choice then other than to jump down and swim over that side.
Shots from SayCloud. Not quite hitting. But he's still being very cautious. FCon. I think FCon has been very quiet this season compared to before. They were a little bit more bombastic, but this time around they're playing a little bit more safe, and I don't hate it. I mean, whatever works, works. This situation, would love to see more eliminations though from them, a little bit more aggression, because I know that in terms of firepower, they can bring it to the table, but I think they just haven't really figured out how exactly they want to approach each map. So without a game plan in mind, the best way to go is to go a little bit more safe.
You
G
know-
Lab is a very sorry. Go ahead.
No, I think I get your point about why they're playing it very safe. I mean, like, what to shoot if you cannot see what you have to shoot for? That's
Exactly.
the problem for them, because they cannot get any sort of intel. They cannot get information about where are the other teams. That's why they have been closely trying to play as conservative as possible. But you know, when you get to see something that moves, you're trying to shoot it. But the thing is, nothing is moving. What to shoot for? Nothing to shoot at. And even further, we do have TGO playing inside of the bunker. Now, you will not be spotted out unless somebody else try to rush into this bunker. We saw yesterday AV were just guarding over the ends of the bunkers, the entry and exit point. There's two entry into the bunker as well. Now, if they wait this out and the bunker happens not to be in the next circle, they are digging their own grave for TGOA.
Just like that, MQN is finding another team to take down. They're in trouble. Here we go. Does find one more. Toki trades out. His teammates are on 2 other compounds on the other side. No problem to find Yatka. It's Mewtwo now, who is in the outside of the area, taking a lot of damage despite the tanky vehicle. It's quite low. Hopefully he's able to get at least a little bit of breathing space for that reset. Perhaps some smokes or a nade, just to give him a little bit of breathing room. He runs inside the area. Try to go for that retake. Try to get at least 1 point forward. A little bit too aggressive and all alone. Not the best way to go. What on earth is happening? He wanted to go for a pick here. His teammates are around.
He got that knockdown, those grenades,
did.
but the perfect timing. Speaking of perfect timing, come up from Labo and Toki at the same time. The moment he picks, I'm not sure if he's being exploded by his own nade or somebody else's nade, but it's just knocked down and finished off in less than 1 second.
Exactly. I mean, what I'm trying to say here is, if you're going to go into a compound, I would love to see at least some support from his teammate, and that didn't happen. Regardless, seeing a fight here in the bunker, TGOA playing very aggressively, finds a member of FCON. We were just talking about FCON earlier, about them playing a little bit too passive. In this situation, I'm curious to know whether FCON was the one who breached this area or TGOA was hiding on the inside.
Oh, TGOA has
AW
been...
is alone. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think he's hiding in here.
He's trying to hide as much as he can. He's a lone survivor. He needs to buy time and just last long enough for him to get himself some rank points. But at the same time, Falcon is just brute forced themselves in. And surprisingly, they didn't double pick at the time. If only they actually pushed 2 men at the same time, maybe it's going to be a different story. But now they're willingly giving their bodies one by one just to be the victims for one play of TGOA. And this is going to be Thanksgiving Day for him. He can go down without any remorse now, because he got himself at least 1 point to secure with. But on the side of Sin, it's still not done and dusted. It has been going on for the longest time on top of shooting range. They try to just take their defense spot here for as long as they can, since the circle still comprises this place. But at the same time, if the circle shifted upwards, it's very difficult for them to climb up the hill where there's going to be G-Lab players waiting at the other end.
Moy trying to provide that cover fire for his teammates. Very far away from his teammates, actually. If he were to get knocked down, at least if both of them were last time to be knocked down, the assurance is you have 2 more on the outside. FV. I think FV had a pretty good run yesterday, if you remember. Very aggressive player. Top rated yesterday. We saw him a few times on the MVP screen, and the circle will be coming down. Not favoring KE's top side of the area, so they have to move into the circle.
And speaking of FV, they're pretty much like the middle pack, if you ask me.
FV the player or FV the team?
Are you talking the player or the team right now?
I was talking about the player.
Oh, Sin then. Okay, Sin as a team. Sin as a team, I think they are remarkable. Compared with last season, they're definitely more aggressive and proactive compared to the last season. But for FV as a team, they are kind of in the middle pack. But it's just they're being a bit too reckless sometimes, taking those shots without any information where are the other team's position. But
did they lose near the what do you call it, the bunker yesterday?
They actually won a bit. Magic's actually got heavily the entry of the bunker.
Oh,
but
right, it was the other way around.
A nice nade from Scotty just now, shut it down on Moy. Slowly, they're just picking off player of Sin one by one at the edges. This is genius coming from G-Lab, and look at the discipline being displayed by G-Lab. They're not reckless, pushing forward as fast as they can. They're slowly trying to paralyze them from the sides. But I don't know about Dragon shutting down their own teammates just now. think that's going to be the nade, possibly.
Regardless, here's Skynin, Ozja, all alone. Has to worry about two different players. It's a three-way fight here. You saw a nade come up from Davan towards Skynin, and then you saw Skynin throwing a nade towards Zen. This is nice, but the other members of KE is here to provide some help. MayW eating a lot of damage here. Newbie picking up that nade. He wants to really flush his player out. He's just so unhappy because if you try and fight with MayW in here, the biggest problem will be trying to go and move away from these little nasty corners. You don't want to be shot in the face by any DBSs. And if you remember, MayW is able to get someone as he moved away. Now he is trying to move away with the vehicle. He's rushing through. He has made a little bit of a wormhole coming forward here, rushing out, and he's able to get away into the circle. He's so very low. Can he make it out alive is the question. I don't know. I don't like this though. He dies. Regardless, Sin now in trouble. Newbie as well will be found as well as he runs into the shack with another player. Skynin holding on strong. He's so good at holding on this tiny little hut.
Well, this hut will last him long enough to survive as long as he can. We've seen this kind of plays before. As long as you've not been discovered or the other teams are a bit too occupied fighting the other teams across them, then you can stay there for a bit much longer. CFU, on the other hand, spotted out players coming up from YG, and that smokes will give away the positions, but at the same time, CFU popping themselves up because of how they want to make sure they will camouflage themselves inside the smoke a bit longer, because there might be teams migrating and passing by at the same time. But Skynin didn't last long enough. The moment he stepped out from that shack, he'd been shut down, entirely gone back in the lobby. While back to his side of SayCloud, he witnessed what he should not be making in the next couple of seconds. He saw by his own eyes, Skynin, the moment he stepped out from the shack, he's been shut down entirely. So they try to stay indoors for a bit much longer. That's the case for Falcon and KE eyeing them out. CFU having a standoff against YG2v2 while the circle shrinks again. Viper's clan this time will be in the center with Mukna slowly climbing up and just squeezing themselves in the southern part of a circle.
I like where Alpha is. I mean, it allows him a little bit of breathing space, a little bit of terrain, but if push comes to shove, he has to go and just, swim in the water. And getting up onto land is going to be a big problem. Speaking of a problem, Drew is trying to be a problem here to the members of KE. Davan eating a lot of damage there. It's been a three-way fight for a long time for this. I'm surprised that KE, despite having the numbers advantage, wasn't able to breach these two players. But I know that they're being very cautious. They were knocked out very early a few times today. In this situation, Andrew, he's just waiting for the right moment here. I'm not sure where his teammate is. There he is. But I'm not too sure what happened to Ravenwood there. They get knocked down. I think they're just trying to get out of the game at this point. Chanlon goes down eventually by the top.
But they need to wrap things up really fast for YG and CFU because they have been here for the longest time. And you saw
it's a very long time.
Too long. And we saw this never ends well for both teams because KE is just closing the gap between them. And definitely can hear the audio cues. Those shots, those throwables being tossed around definitely will attract unwanted attention for now. And they know for a fact they need to flee out from the scene. But the moment they step out from here, look at how many teams across them. Speaking of the teams in the center, Viper's already more than enough compound. They can work around everything, so much space. But it's going to be Alpha 7 will be discovered first. Alpha at the back line. I don't think he knows just yet.
Sen hasn't moved at all, and Heng, this is beautiful. Fortunately, wasn't able to find Romeo eventually, but he has to be very aware that there is someone in front of him. It's going to be Andrew. If he goes a little bit too aggressive, if he pops his head out, there we go. That nade does find him. No, actually, it was Alpha that gets him, actually. He's trying to just secure that pick. If he's not fast enough, Alpha will get that point. Heng comes forward here, a lot of shots coming through. He runs over Andrew, and YG goes down. A point to them. This works out so well in their favor. On top of just being able to get a pick, he also gets a little bit of a repositional space. Alpha, playing the prone game, that shot just now gave him all the information he needs on where exactly to mark. And you can also see that towards CFU, another team is shooting toward them. Regardless, the top does go down. It's going to be Vipers that finds him. The Heng as well is in trouble. Bit of damage from them. And the other members of KE are eating a lot of damage from the Vipers. I really want to see what's happening on that side because you can see how packed it is in the area because of the compounds. A warfare end would not necessarily be the best of situations, but it's going to be PBE surviving for this long with 4 members still left alive. Finally, they're finding that sweet spot.
I'm sorry, but CFU being stolen their kills just now twice in a row. We're talking about before HWG Alpha taking away one of the players of YG when they're fighting against them for the longest time. And just now HWG being spotted out by the other side of the team, and not even CFU finished them off again. So they must be devastated by now and they want to go in for the rush. But you mentioned about this place where there's so many, the compound where there's so many teams packed in the center. The only reason they not managed to open fire is because of how many buildings there are in that compound itself. So it's just making them a bit difficult and to visualize the teams on the other end. So they all have their own buildings, respective buildings to take covers from, not willing to make the first fight or the first contact towards all the other teams, because they will be giving away their own position if they actually do that. Now the biggest question is, can Kaya get out from this shack? Because the moment he steps out, look at how many teams surrounding him.
Yeah. In this situation, the circle is not favoring the west side at all. It's still pulling at least to a part of that, I would say, the city. So players who are already inside of those compounds, great. This works out so well in their favor. But they have to be careful because there are other players inside of other compounds moving forward that can also breach their area. And I have seen a lot of situations where players were able to get shot out. Speaking of being shot out here, it's going to be Zen taken out. Hang is all alone now. Eventually, Cloud does find Zen, securing that pick. Hang, what are you going to do here? I don't think he's able to get inside of the circle because look at how open this area is. But speaking of open, Cloud, he has his eye onto Kaya as well. And I love how aggressive Kaya still is. You saw him actually just answering back in terms of shots. But with all eyes on Hang, he's just going to eat up that blue zone. Eventually, he's still healing. I think he's trying to deny the point from FCON if possible. And I don't think they're going to secure it. But on the other end here, you're seeing a fight between Vipers and PBE. There we go, breaching the compound, runs inside. Speed is still waiting. The smoke's not doing them any favors. They want to play with a DBS here, but they need to find a closer angle. H2R does find him through the smokes. Beautifully done. Immediately just deletes. Not have to worry about one more player. Where exactly is him? And Speed is on the top of the building. If his name is truly Speed, he might be able to run away. But Arimon speeding into the area, rushing forward. They think they know the footsteps, but oh my god, look how fast he's moving! And eliminated already will be KE, and now we're down to our top 5.
With PBE, 4 players still standing and healthy here. They definitely have the numbers and they got themselves the compound to work with. Even an upgrade of loot nearby as well. This is going to be the greatest opportunity for them to score themselves a chicken and push themselves on the second page and slowly marching towards the first page. For the side of MQN, on the other hand, they are desperate to get themselves back up on the top 10 here as they want to march and rush towards the side of the teams, which is going to be nearby Falcon. That's going to be their first target, or even Vipers. They spotted out the audio cue from Vipers, but at the same time, Boy trying to just navigate himself which way to toss that grenade. Cloud got himself very small shack, very small buildings to work around Falcon, leaving with only 2 players. 7 eliminations by far in the hands of Falcon. You mentioned about them being very passive before Tash, and this time not so much. They're very proactively finding their own target to get themselves those elimination points.
Look at how packed the northern side of the circle is. For MQN, they have a big area they can work with, but they're not necessarily inside of the circle. They have to take this fight against FCON if they want to come through. And FCON, even though they've been quiet, but they're very aware where exactly they want to mark. As Boy, they know where they are as well. They answer. The nade comes through. Not sure if it actually hits onto Konzi, but it does provide a distraction to move him out of the way so that the other members of MQN is able to rotate inside. With Toki on the outside of the circle and Vipers, 2 players so close by, I'm a little bit worried for him. Regardless, another nade comes through here. A nice little reposition as well. He used the first person just to give him a little bit more of an angle, but a nade comes through from FCON, hits him squarely in the face. They do have to go for that revive, but it's not going to be a problem. The problem now is because they're moved out of the way, that Molly as well, Boy is just so low. What he has to do here is to get inside of the compound to provide a bit of cover to allow them to reset, and Toki needs to put in the pressure. And he does suspect that Cloud might be around to throw in the nade. What he does is just mark him, and he's just waiting for the right time to spray. Does get the reset, thankfully does have a little bit of healing items as well, but no movement yet. And this is exactly what you talked about, Chuchu, about an urban end to this game.
But at the same time, this is going to be the last circle. Not much time there. It's 2 more seconds, and it's going to be Blue Zone entirely squeezing their health out of their life. And PBE don't have a choice. The Blues are closing on their side first. They have most men, yes, but they need to take up the courage and force a fight. Brute force their way into it, but have so many walls to climb upon. Monboy on the other hand shredded almost his fast, almost completely destroyed his helmet, trying to find the rest of Vipers. Well, MQ and they got themselves the first shot, and this is going to be Dead J. Vipers being compressed left, right, center, and that's been eliminated. Now it's down to AFCON of Falcon versus PBE. PBE still have a full squad going versus the two of Falcon. D2Y slowly chipping off his HP due to the wall he's being tossed by the side of PBE, while Cloud making sure he can get the back and cover, but H2R have his eyes on him. D2Y with the DBS, same goes for Cloud. All the DBS gonna go out and play now as Cloud on his knees first. This is it, PvE. All they need to do is find that last member of D2Y and score themselves that chicken, but he's not willing to go down without fight. He's a warrior, but finally bowing down, and PvE, they've been wanting this desperately, as this will push them up the overall rankings. They are in the bottom, and they are back with their playbook in play, and it's gonna be Playbook Esports.
I love how they're able to readjust their way of play and come back on day 2. And I think that they really taught a lot of takeaways from yesterday's match. I did say that teams that make a lot of mistakes will definitely learn, and that's exactly what they did. They found a sweet spot between survivability and found a sweet spot between aggression at the same time. They were very, very proactive, and on top of that, this allowing the two players for AFCON to play together was honestly the cherry on top, because by isolating them, they're making sure that they don't lose any of the members, they can seal the deal, and not allowing any shots, more than one shot, to be done by any DBS plays. Very, very good play by them, and I'm glad to see them back on top as one of the best teams here to be played at the PMPL SEA Wildcard. Regardless, Raymond will be the one that you want to be looking at here with 2 eliminations. Now, if you look at the scores earlier, I wouldn't say that PBE had the most eliminations, because they had the same idea as Sin moving into this game. They understood that, well, yesterday our rotations were not working, us playing aggressive was not working. Why don't we try to stay alive as much as we can? And today, that's exactly what they did. Most of the time, they were very quiet. And look at how far they traveled here. And this actually tells a story, because it shows that they took a long rotation to get to the circle, most likely to avoid fights, most likely to be able to get as much resources as possible. And I think it worked on their favor, because at the end of the day, look at how many throwables they had to use in their disposal.
And but speaking of MQN, this is a very good start for them. I'm talking about Cinderella's
They
story,
get better
and
at every round, right?
Yeah, it feels like there's no limit to their growth. That's scary for the teams that have been here for the longest time, because this is a team that's so unpredictable about their potential and how much further can they push. But I think the next one, if we do have KE, I'm not saying there's no group A. So KE and Bro feels like somebody have to compromise here. It didn't bode so well for both teams now, since they're fighting too early at all.
Yeah, they're fighting too early. They lose out so much. I'm not sure what kind of rivalry is going on here, but they need to move it out of this tournament, because it's not doing them any
No,
favors.
the thing is, Tash,
yeah,
the thing is, what make it worse for these two teams, they are both in the same group. So no matter how much we change the group, they're still gonna meet up by the end of the day. And speaking of which, KE and Bros in B group, feels like we're gonna witness this more for the entire week.
they're like siblings who really are annoyed of each other at this point. But I think for this time around, PvE is just so good at, they're a little bit more proactive, they know how to take fights. And I like the fact that survival-wise, they're understanding which fights to take and which fights not to take. Sometimes the wait and see method works so well, and this is for them. With 7 eliminations in the bag, yeah, it's not the most that we've seen in this tournament, but it is enough to really launch them off the bottom side of the ladder. And sometimes morale can play a very important thing in a game. So I think that by launching them from the bottom side to the middle, it gives them a little bit of a morale boost, and perhaps for now, a heat would have been developed for the team, and they can just kind of roll forward with it. AFCON this time as well doing very well as well, alongside MQN, and I'm liking this change in dynamic, because usually we would think about APG, we would think about Sid, we would think about Austria, but look at who's at the top, the teams who were at the bottom.
And because they have more reason to actually fight for it. And speaking of PvE, they are in dire need for this kind of push, and this is definitely worth it, because you will push them maybe at the in between the borderline of first, second page. They're still on the second page, but it's going to be on the top instead of at the very bottom. But GE still maintain, regardless they're not playing in the last round. This shows how dominant they are in day number 2, and that should be alarming for all the other teams. the fact that West Point Mamba, GE, and also coming up from maybe even Enigma is not unshakable still in the first page. This is how different they are when it comes to aggressiveness of the play. But so far, all the top 5 teams have the chicken set for FOD. They're being pushed down bit by bit. But Falcon, Vampires, and PBE now having a boost of a jump onto the top of the second page. While Hyena Ravenwood, we want to root for them. I just wish they wake up and realize, you know what? If we don't start to take action, we'll never leave the bottom. That's it for Hyena Ravenwood.
Yeah, I think that Hyena Ravenwood have been intercepted during their rotation so very early. And I think because they're not willing to put up a fight, they're getting picked off one by one. And I think this is the same story we saw yesterday. They want to go for their rotate, they get stopped, they don't commit to the fight, but instead focus on running away. And this way of play is not working out in their favor. And I would love to see a different change in pace for this team. Because if you made it up over here in PMPL SEA Wildcard, I would love to see a different sort of playstyle coming from you, because you're running among the best up here. You might as well be able to go all out. And TGOA as well. I think TGOA is a very interesting case in my opinion, because they are kind of like a team that you do see their name in the kill feed. You do see them actually going aggressive, but then they don't manage to clinch it, and then they just get knocked out. So I'm really curious to know what exactly has been the secret sauce that's missing from TGOA, because they are picking these fights. They are actually actively trying to move around the map.
I think it's going to be the question of the third party. They always call themselves in a triangle battle instead of themselves and another team. But for the next map though, this is going to be an interesting one, because we do have Myanmar in the next one, and Osja, Esports, GE, APG, and KE, by far one of the best teams to be looked out for. And speaking of GE, we cannot deny the fact they're still standing number 1. They've still got quite a bit of a gap between them and the rest of the other teams down there. And now we're welcoming back Group D coming into the next map. Now this is going to be more than interesting, but because we do have APG playing alongside with Group D, I love to see this going on. But as per usual, I think it's going to be KE versus Bro, as per usual, in Miramar. But back to us all the other teams. Speaking of Hyena Ravenwood, right? You mentioned before. I know for a fact, I think I watch enough tournaments up to the point that I know if this team is running away from somebody else, then they are walking straight into their doom. Because of why? Every time you run away from another team, there's going to be another team waiting on you on the other end of the corner. So there's no way to run. Then that's why some teams, even though they're being ambushed, they're still willing to fight, because they know for a fact there's no place for you to run.
Exactly, and on top of that, it's best for you to make sure that you all can survive during that rotation. I remember there was a period of time where everyone during a rotation, when one member just gets knocked down, everyone just keeps going. But in this situation now, you're starting to see a lot more 4x4 plays where people are a little bit more aggressive in terms of taking fights. And I think that, like it or not, at one point they do have to be more proactive in taking these, because I don't think I've ever seen them proactively taking a fight unless it's in situations where they try to third party. Yes, it is admirable that you are trying to find a safer way to get into the circle, but again, this is PUBG Mobile. You do have to commit to some of those fights, and I would love to see more proactive steps coming from them, especially at this stage.
Yeah, speaking of brute force, we do have a lot of number of brute force in this map now. Now this is going to be the high contenders. I think we both put up best prediction in this one, because West Point Mamba, GE, FOD, and GE, Sin, APG, this is going to be the top 6 teams that we do know, make it 5 the top 6 teams that definitely shine so much the past 2 days, including here when it comes to the next Miramar. But yeah, surprise us, like how PBE did it. PBE has been quite day number 1. Now they're coming a bit later than we hoped they would be, because
a slow cooker.
Yeah, because PBE usually they love Sunhawk over the other maps, so it's kind of surprising for me that PBE taking such a long time to warm up and finally land themselves the chicken in Erangel, because as per usual, PBE always take the first, or always Sunhawk map as their first chicken.
I think what's really interesting is the fact that I think the dynamics have changed, especially in terms of firepower. I mean, we can see that without Ranked in the lineup, there has been a huge shift in how exactly they want to play the game. They used to have their own exit per se, right? It's gonna be ranked. Now we're seeing APG take up that role with the addition of exit. Speaking of exit, I was actually quite surprised at how early APG was knocked out, especially in the last map. Because honestly, APG, I would maybe expect them to be knocked out maybe at 5th, maybe 6th, even 7th place with some elimination points in hand. But 14th place, not able to even take a pick. That was very interesting. But I did notice that the synergy this time around was very different because exit went out first, and then suddenly everything started to fall apart because they didn't have their lurker, they didn't have their flanker, they didn't have the player that was going out there to put in that firepower. Regardless, we haven't really seen a lot from Sin today, and I'm still waiting for their pop-off moment.
And just now, it was the map, it was the circle. I'm surprised it didn't go as per usual sort of strategy, where so far it has been working so well for them for the yesterday's both Erangel map. Yes, the first one they didn't score the chicken, but at least they still placed themselves in the top 5 till the end. But on the side of APG, as how you mentioned before, I think it's, if you notice in the last map, they play a bit slower than they per usual plays. They kind of take into the blue zone for a bit. I feel like this kind of lineup they have, which is going to be revamped with a lot of firepower, it feels like they're more comfortable and more confidence when it comes to playing a bit more centralizing into the circle instead of playing the outer circle, because it just fares them so well with those firepower, with markers and exit adding into those roster. It's just it's that is their true potential to play as their best. When they try to play at the blue edge of the circle or just on the outer circle, it feels like they're being pressured by both ways, where it's going to be difficult for the teams that love to shoot and run to have to deal with blue zone at the same time, because you are focusing so much on making sure your sprays will hit on the spot, right? So you cannot have too many problems at a time.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to talk about when it comes to these teams, honestly. I mean, each team's performance has been very, I would say, very different. Sometimes you're going to be on top, sometimes you're going to be at the bottom. I was wondering, honestly, why Scott was playing instead of the usual lineup, perhaps to give the player a little bit more, I would say, experience coming into this game. Not too sure, or maybe to show a different dynamic. Regardless, it was a different dynamic. We did see that happen. I don't think that he was ready. I mean, it was technically his first game, so it might have been a whole different story.
Who didn't play just now for APG, though? If they actually subbing in.
Yeah,
we didn't see the entirety of the exit definitely plays because we saw his
I know exit
up, right?
Yeah, exit was there,
so I think maybe in that case it's gonna be Sonic, which being subbed
it was
out.
Sonic.
Yeah, I think it was Sonic.
Maybe perhaps it was Sonic. Yeah, I didn't see Sonic's name, so it might be that. I would really love to see, you know, like maybe a screen or something that shows which player was subbed in and out, because I really want to see what dynamic each team brings to the table, because I think that each player is very unique to a team. There's no two players that are very similar, honestly. You can say that, you know, exit is the same as what Ranked offered, but honestly, I think that they are very aggressive players with two very different styles of play. That's what makes this game so unique with different players. Regardless, coming through, I think our constant for today will still be GE, because even the fact that they didn't get chicken dinner, even they didn't make it up to the top 10, I mean, sorry, to the top 5, they still are fragging out. So I'm liking the fact that they understand how exactly to approach this game, and I think they have been playing so much to the point that they've microscoped what exactly to expect from this region, and they understood how exactly to place these rotations, these circles, and these fights. And because they're just so ballsy with how exactly they approach the game and the fights, because they're never really hesitant. They know exactly what to do. Oh, okay, there's a team there in that little terrain. Well, how are you going? Let's go and come from 2 different areas. Let's come in quick with the vehicle. If I don't run him over, someone quickly run out, provide me firepower, and immediately we rush forward. And that's exactly been, I would say, that's their fundamentals, right? That's their base. And then they come in with their more perfect set play. And I want to see more of that, especially Miramar, which is coming very, very soon. So ladies and gentlemen, the first Miramar of the day is coming forward. Let us know in the chat which area of the map you want to see to be the end of the circle, and we're going to be flying in right about now.
I mean, no matter how much you voted, what kind of circle you want it to be, by the end of the day, it's going to be the RNG deciding it for you instead. I mean, there's no way that they can hear our voices. If only we have the power of controlling the circle, that would be great. But this time a bit and an interesting kind of a flight path, with going to be a bit of a headache for the players who wants to drop themselves in the northern side. We had a lot of creative field in El Pozo yesterday, even Monte Nuevo area. So this kind of circle really gives a lot of challenge for the players in case the circle happen to be in the northern side again, because we're dropping from on the outskirts of Chumacera, on the southern part of Chumacera and Los Higos, up to the side on the outskirts of southern part El Azhar. And in the meantime, we don't see a lot of teams love to drop Los Higos. Usually that happens in the second week, where teams are having a bit of difficulty to find themselves any comfortable compound and just being ambushed by other teams when they happen to be passing by or migrating towards the circle. So that's when they start to drop themselves around Minas del Sur or Los Higos. We're gonna see who's that team that willing to bow down and let their compound taken away by the other teams and just dropping themselves Los Higos by next week. But so far, KE versus Bro, let's go again. I feel it's gonna be another go. Let's go.
And the circle will be toward the opposite of the flight path. We already knew what's going to be happening. I think FOD had a good start to the day, and I think I would really love to see FOD really run it forward again and again and again if they can too, because they were a little bit passive. I want to see the previous way of FOD playing. You can start seeing a lot of change in trajectory for a lot of these players. The one who hasn't landed yet, immediately rushing forward, and again, round 4, 5.
I think
you know what? I lost
6.
count.
I think
6.
it's 6.
Wow.
Is it 6?
I lost count at this point because look at
yesterday
this.
was 4 times. Today is another
Wait,
2
hold
times.
up!
6,
Because
7.
Boyshon found 1, Boyshon found 2. He got the DBS so early. This is nasty. And this is why I love Boyshon. He's so quick when it comes to just getting those loots early. Are you kidding me?
That's a trick when you're actually jumping out from that parachute to make sure that you land as fast as you can.
Teach me, Choo Choo.
One of it is just keep punching out and also keep jumping so you don't actually roll over when you're landing on top of that parachute. But also coming up from KE, they're winning this one again. It's a heavy toll against Harami, bro. And this is not doing well for them if they keep this going. It's the 7th. I think it's the 7th. 4. Yesterday was 4 times, or maybe make it the 5th time here. But yep, they found it out. Kaya from afar spotted him out with an AK. Even just gonna go for the rush and finish off few. And oh boy, bro, one more time with one last play remaining. I think this is where you know enough is enough.
Yeah, man. I mean, what I'm trying to say here is that not only are they losing these fights, but like, look at how fast KE was able to get really good guns. That's a gun that he can do mid to long range. He also had a DBS already this early. That's how quickly they moved to this area.
It's okay if you're just losing the fight, but you're losing the entirety of week 1 because you're being eliminated too early and you didn't get any points from it. And this is too costly for the side of Harami, bro. If they keep this going, it's not worth it.
I'm not sure if this is like a team rivalry thing, but if it keeps going, I am gonna bring out my book and write a whole story about this rivalry.
If only we
right
get
now.
to interview them, right, Tash?
Yeah,
what is
at
going
the
on
interview.
between these two teams?
Yeah, why is it that you're dropping at the same spot here? What's your plan? What's going on here? Is there some secret rivalry? Did he steal your chicken nuggets?
No, it's like
we wanna know.
What's your problem?
Exactly.
And this
What's happening? I mean, I don't think I've seen this very tense of a rivalry for a long time. I mean, MYSG did have this
last
issue
time
where
we had it in PMSL between D
APM.
Saviors and Bacon Time, and it was a fair fight. It was a fair fight. It's like ping pong, where sometimes it's DX winning, sometimes it's Bacon Time. By the end of the day, after 2 times in a row, DX lost it. Yeah, they stopped. But for the side of Harami, bro, they just don't know when to quit.
Yeah, and also what's really interesting was that the PMSL, when I was interviewing the players, they were still very much friends. So I'm just curious as to like what happened there. They're still best friends. Yeah, and it's always very fun when you are at PMSL, when you see those players, you know, in their little cubicles playing together. And you know, sometimes I think like these players, because of like, you know, maybe language barrier or perhaps maybe rivalry, they wouldn't talk to each other. Maybe they would hate each other, but they're so friendly to one another. They're so eager to be so supportive. They're like literally brothers.
You know, when they are not playing in a tournament, they actually play together in the rank or classic mode. It's like, you know, you are frenemies. You're a friend outside, but your enemy is inside, and that's it. They are very professional players. And so sometimes the fans, like, you know, try to you know, being too aggressive between the teams, but actually the teams and the players are very friendly with each other. So, you know, keep it calm, guys. You know, they are good friends. You guys should too.
It's actually so interesting, you know, sometimes when you know the stories of the friendships behind the scenes. And this is why I really love it when organizations or even, you know, we have people creating these documentaries behind the scenes, because the story of rivalries are fun, but
Do you know they exchange jersey as well for? The
Yeah, that's also very cute. I love seeing those. I love seeing those. What I want to say is that, there's been like documentaries of players, talking about their best friends and what they think about the other player, snack exchanges. I love seeing these because, when you think about Southeast Asia, we're such a melting point of so many different, countries, cultures, religions, and it's always very fun to see other people from other countries try new things. And I'm really hoping that more organizations would make these documentaries about humanizing the players, how their friendships are like, who's their favorite players to hang out with, who's their duo queue player for for their rank games. Do they run as a 4? And if you had your perfect 4, is it going to be your teammates or is it other players from other countries? What's it like?
Yeah, but the saddest thing for me to see a team that I feel like so well profound and then they split their ways, like how it happened with SKR, like Yahiko, Mewtwo, Marcus, and Exit.
They had the best friendship dynamic, and
not just
separated.
that, the gameplay itself is just showing their best true self as a player when they just mix and match so well. But there are times that they have different mindset objectives, and some of them want to have a bit of a fresh air, a different perspective playing with other teams. But we have YG taking on MQN. Surprisingly, this time it's not MQN going for the fight. Instead, the fight being taken to them as YG slowly chipping off limbs by limb. For MQN play caught off guard behind them. I don't think they have any sort of information. YG is eyeing them from afar, but look here, Tash, how they've been circling the rest of MQN for YG, discreetly slowing, killing them from inside out.
And on the other end, Exit again, very early, just knocked out here. Not too sure what the roster is for APG. But hold that thought, because boy, blown to smithereens. Loki was really quick. Grenade eliminator already. Now, I really want to talk about APG. We sang a lot of praises for them, especially yesterday and the beginning of today. So we saw that just now he did go down. Marcus is playing with Khmer. I'm not too sure who is the other players, whether it's going to be Scott. No, it's not. Oh, no, I don't know. This is FOD's roster.
Yeah, I saw Marcus. I think it was Exit, and I'm not sure. Sonic.
That's the only lads.
Sonic is playing this one. I definitely saw Sonic just now. So I think this is gonna be the usual roster.
The usual roster. Yeah.
Maybe there are sometimes they swap in and out players based on their specialty on that certain map. There's gonna be one player specializes on Erangel. There's gonna be one player specializes on Mirama.
Oh yeah.
So they're gonna be the second IGL. Aside from the main IGL, so the IGL don't have to put up with so much burden at a time, so he doesn't have to study too much, so you can actually segregate the studies and revision between your teammates as well. But on the side of MQN, this is a bit sad for me because I'm rooting out for them. We talked about them multiple times, but the team that we haven't mentioned enough is going to be CFU Gaming. Now, where do we put this team when it comes to their performance, their aggressiveness, and their tactical as overall?
It's interesting because yesterday we did see their name come up on top. Well, not on top, but they did manage to survive all the way up to top 4, top 3. They were able to play aggressively, but today's a little bit more quiet for them. And I'm wondering if they're not being able to adapt, because we did talk about adaptability, how each team is progressing every single day. Like we saw a team like MQN every day or every match they get better. Adjustments, survivability is just looking so good for them. And then you have teams like, like GE who's just maintaining consistency. And then you have teams like, like a PBE who are slow cookers and then suddenly just come up on top randomly at the time. But for CFU, yesterday was an all right day. It was a good debut in my opinion. But today, it felt like, it has felt very stagnant for them.
A bit lackluster, yeah. Same goes for G-Lab and Vipers Clan. Even though they had really good run just now, but Vipers, they have a bit of difficulty to wrap things around. So they got themselves the center of the second to last map in a wrangle. But this time they're being spotted out by TGOA, which is going to be another team. It's a bit unconventional sometimes with their position, but will surprise you with their outcome. Adward spotted out the rest of Vipers, tanking out the blue zone even, but is this worth tanking out? You know for a fact you're furthest away from the circle, and not just that, the blue zone will not hit you as big or as painful it should be, as it's going to be just the second stage. But the problem is, do you have enough supplies to last long enough? And not just that, the terrain itself is already difficult to deal with. Well, we have G-Lab versus Enigma. Now, Enigma, We know for a fact they are very aggressive. We haven't seen that aggressiveness coming up from G-Lab just yet. A bit of an accident we saw in the last map here, but can they redeem themselves from that mistake?
K is not having a good day from you know, Bro all the way to meeting up with the WPM so very early. They're just slowly dwindling down numbers. I don't think they've been knocked out quite yet. Regardless, we saw GE had really great positioning. They had like one really high area they've held on to. And this is a long-range fight. Jarrell just really good with those shots. Just saw one angle to play with and immediately sprayed out. He already knocked one out. He knocked Haya as well. Now the top is all alone. No movement quite yet. No reposition. The top is back online. Thankfully, he does hear the roar of the vehicle. He has to be careful. You can hear him just coming through the other side. He's not moving quite yet. If you remember, the top does have some pretty good weaponry. Boy Sean as well. But Boy Sean is now out.
But another thing, Tash, I noticed West Mumbai is not letting me plays for the entire day. Is that one of the many reasons why we feel like they are a bit more careful than per usual? Because we do know they love the fights, they love early fights.
They are having a fight right now, and it's against KE. Aggressively went in. They already got 2 members of KE out of the way. It's with Kaya in the top. Now Davan's all alone. And if you remember, Davan was playing. The reason why Davan is alone is because he's been like playing separately from his teammates. And now he's in trouble. He hears the sound of footsteps. It's very scary. And Davan's just still holding on. He hasn't moved quite yet. And if you are looking at the kill feed right now, there's a lot of fights going on here. Would love to see that side. And here we go. It's gonna be Vipers. Ravenwood giving up that space, moving away. They lost one already.
I was really hoping for Ravenwood to actually stay for a bit longer. They can take part in one of these fights because they can heavily guard this side and just gatekeep these teams from getting their entry towards the circle and getting out of the blue zone. But sadly, they are a bit more, how do I say, they're not confident to take the fights into their hands. And so far, running away is not the solution for the side of Hyena Ravenwood, and it didn't bode so well for them just yet. Now, speaking of Myanmar, we do know the vintage point is super important, and these guys have been taking the high grounds as fast as they can. And speaking of APG, they fought back. We know for a fact APG being gunned down early on by another team, but they placed themselves and repositioned in the higher grounds. Maybe that's why they start to take the fight back. But G-Lab on there then lost 2 men. It was against, who was it again? Was it Vipers Clan or was it G-Lab versus who again was it? Was it FOD or Falcon? Between those two. Yeah.
It was always those two. I always got those two confused because of the F in the front. Regardless, CFU trying to get into the circles, but haven't quite been able to. The problem now is getting down from this terrain. They are also marking that airdrop. The airdrop can't mean the difference between life and death, but it's not in the circle itself. So you want to risk the blue zone and risk being locked out, or you want to go and loot that? Is the question I want to know, because they were looking at it. So I don't know the decision, but look at how GE has placed themselves. Smile on one terrain, Alls on the other, Master Ichi as well. We were just talking about APG earlier, and Marcus just comes back and swinging and said, "You sure about that? That we're not out of the game?" Loki knocks down Exit. It's 2 down at the same time. Exit might be in trouble. This high ground is favoring Loki a lot, but he's being very smart, hiding behind the tree. But does spot out MQN, stealing away that kill away from Exit. His teammate is close by, not able to be saved. And Shroud now is in trouble. What a headshot by Loki! He's doing so well. He sees everything. He's cleaning out the entirety of APG. And this might just be the end for their reign in top spot for the day.
For Shroud, on the other hand, being sacrificed for the sake of Loki, will be having, I think that's a perfect position for Loki. He can just stand there by himself as long as there's not more than one team to actually approach him at this point. But there's going to be a couple of teams coming up from the left side. It's not even in a circle at first. And Davan, as per usual, is very unfortunate with this fate. So far spotted out Smile, but this angle is just difficult. And KE have to bow out with Davan finally finished off by the side of GE players. Smile got himself the high ground, definitely fast, just playing so well. Falcon on the other hand spot out CFU while they're migrating and repositioning themselves. But it's not just them, it's not just Falcon. GE is there as well and stealing just beneath the noses of Falcon. They're definitely not happy about this.
Cloud tapping out the need. Throws it out. Nicely done, and just blows up 2 members of ZFU, eliminating them. 2 more points in pocket. F1 can possibly just climb up the ranks. 3 teams out for the count, and BRO also running out. If you look at all the members or players still left alive, a lot of teams are just dying to picks here. It's never really a 4v4 full fight, mostly because of the long range picks, third parties happening, and then a move away. Master Ichi all alone against FCon. He does have the high ground advantage. Look at the amount of control they have toward the middle side of this, I would say, this terrain. This is the best, or rather the fastest I've seen GE truly just not only just rotate out, but also were able to get the best position possible. They already knew what exactly they wanted out of this gameplay, and they knew where to put their eyes on the prize.
It's a big map. You can have the space to actually spread out. It's so important for at least one person to be the watchman, to be on the highest ground there is for the teams. In this case, for GE is going to be Smile. On this case of YG is going to be Loki. But for the others, if you're still on the low ground, they have to start to rethink about the positions here, because it's going to be a dangerous game they'll be playing. And the moment you thought nobody's spotting out the rest of the team trying to migrate themselves around the valleys, that's where you're being shot down by a lot of teams that have been taken by surprise. But Imam, as the last player of Bro, now praying for his own survival, hoping not being spotted out by one of the most aggressive teams out there, which is going to be Enigma. You guys call it like overestimate or overstatement coming up from Enigma, but you cannot just close one eye towards their aggressiveness and their firepower. They're definitely trying to hunt for kills, and Imam knows this for a fact, because the teams, they have been like screaming against each other before this tournament. They know for a fact which team is migrating and having those routes to a certain area, so they know for a fact that's going to be Enigma. So he cannot even pick out, because there's going to be another team right on top of that hill across him, which, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be YG Loki right on top of the rest of the teams that's just next to him. So here comes the circle shrink down again. This is going to be a very difficult terrain to play around. You saw the valleys, you see the high grounds there, and how deep the valley is in between. And that kind of edges is so hard to see what's underneath, and those down there is so hard to pinpoint what's up as well. If you want to throw grenades upwards from down there, it's almost impossible.
It's very tough, honestly. Now the question is where you want to hold. Do you want to hold on the top side of terrain or the bottom? Because we know that if you're on the top side, getting on the top is a problem. If it pulls downwards, jumping down means that you're so open to be shot down. And speaking of that, limited already Harami. He tried to survive for as long as he can alone, but looking at Ravenwood, I wouldn't say this is the longest they've survived, but this is the longest I've seen them survive as a 4, I believe, or at least a 3. This is 2 Pro. I don't think 2 Pro played earlier. This is a different, I would say, lineup at the very least. He's been knocked down. Can see a readjustment from Sin. Olilanju coming forward here. Immediately they got the pick onto 2 Pro. Puts the vehicle in front of the house, quickly running inside the shack. I am not a big fan of this shack. It's very scary. One nade is all it needs to just take them out of the way. Speaking of nade, it's going to be Harley blown to smithereens, as well as Zapple. I was just talking about them, and Baby is just forced to run away all alone, but she's eating a lot of damage. She runs into that little house, which wants to go for that heal, but one nade is all it takes to just eliminate the entire team. She has to find a way, and she doesn't! As predicted, this is not the best situation for them. Joseph M will be taking at least the grenade launch eliminator, as Amas and his teammates just spray through here. Federalis finds the members of GE. GE was gleeful that they had the high ground advantage earlier, and now they have to rotate into the circle, nearly losing their lives for it, but in a way, thankful they survived at the very end. That was a lot of firepower thrown up by Amas. It was still so very close. If the vehicle actually exploded, it would have been a 3-point for them in their bag. But now Sin is in trouble. They're taking a lot of damage. I'm not too sure from where. It's going to be Enigma, actually. Those are long-range picks. And Enigma has just been so proactive in taking up this space. And now Sin is stuck inside of this shack.
At least they can buy themselves time with those smokes right now. On the side of Enigma, they definitely spotted out the rest of Sin. Due to the smokes, they actually just expose themselves, but they will fight back. Those throwables, just to make sure they will keep them at bay. But Falcon did not take that warning and just go for it. They've been compressed 2 ways now for Sin. Ham down between Falcon and Enigma. Both sides, there's no way out. They're trapped and walk in and ensnare as well. It's just no way for them to actually get out from this shack. And not just that, GE will take advantage across that mountains, try to take back their revenge being shot from afar. And here comes Goblin shutting down the rest of the teams, which are going to be Sin. They're being just surrounded so far, left, right, center, but we're not done yet. As GE taking the advantage of they're still licking their wounds for Falcon, but nowhere near to have a reset. And Zai just trying to finish off those knockdowns. He spotted him out. Will pull over. It's still on that buggy while West still taking the smoke up car. I'm not sure for how much longer. He needs to build that days here.
West. He knows where the other two members are. Playing with the train. The circle still coming toward the middle side. This is a very difficult circle because while we talk about ping pong circles being difficult, at one point you want to figure out if the circle is pulling up or down. Makes it a little bit easier to figure out which way you want to skew to as the circle goes away. Now, as the other members are rushing inside, here we can already see Marcus finds one immediately as FOD was trying to rotate to the circle, but will be traded out by Nang X. We also see Loki as well getting another one in return. Some nades come out, Marcus solo, Sonic as well, half HP left. Nang X, one nade is all he needs, and Joseph over on the other side of the terrain. There we go, beautifully done. They move away, they choke them. Now they can take place in this terrain. It's also a nice little high ground as well. Now they have to clear out Romeo Boy as well as Enigma to be able to get into the circle. Enigma is taking a lot of damage here, but I love the positioning of Caps because you don't necessarily think it's going to be someone in there. And his teammates were able to find cover to go for the reset at the same time. But like it or not, they have to come down the terrain because the circle is definitely not going to be favoring them.
The one that actually winning this is going to be Loki from YG. He's the only one up there that can see through everything. But lucky enough, they have this tunnel to go through for Enigma. But at the same time, they're being fired left, right, center. There's no way out for them. At least they got themselves some shelter to just have a bit of a reset. But Falcon now want to go for TGOA. They got themselves smaller space, but they definitely want to go in for the rush. Even though they're working as a duo, there's a difference between the teams that's veteran enough. But again, one more team being sandwiched here with GE and Falcon on both sides. TGOA nowhere to run nor hide, but barbecued. Master Ichi goes down. That was not in the plan for GE.
Whoever's writing the script today is honestly wild. I am liking this new dynamic as Romeo Boy eventually goes down. This is a great dynamic for Enigma and also a great story. Gerald goes down to Toki. Toki finds Federalis as well. What is going on? I would have loved to see that fight. Eventually, Mix does find him in the end. I'm a bit disappointed because if it was 3, it would have been a 1v3 here by MQN. But it's still a very great story to tell. But WPM is now eliminating as prophesized. And now for FOD, they do have this nice terrain to work with. All they have to do is just pop some heads. And if the more heads they pop, the more space they can take. And their biggest problem is going to be Enigma. Because if you remember, Enigma has been a thorn in everyone's side. Third partying, going for those long range picks, putting in the damage. It's just been hell to deal with them.
The problem is if Enigma, they don't have themselves that circle. It's quite a difficult task for them to actually hunt these people down. And Loki, like I mentioned before, with the bane for all the teams down there. He got himself the higher ground there is with that mini 14 even. But I'm not sure how he just recollect his resources from that point of view. But he definitely got himself a wide angle to work with, and not just that, Spooky just now got himself quite a rifle to work with, but being shot down from afar by these guys. FOD just beneath Loki right now, but due to how steep the ledges are or how steep the mountain is right now, there's no way for Loki to spot FOD just beneath him. He's on top of them right now. We're left with only 6 teams, yes, but YG, that one person, Loki, he can stand this as long as he needs to, but it's all down to the last few circles. We're down onto stage number 6 in less than 40 seconds, but Falcon and TGOA, they're still having a go for the longest time, while we do have YG player keep taking all this one last hit frags, elimination points. He's got himself 8 points. I'm not sure, maybe out of 8, just 8 by himself for Loki. Nobody is touching him.
Because he's all the way on the top side, so his mind is just one more. Let's see how much I can bring back to the table, just because I'm not going to be able to get these placement points. And it's just doing so much wonders for him because no one is able to get up there. The blue zone is behind him. He has to tank a lot of that damage. So let's see how many he can go. Regardless, for Enigma, 2 more left. And I think that Enigma for Koopa and Caps, they've been doing a very good job of getting these picks and staying alive at the same time. This is what I was talking about in terms of Enigma's, I would say, change in pace. They know how exactly to approach these situations. It's very different than yesterday, where they were aggressive from beginning to end and always eliminated as 4. I mean, they do get a lot of eliminations, but being eliminated a little bit too early, you lose out some precious on some of those precious placement points. Regardless, this high ground in the very top of the area is making it really hard for teams to rotate inside of the circle, because anyone who is trying to rotate in will be basically fish food for Loki on the top side. All he's been doing is just sniping, and we saw that for a very long time. Even before the circle shifted, he knew what to do because he was the final man left standing. What he did was go to the very top and said, you know what, you guys do your own thing, I'm just gonna stay here. And his teammates went down. He's like, yeah, I'm still gonna stay here. Doesn't really matter to me.
And the best part is still inside of a circle, but the problem is how much ammunition he still has. That's it. Because there's nowhere for him to just having a bit of prelude, right?
Yeah.
There's nowhere near him for those death boxes. It's all down there. And the problem is, if the circle happened to be shifting on the right side, for you to slide down by yourself, if you slipped in an accident way, it's just being knocked down, there's no way for you to survive anymore because the rest of the team of his teammates is gone. So he needs to make sure he can survive a bit more longer, at least in the top 3. But on the side of Falcon and TGOA, Falcon knows for a fact that TGOA will be the first one to go out from this compound. All they need to do is just play the patience game and wait for these guys to be pushed by the blue zone itself. But the problem is, the moment they're done with TGOA for Falcon, will be a bit too late for them to have the hike later if the blue zone happens to be closing their end first and the circle shifted away, because that's going to be a long hike. At least they do have a buggy, but will it be fast enough for them to hike up with that buggy at that steep of a 90-degree slope?
AFCON and TGOA has, I don't know, man. This is going to be a very difficult way for them to play. They have to move around this area. And even if they go around the area, they'll have to eat that blue zone damage. So what can they do now? Maybe they can take this fight. Maybe they can try get some extra points by, you know, some eliminations. But in this situation, AFCON, they want to be the one who initiates this. Look at that. They're crapping their nades at the same time. This can work out so well in their favor. 1, 2, 3. No one's there. Oh, does clip onto at least 2 of the members. Edward is all alone. If they're able to let the nades properly, there we go. The sprays are out just like that. But the one who steals it is going to be WPM. They've been watching this area the entire time.
And not just that. This is the last circle. There's no more circle left.
There's no more. They have to fight this.
Enigma and also taking on the fight towards WPM, and this is just going down the drain for both Falcon and TGOA, because this is going to be the last circle. There's no more circle left, and the Blues will be on their end first. Like it or not, they have to brute force themselves away and take down on that way, at least secure 1 point before being stolen by these guys on the high grounds. And now, how to climb up. Another issue for Falcon to deal with. He need to revive, he need to climb up, and it's going to be the slowest climb up there is, because there's no more circle after this. This is going to be the last blue zone. You cannot even last 1 second in this blue zone, Tash.
Look at WPM immediately repositioning themselves. They're going on aggressive. Proning first, trying to get some informations. So that means they know that Loki is on the top side. They want to make sure they're able to clear him out. Loki hasn't moved at all. I'm just really curious to see if the Observer can move. I would like to see what he has in hand, but you know what he has in hand? It's gonna be Elmas going down to FOD. They were too aggressive. They took up too much space at the same time. But look at the nade! Takes out 2! They have to worry about 1 more. Federalis nade's just so very good. Eliminated 2 at the same time. They have to just spray out, and just like that, FOD eliminated. Can they go for the revive is the question. Yes, they do. They might go for the reset of Federalis, focusing on healing first. A Molly comes out just to clear him. He goes forward. He eats a lot of damage, but his teammate was there to put in that pressure. 5th place, but 8 eliminations is a very good run for WPM as Enigma and Koopa rush forward here. Loki's thinking it's time for me to come down from the top side. He still has the advantage of the top side of the area. All he has to do is just, well, he has only 7 bullets. He has to make every single bullet count. But look at Caps, vroom, coming up to the top side. He does have the buggy. He's trying to meet up here, and I think he knows that Loki is running out of supplies. As the blue zone goes down, Caps preps that nade. He eats a lot of damage, but I'm not sure what happened to top side there because John is trying to mark it. A nade comes out, John nearly gets clipped, forced to use the final few of his heals, but Loki still had nades and he pops it onto Caps. There's still more nades to come out. Here's Koopa all alone. Thankfully, doesn't hit him. He has a little bit of an entry to play, and Loki still wins out against Caps. Nang finds Koopa. This is not the best situation for Enigma, but third place for them as they go down to the final side of the circle. With Loki on the top side here, all he has to do is just pray and pray. Finds one, can he find two is the question. Takes him out 1v1. Loki has been doing a lot of damage. 10 eliminations in the bag. Throwing that molly into the smoke means that he can't go inside to go hide. Cooks up that nade. He spots him out. Here we go. One nade down. A spray to go down. Not enough to take him out. No! Not able to do anything against this. And YG takes this impressive chicken dinner.
No, I'm gonna deny. This is Loki taking this chicken just by himself. And this is breaking the last season's record by one player. He secured 11 eliminations by himself, alone, solo-handedly stayed over time when the rest of the teammate is gone. He just stands on top of the hill and surprisingly, nobody trying to contest him out of it. This is ridiculous, but it is what it is. Loki won this chicken by himself for YG, and this is Loki stealing the show from the rest of all the other teams. You can say whatever you want, but he's playing it very smart. That 7-bullet Tash, wow, that 7-bullet caught himself a chicken dinner.
Yeah, I was concerned, but I didn't realize that he still had a lot of throwables to work with.
Look at the
amount of
grab.
damage. 2,000! 2,000! Oh my god! And this was all alone. He understood what it took for him because he had repositioned himself up there, and I think the idea was just one more kill. Just one more kill. I'm all alone. Just one more kill. And no one was able to contest it because the circle was not pulling toward the high ground. So no one, everyone was thinking, you know what, that the circle isn't going to the high ground. We want to prioritize our positioning was the idea, which is why no one contested it. But the problem was he was being such a nuisance to everyone. Everyone who was rotating inside, everyone who was already on the ground, everyone who's trying to get into the circle or even move around. Now, with YG's travel distance wasn't the most because remember, they only traveled 7.9k and then the Loki just stayed up there the whole time. But Enigma this time around was a little bit, I would say, further in terms of where they moved around because you saw how aggressive they were in trying to get so many different picks.
And one of the many reasons why YG able, I mean, like, we're just gonna say it Loki, right? Because the rest of YG is nowhere to be seen. One of the many reasons why Loki is up there the longest is because there are too many teams happen to be in just beneath him at the same time. So nobody can actually try to bring him down because they were too busy and too occupied fighting all the other teams that tried to go up there in the first place. They spotted him, yes, because he's been tapping and being a hindrance to all the other teams down there. But the moment they try to rush to his Loki, there's going to be another team doing the same thing. And that's really smart because he's trying to, you know, pick a fight with all the teams. So they happen to be going in his direction all together at the same time. And it gives him so much space to take all the skills from above. And not just that, he's just having a clear path to shoot anybody down. And he got 150 bullets at first. How much he spent until he left with only 7 bullets in the last minute in that mini 14.
I think it's also important to talk about how he managed his resources because it clearly means that he knew how to make every single bullet count. It wasn't really whiffs. He was very, very intentional of when exactly he's gonna pop his head out and kill people. And he knows it was a very open area that he can use it to his advantage, like this one. Look at that. He knew he could get the pick. He moved forward, immediately sprayed out, switched his weapon. The same goes for him to just reposition himself once again, sweep him out or just flush him out with the nade as well as the molly. And because the player was supposed to just run out to the ground, it was great prediction by him in terms of how exactly he wanted to play this. All calculated with 23 points, a really high amount for YG. Because if you remember, there are teams who survived till the end with only 17 points as a full team. But he got 23. What on earth is happening? That was honestly, you know what? I know exactly what's happening. Him on the top of the hill, literally the king of the hill.
Yeah, we can call him the king of Loki on top of a hill right now. He's very mischievous, as the name Loki as it is, and not just that. The way he understands not to waste any bullet at all, unless you know for a fact that you shut that person down and translate into a point you start to shoot. And he didn't waste his throwables as well. We barely see him actually toss any nades in the first few minutes, but he only uses it when he was really in the dire need of it, when to try to clear up the last player just now. But YG, due to his performance, Loki just pull all the effort and just push the entirety of YG to first place, where GE now being pushed down with a tie with WPM.
You know what's really interesting? The fact that throughout the entire day of yesterday and today, Enigma has been the highest eliminators. They've been consistently, serving us a lot of elimination points, but just by that 11 points, I mean, those extra points in terms of eliminations really has pushed them all the way to the top. And I think Enigma is going to be like, yeah, we're going to have to go and eliminate more people because this is unacceptable behavior. Now, MQN unfortunately knocked down. And I think that for MQN, it was a very unfortunate match for them. I was honestly keeping my eye a lot on them because in this situation, they didn't, it's not because they didn't want to play aggressive or take those fights. It was because while they were rotating, they met another team. They were picked off one by one, even toward the end. Even if there was still one more player from MQN alive, he wasn't able to survive this. But either way, it was a very tricky circle. I mean, we always talk about water circle or circles that's a little bit too north or too south. But that particular circle, while we did see it yesterday a few times and again today, it is a very complicated terrain because if you're at the lower ground, you have to go up toward the high ground. You can't climb up if it's too late. It's kind of like a gamble at this point. Do I want to play on the top side of the area or do I want to go to the bottom side? We saw FOD as well as, I think it was FCON was just side by side. Sorry, Enigma and FCON was side by side. What they prioritized was those compounds. But honestly, Loki won at this point because he understood the priority of getting the highest peak and how exactly he can take advantage of it.
Yeah, speaking of fundamentals, he's definitely got a strong grasp when it comes to Myanmar itself. And not just that, what's scarier is even the top 8 teams just now didn't actually finish all 8 matches or 8 maps. So they still up there, even though they didn't play as much as all the other teams who already finished the entire day here in day number 2. And even the gap is already starting to stretch out now when you compare to 8 and 9 plays before this. But you know what? We're down to one more map of Myanmar. I don't know, is Loki is going to play this one? We're going to check for a bit because I'm looking for his one more time, one person to actually carry the entire team like how he did before. But before that, we're going to head into the break and see you guys after this, a very short break into the last map, Myanmar.
What's fun about prehistoric battles? Experience the new Dino Ground in Erangel and Livik. There are large dino settlements on the map. And a T-Rex can spawn here. Not only are they full of supplies, but the T-Rex is also a rideable mount. Getting hold of a T-Rex mount is equivalent to having the best weapon and vehicle on the whole map. Not only does it have amazing offense and defense, but it can also cross rivers and scale mountains with ease. There are also speedy velociraptors and flying pterosaurs. Players must first defeat these dinosaurs in order to tame them. Velociraptors have fantastic jumping prowess, and their ground speed is extremely fast. They can easily bound over obstacles to quickly traverse the map. As for pterosaurs, they can freely navigate the skies to attack enemies and rescue teammates at critical moments. With these 2 dino mounts, you can even ride them to the primal zone to play fun mini games and earn extra supplies. So, moving on. The recently released World of Wonder has also gotten some hefty updates. The new PUBG Go template gives players even more options to build fun and interesting things. There are also lots of new objects, like the launcher, swinging hammer, conveyor belt, and more. Players will be able to make even more imaginative creations. Of course, Classic Mode has also been updated, most notably with the addition of the full auto mod attachment. Equip it on a compatible weapon to give it a full auto firing mode. The new version also adds a companion spectating feature. After getting eliminated, players can now transform into their companions and run around to spectate their teammates. Of course, you can't see enemies while spectating as a companion. The Murado Open Top also gets a retractable roof feature. Feel the wind in your hair no matter where you race. Get the new version and try the new gameplay now.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the PMPL SEA Wildcard 2023 Fall Touch Buddy here, and we have just witnessed another moment in history where Loki from YG was able to grab a whopping 11 eliminations all by himself. And on top of that, the chicken dinner. Wow.
If it's just a spur of a moment, like we know he's, the rest of the teammate being finished off before he got that chicken, that's something that, yeah, it's pretty common. But this one, he lasted for, I think, like 5 stages by himself. And he lasted that long and nobody touched him. I'm surprised nobody tried to contest those high grounds from him, honestly speaking.
I think there was just too many things going on because it was a very complicated circle and everyone was just so close by to each other. I think everyone's minds were on which side of the train should we be on, which area should we be prioritizing instead of worrying about Loki. I think the idea was, well, he's a one person up there alone. Eventually he has to go down if the circle pulled, but apparently the circle does favor him. So, the moral of the story is just kill everyone. Just get him out of the way.
I saw some couple of chats saying he might actually just create himself a new team called Loki Esports. Like, why?
Yeah. It wouldn't be impossible. It wouldn't be impossible. And when he does that, I hope he wears the Crimson affiliates, because that would be kind of cool. Imagine an Angel of Death or a Nightmare on the top side of the terrain shooting at you. That is terrible.
This is Loki. Literally, he's a nightmare for all the other teams out there just now in that very hot Miramar map. And not just that, he's also the T-Rex, not just the Nightmare, he's also everything. Just we have to give it to Loki. That was a remarkable, just sublime performance coming from himself. Very witty indeed. Very strong fundamentals. We cannot get over it just yet. But you guys should check it out. All these new updates coming out in your PUBG Mobile, because this is going to be very limited amount of time for you to experience T-Rex in the game, and maybe just, you know, hop onto Ducati and T-Rex at the same time. Like, why not?
At the same time, we also have a race to victory here with the Ducati Panigale V4S. And this is a really cool one, especially if you like riding the motorcycles. I mean, me and Chuchu were talking about this a lot yesterday, about how we might not be, we don't really see a lot of love for the motorcycles, and this is definitely it.
And also, not just the motorcycle, you have the bicycle in there, just in case you don't really like the high horsepower kind of bike. You have the more simple version of the Matrix bicycle. That's super cute, but what's more important is going to be the plain finish of the skin. Because I love to see the flight sometimes, just to see the skins that the players do have. But if only they have the flight skin, based on this team, the Dino sort of a flight skin, that would be super cool. You have a huge T-Rex head at the front, right?
Yeah. You know what? I want. You know what? Even when this new Dino Ground goes away, I really hope that the Velociraptor can become my parachute. Like, that would be really cool to see. Right? Like,
super
rather than
cool.
just a normal one, you know, we have a Velociraptor. Like, what? Imagine if we play the Dino Ground a lot and we're able to get that as a reward. I would love that.
I wish we can see that one day. But for the next one, we're putting dinosaurs aside for now. The dinosaurs will not survive the very dry land of Myanmar, which we don't have Group B playing in this one, which is going to be Magna Esports, Falcon Esports, KEN, Team Harame Pro. At least we don't see that early skirmish between...
Yes! I was about to say that!
We're done.
Stop
I'm
it.
done with that. So
Stop
done.
it! I feel like the observers at this point are like, okay, early fight, Group B, great. Just leave your cameras on KE and Harame. You're gonna get all the action there, 100%.
Please no more. I mean, like, for tomorrow, I wish one of them willing to compromise, just change their drop spot. Well, maybe even, you know what, yeah, fight till the end, until next week or grand finals. Why not?
I mean, the other teams will be good. Like, they'll be happy. They're like, good, just take yourselves out of
Yeah,
the
we have less
we can worry about
competitors
other
now.
teams. Exactly.
But usually it's KE who survive, right? In that case.
Yeah, it's usually KE. I mean, you have to give it to Boyshot. He's just so proactive in how aggressive he plays, and he's so good with the CQC. So usually a lot of their fights is always in a compound. So you can see that if, say, they're on side by side, it'll be Boyshot that leads the charge into the compound first, jump shot forward. I don't know how he gets so lucky with either a shotgun
exactly
or a DBS. Exactly, he always gets those early.
He's always the shotgun. He always the first one to get it, and right on top of the shotgun. And surprisingly, they always walk right into him. He's prepared himself in that corner. But this time we don't have that tag, so at least we can, you know, tone down a bit on KE versus Harame Pro. But
it should be a hashtag, hashtag Team Harame, hashtag Team KE, the rivalry.
I think
Let's
it's
see
gonna be
who supports who.
I wish they actually do this until the grand finals. I hope both of them actually make it into grand finals, because
I wish there was a poll. Yeah, I wish there was a poll. Who makes it to the end?
Yeah.
KE or Harame? Because I think that would be like the funniest and most interesting rivalry we've seen here at PMPL SEA Wildcard ever. I don't think I've ever casted. I mean, I didn't have a long life in PMPL SEA Wildcard, but anyways, it'll be fun. It'll be fun.
But on the side, surprisingly for Harame Pro, even though they got themselves quite early execution, being eliminated out of the map early on, but they still managed to gain points, still in the sort of a lower middle bracket, so not so bad. If only they didn't actually have those fights early, will it turn a different result by the end of the day? Maybe.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That would be really fun to watch, honestly. I really want to see what Harame can bring to the table. And I think, because I think we had this conversation, right, about Harame. The fact that we wanted to see them, I mean, the story of the underdogs, the Cinderella story, and they were one on our list. And because they're having these fights so early, we can't really rank them in terms of firepower, rotation. And that's the reason why I think I would really like to see them play, you know, a little bit differently this time around. Because they say, what's not broken, don't fix it. But perhaps this might be a very broken strat. Regardless, last map of the day already. I had so much fun casting today. So let's go into our final map of Myanmar.
Now, in the last map, even though Loki just steals away all the spotlight in the last chicken dinner, due to amazing performance by himself, how composed, calm, and cool-head he was to secure that chicken dinner by himself with 11 eliminations. That's going to be the record holder for now. But for this time, you do have a very fine flight path splitting the map into two very even map sides here. We do have Old Poser side and Los Leones, but don't forget about Federalis in the last map here, Tash. He did so wonderfully well. It's just so close for him to actually clutch that in the last minute for West Point Mamba.
We also saw a 1v3 just now. I think it was by MQN. He nearly wiped out the entirety of WPM. It wasn't on camera, but by the way he was fighting it, I'm guessing he had a DBS, jump shots, 1-2. Unfortunately, Mix was able to save them, so might be a whole different story. Regardless, standard flight path, no worries this time around. KE, oh wait, KE's not in, God bless. I was looking for them, and I realized, wait, that's not happening this time around.
No, they're not playing. Thank God. If not, we're going to start off with the same thing all over again. But back to the side of Los Eagles. I mentioned this early on. Wow, Impala Circle. This is going to be a tough one for the team.
This is rare.
I love this. This is very challenging for the players. In the case of, it happens to be Impala for the last few circles. That's going to be a lot, just like how we saw early on. But this time it's worse, because there's no way for you to stay down there unless you're swimming.
No, give me the islands.
That's going to be impossible. That's one of the most rarest circle.
I saw the little island on Sanok in IESF. You know, in between the three islands, the no man's land.
You're so lucky.
I saw it happen. Yeah, I know. I was like, whoa, I witnessed history today. So maybe I'll witness it. I mean, we witnessed history again by Loki. Maybe I'll witness history again by a tiny island circle. I don't know.
Maybe, hopefully. But on the side of, we talked about West Point Mamba. Jarrell caught off guard by CFU, rushing straight into him. He didn't have anything on him even. So I don't know where are the rest of West Point Mamba since he's alone down there. I think they're going for 1-1-1-1 formation coming out from WPM or West Point Mamba here. And that definitely didn't fare them that well, as CFU is too close for comfort here. On the side of CFU, they scored themselves 1 point. But that's going to be a good start, even though they barely got any weapons and have barely enough to make a living. But at least they still scored themselves 1. On Monte Nuevo, there's nobody else contesting Osja Esports for now. But I do want to see if there are any early skirmishes other than CFU versus West Point Mamba. So far, nobody else is opening their shots yet.
This is interesting with WPM losing one player so early, because if you remember, WPM's way of play is to survive as a 4 at least toward the middle side of the map. Now for APG, the last 2 maps hasn't been the hottest for them, and it was honestly quite surprising. I mean, for one, I think having Scotty in the lineup really wasn't really something that, you know, they expected to have today, or either they expected it or they just weren't ready for it. But for the second one, I think it was just more unlucky in terms of the rotation. Again, it was a difficult circle. Now, I think that, you know, I think Ravenwood today, like 8 points only collected out of 5 maps. I don't think this is the way they want to go.
Wait, I don't think they collect any points for today, because they're starting off with 8 points as a start of the day here.
Oh,
and not just that, I was so disappointed. I mean, like, sorry for Ravenwood fans out there, but that was so obvious in the last map, where they do actually do have the advantage to take a couple of points when Vipers were fighting another team right across them. But instead of taking the advantage and the matter into their hands and try to butt in as a third party, and the Blizzard was actually helping them on the other way around as well, they didn't try to take the fight. Instead, they flee, taking their vehicles and going in a different place, and they were running away from it because they're left with only 2 players, and they just caught themselves in another team's lair, and that's the end of it. They're one of the first few teams out. This is where they should realize they need to step up their game here, not running away from this fight, but instead taking those fights.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we said over and over again, I think, as a caster. But they are a new roster for Ravenwood, I believe, so perhaps the lack of competitive knowledge is what, you know, what put them in this situation. But again, when you come in this situation, we can be very harsh to them as a team, but at the same time, this is definitely a very heavy learning moment for them because in a way, if they keep competing, we will definitely see them up on top. And you know, I think for me as a girl who in the esports scene, seeing other girls up here, I think I am a little bit more harsh on them because I really want them to play up on the bigger stage. Really want them to represent us, but looks like at least for today, I don't think we're seeing that quite yet. Perhaps next week.
I just hope they just, you know, just it's all about confidence at this stage because when it comes to firepower, everybody's on the same par. It's all down to fundamentals and how much confidence you have with your teammates and yourself to trust yourself to take up the courage and just go for the fights. You know, so how much information you can collect within a very short amount of time. In the case of YG, they did so much in the last match. He's going to be low key, but this time he's trying to go for the high grounds again, but instead of going straight for the high grounds, his early picking fights will actually be his tomb here if it's not being too careful because they're going to be more than one team scouting over this area. And I do love this monster truck. I do love it, but at the same time, it's just too obvious. Everybody can see through it. And so easy to, you know, attract unwanted attention if you get on top of that monster truck.
I think I noticed he swapped vehicles just now. Like he swapped over to a smaller car. It was just like something temporary until he found a new one. Okay, Vipers is an interesting one.
Exit?
Because that was a really early fight here. In APG this time around, giving the hurt to HWG. Now Mewtwo already down. If you remember earlier in the previous map, Mewtwo was the one making stuff happen. It's very bombastic how he played, rushing over some people and exit already now with 2 Sonic as well. I think this is a very interesting place they have positioned themselves by the southern side of this bridge. And now they have 2 already, runs the motor over. And I think that, I'm sorry Mewtwo, this feels very deja vu. What you do unto others happens to you. And on the top side here, this is very fast from APG. They did a 2-2 separation and they just separate the other 2 and just eliminate them.
And what's in it, it's going to be a bit of drama as well. They are fighting against their old teammate for that. And it's going to be Mewtwo and Yahiko shut down by their Axe teammate, which is going to be Marcus and Exit at the same time. Oh man, the feeling, it doesn't feel so good now for HWG. But APG, at least they can celebrate for a bit. There's nobody else nearby. And not just that, they got an upgrade themselves for the loot. And they got themselves, you know, just free from any sort of punishment coming out from that. But yeah, I mean, like, if only they stayed as SKR between Marcus, Mewtwo, and Yahiko, it would be a different team entirely. I love that team so much. So sad they have to part ways here. And more sadder even when you have to fight against them, your own teammate.
Yeah, but such is the world of the competitive esports that is PUBG Mobile. Actually, it's quite fun when you theory craft all these stories on how exactly their ways are going to work. When you go against your team, what to expect. Can you read your teammate? Can you understand what kind of strats come through? It's always so interesting. PBE today, I think I'm really liking PBE's play today. They started off at 16th place, now currently at 11th. It was a big jump actually, because they started off with what 12 points?
You know, they got themselves chicken for the day, and they got themselves quite a number of elimination in that chicken.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, it was 7. It shows that they're not complacent at all, and it just shows that they did review their play style and strategy yesterday. It didn't work well, so they changed it so much today, more aggressive than before. And it turns out very well. All they need to do is just having those confidence and just go for how they used to play with Ranked and Demigod, even though they are not with them anymore.
Honestly, WPM at first I was a bit concerned about WPM losing their teammate early, but with Federalis still around, it's somewhat reassuring to me because Federalis has been very proactive in taking up space and putting in that firepower. So with Federalis still around, I am very excited to see how exactly the way the games will go with just 3 as a dynamic. Can they still do the same thing? Regardless, as the circle just keeps on pulling down toward the southern side, we're starting to see the great rotation come through here as YG passes by TGOA. Romeo Boy play aggressive here. No shots to say. Oh, spoke too soon. Hits Romeo Boy. Reposition for that heal. Not too sure where the other members. Oh, there you are. They are pretty close by. They can go for the trades if they want to. And the guys of Asia, we just talked about them earlier, how they are very proactive. Like you saw what happened. They saw Romeo Boy, they immediately put in the damage. They are going to be answering. In fact, they will be doing the one who's hollering first. But the question is whether or not they're able to secure their business, finish their business before they move on. Like I think you said earlier, Chuchu, like TGOA, their biggest problem has been that third party. I would love a little bit more awareness coming in from the team. Have one person watching their back, putting in the pressure to another team, or making sure that they're able to together push out and secure those picks before someone else steals their kills.
I think the biggest issue for TGOA is going to be like how we saw early on. The moment they saw something that moves, they start to shoot. But the problem is they didn't realize they're not alone in that area, because just now when they start open fire, there's also FOD and also West Point Mamba around that corner at the same time as well. So lucky enough, because of FOD is migrating, so West Point Mamba a bit distracted, and FOD as well, and didn't actually put their full attention towards the side of TGO, who's actually shooting against another team just now. But Sin, on the other hand, now, this is the team... I mean, they have his highlight based on yesterday's performance, clutching 1v2, but this is not the highlight he wants to be for today.
He's always had this very insane sort of driving. We were talking about Magix earlier, and again, Magix knocked out. Whoa! Taken to the lobby as well. Look how aggressive this is. APG finding the Ravenwood team. Finds Baby, takes her out. So separated from her teammates.
No!
I think this is just APG just rotating into the area. And APG right now, they're trying to make up for lost points. They're playing a little bit more aggressive. Rushing into the area, taking out anyone that they can see. And now Wat Jong just running for his life. This is the same thing we see again and again for these teams. They got rushed into, one player goes down, immediately go for that rotate. Wat Jong, he wants to get picked at the very least. There is Harley still inside. I don't know how they're going to be able to translate this fight. I would have rather seen Wat Jong play together with the teammate, at least be able to trade out with Harley, but that's not happening. Harley goes down. Exit eventually does get knocked. Shroud, a bit low, but nothing, not the worst in the world in terms of like, you know, about that, because they did get 4 in the bag.
And not just that, Hyena Ravens, their lack of manpower right now, and they picking 2 fight at a time is just not the best decision at all. But back to the side of APG, they managed to flush out the rest of Hyena Raven out of this warehouse. Now the Vipers clan taking advantage. Spoogle managed to take on 1, but GE taking on CFU at the same time. All of a sudden, all these fights happened at the same time, and Master Ichi now shutting down on CFU, but Vipers Rain trying to find around the corners. The rest of APG will try to make sure they will disrupt and break their formation here inside of this warehouse. Rain coming in with the UMP. He reloads. He's going in towards those smokes. But look how they spread out. APG being cornered left, right, center. Now they cornered themselves in a very small room, very small space. Now Rain starts to take out those DBS at work.
He goes to reset. He's a jump shot forward. Takes a lot of damage. Rain running for his life, but not happening quite yet. His teammate is close by. He does go down eventually. One more pick for Rain. Can he get one more is the question. Yes, he does! Vipers being so very aggressive. Exit just so close by. Trying to relay that information. Eventually, does get lobbied. There is still one more member struggling for his life right now. Trying to go for that pickup. He wants to get the pick onto his teammate. Runs forward and Nate comes through. I think he eventually saw him. Timing not on his side. Sonic still surviving, but at the cost of 3 players. It was just so unlucky they weren't able to reset after that fight with Ravenwood.
And what more surprising is Enigma actually being eliminated first before that scuffle happened for Vipers. And it was Sin taking them out in a row. I'm not sure, did they not realize they're being hunted by the side of Sin just now? Because it looks like so flawless that Sin didn't even have to think about they are being firing back on the side of Enigma. I think they might actually got caught during the transition there. But for CFU, this is going to be Aaron, the last player there is for this team. And I remember Aaron played for the longest time, last time in MYSG, even back in the days of PMPL Season 1, he was there. Aaron playing as H2O players back then, now using almost the same logo as Sharks but different name. Now playing himself in one corner, same goes for YG. But if he's being discovered, there's high chances he will not be discovered here due to the ruins here, it's sort of a maze. So if as long as he stays quiet, he's gonna be okay. Holy Lanju so far one of my favorite players for Sin. His nades is remarkable. It's just incredible throws coming up from him. But the problem is every single time we're looking at Sin, he will be one of the first few to get knocked down.
Knocked down, yeah. Because he's so aggressive playing the front line. Speaking of that, FV back alive and GE at 14th place. Who is writing the script today? Because it is crazy. Regardless, for CFU, Aaron playing very quiet inside the compound. If you guys spot out, it's going to be very dangerous. Holy Lanju eliminated just like that. But for FV, the fans, this is something that's great for them. Because we know, as individual players, FV, this is not their first rodeo. A new team emerged at the same time with very big names here in the scene. This works out so well. They try so hard. There's a lot of pressure that comes in from that merger, the expectations as well. Regardless, this might be the start of something good for them. One elimination in the bag. Unfortunately, without DD and Magic's firepower a little bit low, but going out with elimination points, at least in some, you know, some placement points, might be the consolation prize they need. Not too sure what's happening to PBE. There we go. Arimon solo. Raimon rather. Still holding on the side of the area. Mix coming through. Making it very, very clear there's no one at least playing for the third party. But Moy finds Trixie. Nice strafes coming through. Run and gun. Takes out the last player. Not too sure where the others are. But Raimon not able to be picked up quite yet. Blue Zone chucks him out. Monboy as well in trouble. Cool. Tries to be cool, but with Migs around, how do you do that?
And now that's not even
already.
Federalis in there. Imagine if Federalis is in the fray as well. That's going to be different. Really aggressive. And I'm surprised they're not letting Michi play for the entire day for West Point Mamba. Because I love Michi and Federalis as a duo sometimes. But Mix, on the other hand, climb up to FOD where they're standing. And FOD got themselves the high ground. We saw the last game where if you have the fundamentals of Myanmar like the back of your hand, if you know the understanding of this map itself, you know what, firepower or not, you can take the crown away. And FOD want to take the high ground as early as possible. But the terrain itself, when it comes to Los Leones Circle, that's not much high places you can actually play because it might be an urban warfare by the end of the day. For FV, on the other hand, Roll, even though he's solo player right now, he's aggressively and proactively trying to find for any sort of consolation for any points of eliminations.
Still, YG. I think YG has been pretty decent today. I mean, they had a slow start yesterday. But coming forward, I really like that they had that impressive play. They are a little bit more aggressive. They're getting chicken dinners. They're surprisingly staying up to the top 10. We expected that from GE and APG.
Oh,
but Woo Wajong, you're spotted out here. Spray, nice point for them. Takes it away. It's a nice consolation prize, and you know, taking out FV might be able to just really launch them up a little bit more. But 1 point more, perhaps. Consolation prize top 10. I think they'll be able to get at least a placement point out of this. Now coming back to YG, what I really enjoyed about them was honestly, I mean, we talked about how they are a legacy, a household name, Cute Loki being a veteran, right? But we haven't really seen those moments where, wow, they are just so dominant. And now coming into this day today, seeing them get better every single game, and on top of that, that win by Loki, it's just something that really puts them on a pedestal right now. And I'm really hoping they can ride the wave for that heat. Because they're still alive. 4 players still up. They already have 3 eliminations. But hold that thought because the aggression comes through here as Marna Moiv does find G-Lab's member. Make that 2 out of the league knocked down. Through from one end. He just tries and sprays out. He's so low right now. But it's a nice crossfire to help through. It's actually so interesting how you can see the members. I'm not too sure who was on the other end of right beside YG was not spotted out at all.
Before this, it was APG. TGOA finished them
No,
off.
it's CFU.
Now it's going to be FOD, TGOA, Osja, Esports, CFU in between, stuck in the corner, and YG. We're talking about 5 teams in the same vicinity. It's a bit too overcrowding the area, and what worse, they're barely making into the center of the circle. But for FOD side, they try to gatekeep this one with West Point Mamba, Federalis, and Mix, both of these high heavy hitters. are playing around that corner, you have to be extra careful. You cannot underestimate these guys. Joseph and FOD, they are playing on the high grounds instead. But like I mentioned before, if the circle shift towards Los Leones, there's not many high places you can go. But buildings, yes, maybe.
G-Lab lost 2 members just trying to get into this compound. So aggressive from all teams right now, given the fact that it's the final day. Well, at least the final map, final map.
Hey, we still have many days to go.
Yeah, there's still many days to go. Sorry about that. Brain just farted at that point, but you know, given it's the fact that it's a final map, you want to end the night on a high note. For TGOA, they haven't really been able to get that quite yet. Again, 2 defeats in the bag. Works out well for them, but you can tell in terms of firepower, in terms of team play, they have the potential. It's just a little bit more of awareness that I would love to see from them. Austria starting off the day strong, 54 already. Remember yesterday, they had a very, very slow day. We were just questioning what on earth is going on with Austria. Turns out they were slow cooker players. You can also add that to the bag with YG, I believe, as well as PBE, but with PBE out so early now with only 1 point this map, at least they end the night with 30 points. Regardless, as Austria plays on this high ground, I think that Austria has been very proactive with taking up space, positioning rather. SkyNin has been really good at just leading the charge, showing what he has in terms of competitive experience, and I think it's been really good for him and his team because while they didn't have the best day yesterday, they understood that there is going to be a day where they can come up on top. They still keep going. They still maintain that momentum and circle shifting toward the middle. And it's a very interesting one because everyone is just playing on this high ground.
And this is going to be a difficult ending as well because look at the circle right in the center. It's going to be the street dividing into 2 parts. Now, which part do you want to be in? Because if you decide wrongly, it's going to be very difficult for the team to cross over that street because it's too open. They need a lot of smoke to just get over the other side. And surprisingly, Wajong survived as long as he possibly can as a solo player. But nearby is just too many teams. We're talking about TGOA and Ozja Esports spotted him out. Now, the moment they discovered you, there's no way for them to letting you go easily because Wangja, unless he actually take a longer rotation, navigate himself the other way around on the southern part, there's no way for him to actually just cut across the other end. But surprisingly for West Point Mamba, they're being eliminated early on, and this time Sin is going aggressive as much as they can. 7 elimination points. Sin has been quiet the entire day, even though they supposed to take the first few Erangel maps before where the circle was theirs to take. But this time they want to focus more towards Miramar map because yesterday has been a good day for them in Erangel and Miramar with a chicken back-to-back, and today they might actually ended up with another chicken if they keep this going, even though they have 2 players left. Wow.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I was just looking at Ravenwood and they had 2 points and I was saying, okay, maybe they can go for placement, but 8th, not the worst in the world. I think Wajong did the best that he can just to survive without his other 3 teammates, regardless FOD. This is a very, very annoying terrain. You have to take so many fights just to leave the area, and for Austria, be at the very top of the terrain, you have to go downwards. G-Lab is in a scary position, but they are able to just shoot upwards. Well, I'm not sure who has control of those tiny little houses at the bottom because to me, having those, I think it's G-Lab, because having this terrain, rather than those buildings, can give you a lot of value in terms of survivability. Ranzer, opening fire, unfortunately not able to land a single shot. The bullet drop in this game can be very difficult to navigate. As Astro, making sure that no one is still rotating through. Wants to go for those opening picks if possible. But no frags coming through. But I have to say that for Austria, this is exactly what I wanted to see from the guys of Asia. One person to scout, see what's happening, making sure you don't get crossfired from the other side or even third-partied. SkyNin still putting in that pressure toward FOD. FOD has not budged a single bit. What they're trying to do here is, as FOD tries to navigate the open areas, they want to hit them in the head if possible, gut for a knock, just dwindle down in terms of numbers. And that would really help them, because as we know, FOD in terms of firepower can be pretty devastating.
But where is YG? They are in the center as well. Surprisingly, nobody tried to pick a fight from them. They still secured themselves 5 eliminations here and 4 players still standing. For Osja Esports, there's not much eliminations coming up from their end. FOD still scored a 4 like you mentioned. Sin got the most out of 7 here. But they're remaining with 2 players, FV and Moy. But we do know Moy can do a lot of big plays by himself. But alongside FV can do more. But the problem is they're quite open. The moment they step into the circle, there's not much terrain to cover themselves with because it's quite flat there. And if you feel like you're safe enough, there's FOD on the high grounds as well. And for YG, they know this for a fact. They need to get out, but the problem is how to climb up these hills because there's going to be a lot of teams waiting at the other end. And we're talking about 3 teams not really in the circle on the northwest side, and this is going to be really tough for them to try to make an entry in.
Still, for YG, they do have a vehicle at the very least, but till today, I still remember what you said, Choo Choo. If you go with more than 1 player in 1 car, you're really asking for it. I'm really hoping that the 2 of them can get into the circle quickly. But it is a very tanky vehicle. Not a problem there, just gonna be rushing through. They also have 2 monster vehicles as well. You can hear the sound of those shots coming. Loki does get a bit of a tag. Spray out here, they want to take this fight. 1 does go down, they can go for trade, but it's not gonna be happening. No, not happening. Upper, they pick up Andrew, nearly gets eliminated over there. Tries to go for the heals, some warning shots and 3 fires. And apparently Scry just goes down like that. TGOA just proving us wrong that they know exactly what they're doing. But as that fight is happening, G-Lab on the other end, as well as FOD, is eliminating YG. But back to this fight, FOD just chasing G-Lab to the top side of the area. They're so very low. 2 pro, forced to heal, was to throw out the smoke. You hear the sounds of the DBS, that's very scary. Scotty gets 1 at the very least. A grenade eliminator. He has a little bit of time to heal up here. Gonna stock up on his adrenaline pills. Nades, is he actually gonna push through the smoke is the question. This is a very scary situation because you have no clue if there's gonna be a nade in there. If there's gonna be a spray through that.
No!
Finds a nade onto Nang, but not too sure what happened there. As MH outside, providing a little bit of support. Osja goes down and we're down to our top 5.
This is a problem when you're playing indoors, and not just that, the smoke confuses you. Where FOD happen to be nading their own teammate, but lucky enough, none of G-Lab players willing to pick out from those 2nd and 3rd story of the building. But at the same time, all they need to do is guarding over the stairs. But a bit too reckless here. 2 pro want to finish things up as fast as he can. Now it's going to be 1v3 against the odds. But at least on this side, Scotty do have the time to revive, but not much anymore. As they want to rush in, but around this area, TGOA can pick out those small windows. MH taking this matter into their hands. Both teams are losing. G-Lab have to bow down quite early, even though they got 1 knockdown against FOD before. But FOD, there's no way out for them, even though they got themselves the circle.
I love the positioning of TGOA. They place themselves in so many different high angles in a building on top of that. All they've been doing is third party and waiting for other teams to go for that fight. And this is why I want to see this change. It took a little bit longer to figure it out, but my god, I am in total awe at how much control they have of this area. They have a high ground terrain, a full building to themselves. They can hide whenever they want to, go prone. They have a 2-2 sort of situation going on here. And they still have a lot of their, I would say, resources to work with. Regardless, Amura Chili going to be trying to keep Sin in check. You saw Molly from one side, a nade as well. Whoo! FV probably just shaking in his boots right now because that nearly clipped him. Another nade to come forward, but again, it is quite hard to play in this particular terrain because how Sin has positioned themselves is closer toward the side, which means that because the terrain is a little bit more steep, those nades will not be at least hitting them just yet. But you can see shots from TGOA coming forward. FOD wants to run out, but the sprays are a little bit too aggressive. MH Grenade Eliminator. Well, we are rooting for our teams here for Sin, but and FOD as well. But TGOA is doing better. May W knocked down. What a beautiful nade done. You were just talking about Sin doing well with FV as well as teammate. That's exactly what's happening. They decide to take matters into their own hands. A nade comes through. Amura Chile gets knocked down. He tanks it and he gets Moy out of the way, and FV's now all alone.
Not just that, the Blues are closing on his side first for the side of Sin, And Navia has no other way than just brute force himself towards the compound. And at the same time, FOD make a move. If he waits a bit longer, it's going to be the end of him. A bit too late now. Non-finish of the last of Sin. It was close enough for them with those nades. But TGOA, at least they can recuperate themselves. But FOD John will not let them go by, as he's still scouting over the other end. And look at how easy being the front liner. TGOA, they still can revive one more, but do they have enough for the utilities and throwables? At least they still have one molly in that back for now. But MH reposition himself in the back line. Well, look at John spreading out. They try to out corner TGOA all way possible.
TGOA had a very strong start. MH making it happen, playing this corner. The pre-fire is just so very strong. He finds him, but has to be careful because he knows he's the final man standing, and he gets one more in the hand. Easy goes down, but I didn't see who got there. We go 5 of danger. Gets it in the end. What an ending, honestly, because TGOA so very close to getting that. There were a lot of questions on our end about what this team can do, and just now it was just so well played. Just unfortunate that they weren't ready for Sid to be on the aggressive and weren't ready for that reset. A 5 on danger took full advantage of that situation, took the situation in their hands, and did not allow for the reset, which gave them the victory. This is the second chicken dinner of the day for them.
And not just that, just now I spotted out CFU Aaron has been there for the longest time, but he needs to move just a tiny bit, and that audio cue gives away his position towards the side of TGOA, if I'm not mistaken, just next to him. And that caught him off guard with those nades, and he got finished off. But he lasted long enough by himself. Almost pulled another Loki in that round for Aaron. But FOD, that was a swift ending and a very clean run as well. They've been waited at the, I think it was the opposite side of a street, and they are the one that actually pulled themselves away from those chaos where all teams happen to be in the same crowded place, where GLAB versus YG versus TGOA at the same building, in the same building even. And that gives so much space for Aphrodite to know so much information. Not just that, they can prep themselves to take the fight anytime they need to. When they know for a fact that TGOA were trying to reset themselves, they know that's the perfect timing. Before they manage to reset, just go in for the rush. And they did not hesitate at all.
Honestly, that was a really great ending for that particular map with 9 eliminations in the back. John, very aggressive. Honestly, he wasn't really in the front line, but he was definitely a more, I would say, proactive player. You saw how his teams had rotated, and I love that even if they were rotating, they leave John on one end of the area for that trade potential. Making sure that you have a trade potential is good, because if one player rushes your teammate, they get knocked down, and John is able to spray them out. He's able to rush forward, get the pick, then revive his teammate. That's exactly the idea that's being played here by FOD. And I think that, FOD. And I think what's good about FOD today is that I think yesterday, while it wasn't really like the most aggressive of days for them, it wasn't the most, like, I would say, the up there days for them, you can tell that they had adjusted a lot of their gameplay from yesterday to today. We did see in their first chicken dinner, it wasn't the most in terms of eliminations. It was more skewed toward, like, I would say, survivability. But now, when this situation, when a situation gives them a lot of value, honestly, I would have thought that that chicken dinner would have gone to TGOA. But because they were a little bit more proactive and understanding and just doing that wait and see attitude, it gave them a lot of value in terms of getting that chicken dinner to the end.
But also you have to give respect a lot for TGOA. I think this is the best round yet for them. We'd never see them in the top 5 ever, or top 3 even. But they're so close enough to get that chicken just about timing. It's all about timing, because they happen to be sharing the same building with all the 2 or 3 teams before that. And not just that, for FOD on the other hand, you can see they are steadily building up their growth and their progress from day 1 to day 2. It's not as abrupt as we can see the other teams as stepping up their game, but this is actually very slow and steady growth coming up from FOD. And this just means that they will not be stopping or slowing down, as they are not pushing and putting so much pressure to just make a sudden change in a short amount of time. So they try to adjust accordingly, slowly, but it just happens to be getting more and more if you compare with the last one. And this, if they got 9 eliminations by John himself only, how much did they secure as an entire team? Because we saw 4 of them still alive till the end of that match just now.
honestly, I think that today has been, honestly, I mean, we talked about script writers, right? I think toward the end of the day, we started to see the teams that I talked about how I was going for those mainstream picks, you know, like GE. And all of these teams were eliminated a little bit too early. But for HWG, I think today they had a pretty good start. They were a little bit more aggressive than I would like them to be, but it is a step in the right direction. Sometimes over-aggression can be a good step rather than just being so passive. I think it's very good for them. Now the Vipers as well, very opportunistic. We always knew that they were to be this aggressive and playing this, I would say, this great at PCs. I think the Vipers today as well has started to show a lot more potential, not just potential, but also improvement coming in since yesterday.
Yeah, and speaking of Vipers, definitely they have a bit of a lead when it comes to performance, but we still see some of the situation a bit lackluster when it comes to those long shots, long fights. And if you put, for me, the standard bar of CQC right now, I feel like FOD will be one of the strongest in CQC. But right now they're showing us a different facet of them that shows that they can actually play a long fight as well in this case. But Sin, on the other hand, they have only 2 players left, Tash. They almost scored that one as well. You have to give so much respect for Moy. Yesterday, he clutched himself that chicken dinner with that DBS on 2 different angles inside that big swing. But today, they're closing up with FV. But at least he still maintain himself in the top 5. But now, do they still stay at number 1 for the team's YG, an example? Because they didn't score as much. 12 elimination points for FOD. Where do they stand now? How much is the gap for the overall rankings? Because it's a very tight race in week number 1, just in day number 2 here.
Look at this. PBE, Enigma, FVGE, WPM, Ozja, all below 3 points and below. That is shocking, and I think it's because of the flight path, the rotation, and the circle. It made it so hard for anyone to really survive when you try to quickly get into the area. And again, this is a very, very big map. Also, another thing I really want to talk about here is the fact that despite the fact that APG didn't have any rank points, look at their eliminations. They had 10.
They're crazy. I feel like APG for the entire week here, they're just aiming for eliminations.
Yeah.
It's best to actually go for that because you know for a fact that elimination gives you more than the chicken itself. But FOD are pushed up with 4 points different with YG. West Point Mamba 71, 70, all the 70s. And all these teams mostly come out from Group D.
Yeah, and on top of that, you start to see, I would say, a differential here between number 4 and 5. But despite that, it's only 4 points. Regardless, Sin, despite having 2 chicken dinners, not able to keep up. And I think it's more about the consistency here because they weren't able to. I think because they weren't able to get a lot of eliminations. I mean, look at their eliminations. It's only 34 compared to the rest of the teams. Number 1 and number 2, the chicken dinners that they got. I mean, it was more toward the placement points. And again, the change in the format, or rather the point system, does mean that you do have to work a little bit more hard if you want to go for those extra points. Now, coming in toward the second page here, I'm loving to see this change from the bottom side. We saw that FV had a great start today, but unfortunately pushed down to the 18th place again. But look at this lead by TGOA. They started off, I believe, at 18th or 17th place, but because they survived up to 2nd place here, it pushed them all the way up here to 14th. And I think this is a good start for them because we were questioning them a lot about like how they had potential, how they were always aggressive, but this time around, they nearly take out FOD. It's just the problem was that he was a little bit in a disadvantageous situation. He was very low. He didn't have a teammate to help him out because he had to find the other 2 members of the players just now. So because of that, I think that if he was able to truly have a little bit more space, he might been able to do that 1v2 and take the lead. Regardless, for total eliminations, YG is the one to lead the day today. But GE again still on the top 5 rating, survival time, damage, as well as eliminations.
Yeah, I say the next contender against GE, the last season's champions, is going to be FOD next. And they were in 3rd place last season as well. But look at their survivability. They're kind of maintaining both, balancing their survivability and their eliminations here. Same goes for Sin. Across the board, you don't see Sin a lot. But if you actually look at the overall rankings, right, their rank position, their elimination scores, it's not the most for elimination, but they definitely
but it's
kind
still
of
a lot.
Yeah, they always in the upper middle pack. But GE, smart. I'm surprised Loki not actually number 1 with that 11 eliminations, but close enough. But he can catch up to all these big guns up there.
I think it's based on damage at this point. Look at the damage coming.
I think it's overall.
Smile. Yeah, I think it's just overall. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it is sort of like an average at this point, but if you look at it, that one game gave him up. Well, it's pushed him all the way up to 16, which is insane. But Smile, again, this is why I talk about in terms of GE. GE is just so consistent with every single member putting in the damage, putting in the work, playing the front line. It's really hard to really figure out who exactly is the most aggressive among them all.
And not just that, Tash, because of Loki's performance today, he pushed down APG exit from this chart as well.
Yo, yes, you are right. I was about to say, but you reminded me about that. I was like, what is so different from this chart today? I'm like, oh yeah.
There's no exit today. And he's one of the top. He's actually number one yesterday by end of the day, but today he's been pushed down. How one day can change everything on a different angle entirely. We're talking about Smile. Yesterday he was second and third place, right? And we don't see we barely look at Mix yesterday, but today Loki squeezed in and pushed down so many players. I do want to know who else next to Loki who's closing by towards all these top contenders up here for the MVP race.
In this situation today, I think that tomorrow might be an even better day when you think about it. I mean, I think that I like this format where you have like 5 maps and Sanhok played first. I mean, usually before this, Sanhok was played later. I like the fact that they can just go all out on Sanhok, then don't think about it anymore, just focus more on the set plays, play aggressively. And I think today was if yesterday was the first day, today is the first day for the beginning of the story. Because yesterday was just an introductory day. It was a prelude, it was the icebreaker, it was understanding where to mark, where to drop. The only teams that seem to not figure out where to drop yet is KE and Bro, and I hope tomorrow might be a whole different story. Please
no. And the only team that haven't got themselves warm up yet, I have to say it out loud, it's going to be Hyena Ravenwood. I'm hoping for them tomorrow realize that they should start to take actions, because we barely get to see Hyena Ravenwood who actually start the fight first. It's always them running away from it, or they're just being ambushed and running away from it. That's the most we can see. They are running away. I mean, like, hyenas should bite, right?
Well, actually, hyenas are scavengers.
They didn't even scavenge anything.
They're like vultures, you see. They were trying to they were trying to third party, but like even then, like it wasn't. The confidence issue is definitely there. But you know, as I said again before, like, you know, it might be their first time on the big stage, so that lack of competitive knowledge might be limiting them. But I think, you know, after 2 days on the stage, I would really love it. I mean, they have nothing to lose.
True.
They have nothing to lose going aggressive. They have nothing to lose playing a little bit more aggressive. Because sometimes you don't really realize how much firepower you have until you truly try it. But honestly, today, I really liked how much these teams have changed and evolved. I think that yesterday, we put a bar and a standard for a lot of players like Exit, APG, GE. But today, toward the end of the day, they're starting to see a shift from the other teams as well, which shows that the standard of the players here in the wildcard has definitely improved compared to before.
Yeah, we talked about TGOA before, and they have been quite just like how Hyena Ravenwood was back then, but finally start to realize, you know what, we need to do something now. I just hope the same goes for CFU Gaming, and I'm not going to touch Magna because they are crazy good when it comes to firepower. It's just sometimes they happen to be in an unfortunate situation. They have
I think that's normal.
Yeah, it's something that they just need to work out with their timing rotation. That's it. It's all about timing. But for the side of CFU Gaming, we didn't see a lot of them. For the side of who else? Harami, bro. Come on, guys. I mean, like, we want to see you last longer than that, other than just fighting against KE, because, like, you know, they are in the same group. But if it's gonna be next week, if they happen to be in the same group again, I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, honestly, in this situation, I think that, I mean, if they want to take this fight, yeah, but I think I would really like to see, like, you know, because VRO is just not winning these fights. I would love to really figure out, like, okay, if we're not winning these fights, how exactly are we going to be trying to, you know, start our drop spot? And I think at this point it's just more, basically, I don't think they have rivalry. It was just like something we're just making a joke about. But I just really think that they are still fighting for the drop spot area because they haven't really figured out a rotation area from another drop spot. So, like it or not, they have to drop there. It just so happens that there is KE. But tomorrow's another day. Perhaps we'll be seeing a different team, a different area, a different drop spot. Unfortunately, it's not going to be me and Choo Choo. I'm a bit sad. Man. You're going to be meeting with Contra on the desk tomorrow. So Tash Buddy here alongside Choo Choo. It's been a pleasure to cast for you guys. I'll see you guys next week. And we're going to end the night now. Good night, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.